Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. My name is Jules Monroe, and I am the author of the story you're about to listen to. This week's story is Guarded by the Werewolf. It is the second book in the Werewolf Protectors series. The first book is Protected by the Werewolf, and they don't have to be read in order, but if you are one of those people, then you can read them in order. Protected by the Werewolf is first, and you can check that one out on my channel. I released it about a month ago, so you can kind of, it's not that hard to find. This story includes the tropes forced proximity, opposites attract, amnesia, dark secret, and found family, to name a few. It is a story between a werewolf who owns his own bar, who's kind of annexed from his family, and a vampire who stumbles into his bar, well, crashes into his bar is more accurate, and he knows nothing about anything. He doesn't know where he came from, where he's going, nothing about nothing. And the werewolf takes him in, and they become partners. This is a obviously interracial and interspecies and multicultural romance, my favorite. And I don't know, it's a cute story, so I really hope you guys enjoy it. So I'm not going to interrupt you while you're listening, so I'll tell you now. If you enjoyed the story, please give the video a thumbs up, and if you want to see more, subscribe to the channel. My goal right now is to reach 1,000 subscribers before Halloween, so I need your help to get there. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy.
Guarded by the Werewolf. Werewolf Protectors, Book 2. Written by Jules Monroe. Think you can make it work? A middle-aged man turned around, blue eyes standing out in sharp contrast to the bland gray surroundings of the empty building. Yeah. I think so. Raven hooked his thumbs in his pockets, rocking on his heels as he surveyed the place. A thick layer of dust had settled on every visible surface, rendering once rich mahogany counters to a faded gray. The place was a fixer-upper, but by all accounts, so was he. What did you say your name was, again, kid? He flicked his eyes back to the man. Ah, call me Raven, Mr. Miller. His full lips tugged into a light smile. Well, Raven. You can call me Joe. To tell you the truth, this place has been in the family for years on my wife's side. She inherited it from her father, and back in its heyday, this place was a real hoppin' spot. It's got a good central location, so you'll get townspeople and people traveling through. Especially if you can whip up a good menu, you'll have no problem turning this place into a good profit. Sounds good. Raven strolled the room. The wooden floors groaned under him. Place needs a good amount of work. You sure you're really up for it? Definitely. I need something to occupy my time. Divorce? Raven turned back to Joe after peeking into the run-down kitchen. Is it why you have time on your hands? Looking for a new start? Oh, Raven chuckled. Nah. I mean definitely looking for a new start but no divorce. Joe nodded. Well, let me tell you. After I left my first wife, I opened my mechanic shop and I never looked back. You start a business, boy, and it takes all your free time. You won't have time for nothing at all, and sometimes it's a damn good thing. Perfect. Exactly what I need. You know what? I kinda like you, and I know my wife and her whole family will love seeing this place up and thriving again. How about I knock off $1,000? We'll make it $7,500 a month. What? Really? A slow smile spread over Raven's face and his features relaxed, eyebrows curving around soft eyes. Absolutely. I have a good feeling about you. Joe's cell phone chimed. Hold on a sec, let me get this. It's probably my wife asking how things are going. He dug his cell phone out of his pocket and studied the screen. Yup, it's my wife. Raven nodded. No problem. As Joe answered his cell phone, Raven continued around the building. He jogged up rickety stairs to the second level, traveling down a cobwebbed hallway. Doors dotted the walls. 2 led to rooms, and the others led to shallow storage spaces. It was the perfect place to live and work, and it was exactly what Raven needed. He needed to drown himself in something physical, so his mind stopped conjuring up images of everything he left behind. He peered into the master bedroom, straddling the threshold as his own cell phone buzzed in his pocket. It was the only remnant of the life he left. He had cut his cascade of thick black hair, stashed his ceremonial clothes in storage, and accepted the English meaning of his name. He'd assimilated. He didn't recognize the number highlighting his cell phone, but he put the device to his ear anyway. "Hello," Raven answered. "Goggy." The voice was familiar to him. "Jona," he rolled his tongue over his best friend's name. "Do you need something?" "You, Goggy. This is crazy. You belong at home with us, not wherever you are." Raven squeezed his cell phone. "You need to stop calling me. I can't come back. You will be forgiven if you just tell everyone what happened." It was honest. There was no other option. Maybe it's not about everyone else. Maybe it's about me. Has it occurred to you that maybe I don't want to come back? Maybe I don't want to walk around without him there. Maybe you're scared to live without him. Maybe you should stop wasting your time. I'm not coming back." He ended the call and stashed his cell phone back into his pocket, blinking back a quick wave of tears. They didn't fall, but they stung his eyes and reminded him of his still mending heart. Raven crossed his arms as he peeked into the rest of the rooms in the hallway, a bathroom, a kitchenette, and 2 smaller guest bedrooms. The place was a good deal. It was a fixer-upper, and it was in need of a fresh start just like he was. He met Joe again once he descended the stairs. "Sorry about the call." "It's no problem. I'll take the place. $3,500 a month, right?" "Correct." "Well, let's get this paperwork signed." Joe opened a black briefcase and pulled out a pre-stapled collection of papers, lying them on the dusty counter as he dug in the briefcase for a pen. Raven surveyed the lease and read it through before they filled out the information together. He signed his name, dated it, and wrote Joe a personal check for the deposit and first 3 months of rent, exchanging all of his savings for a set of keys and a new life. Part 1. Chapter 1. Raven. Put your phone away before I call your pops and tell him all about how you snuck off with that little boyfriend of yours last week after your school dance, Raven called across the bar as he stacked several dirty plates and carried them into the kitchen. I promised him I'd hire you, but just 'cause you're the owner's daughter don't mean you can stand around and breathe my good air all night. The girl giggled and combed her fingers through her hair as she tipped her head back towards Raven. Her blue eyes shined with mirth, and a smile spread across her little round face. All the air is the same, she challenged, tucking her cell phone in the pocket of her low-cut jeans. Nah, kid, the air you're breathing costs more because you're not working like the rest of us. There are only 5 people here, her heavily mascaraed eyelids fluttered. What am I supposed to do with no customers? Dunno. As my mama always said, if you can lean, you can clean. She laughed again. I'm not leaning. Raven rubbed his wet hands down his half-apron and adjusted his cuffed sleeves as he glanced around the place. His eyes landed on empty tables and booths. She wasn't wrong. They had amassed a few regulars, and they were present along with a shy couple he'd never seen before, but it was still early in the evening. The bar had the potential to pick up. Sometimes it did too, as its newness hadn't worn off yet. Well, you said you wanted to learn to be a bartender, didn't you? I did, but you said I should be more concerned with going to college. I still think you should be more concerned with going to college, but when the place is dead, I ain't paying you to stand around. Kid, you got 2 choices. Either you get behind the bar and start learning how to sling drinks, or you give the bathrooms a good scrub down. The baseboards are looking pretty rough, and they've been on my list for a while too. The girl dropped her head back on her slim shoulders and groaned. Oh my God. You're the harshest boss ever. Am I? I thought you'd love being stuck with Cameron for a couple of hours. What? Her head snapped back up and her eyes widened. Oh yeah, you thought I didn't know, huh? I know everything. Raven squinted. Everything. Now go on back and get to work. He hiked his thumb towards the bar as he strolled around the girl and continued through the establishment, checking on the regulars and heading for the bathrooms. They really wouldn't clean themselves. The old building had come a long way since he signed the lease a few months ago, and it was because he had nothing better to do besides throw everything he had into cleaning the place. He revamped the upstairs first, turning the largest room into his bedroom, the second largest into a guest room, and the last room into a storage room and office. Then, he spent every bit of his waking hours on his hands and knees. The cure for grief was work, and he had worked until his knees were cracked and his hands were bleeding from the harsh chemical products. The next day, he'd wrap his wounds and get back to work. It stung, it burned, but it was exactly what he needed. They had only opened a month ago, but the little town's interest in the place had grown as they watched the run-down building be restored to its former glory. He was nowhere near breaking even, but for the first month of business, he wasn't doing too shabby. Best of all, he was making it too. He wasn't sure if he'd ever feel happy again, but he was content. He had his business, he had made a new collection of friends and acquaintances who didn't care where he'd come from or what he'd done, and he liked things as they were. He gave the bathroom a quick scrub before he returned to the main room and surveyed his territory. A smile tugged at his face as his attention landed on Cameron and Bailey. His bartender was a few years older than the building owner's daughter, but the boy was shockingly mature. He took care of his mother and his sister, he came to work on time, and if he ever called in, he had a damn good reason for it. Bailey, of course, was the polar opposite of him. The only child of the wealthiest couple in town, she had no idea of the meaning of hard work, and her father had begged Raven to hire her and mentor her. He was doing his best, but sometimes she made his heart ache for home. Sometimes her laugh hit just the right notes and sadness swallowed him. Right now, though, he was fine, and he chuckled as the girl stumbled around the bar, hanging on every word out of Cameron's mouth. Oh, to be young. Hey man, can I get another one of these? Sure thing, Finn. How's the case going? Raven snatched up an empty beer bottle and wiped the round table in front of Finn clean. The man blew out his breath, puffing up his cheeks as he exhaled, and he combed his fingers through his hair. It's a doozy. If you would have told me 10 years ago I'd be dealing with angry wives and cheating husbands for a career, I wouldn't have believed you. If you would have told me I would be owning a bar, I wouldn't have believed you either, so here we are. This one's on the house. Raven tapped Finn's table and then moved away. A long stride carried him back behind the bar, where he tossed the glass bottle in the recycling and grabbed another for the man. Dalia's going to kill you if you keep giving out free drinks, Cameron said, blotting his hands dry. Regulars deserve a freebie once in a while. Yeah, but it throws off the inventory numbers because you don't record it when you do it. Raven blinked and shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, but I buy the inventory, so. Hey boss, I'm not disagreeing with you, but next time she yells at me about the missing inventory, I'm pointing her your way. Cameron laughed. Yeah. Raven waved him off and delivered the free beer to the customer. Then he made his rounds again. The bar picked up as the night wore on, droves of people dropping in for a little pit stop between work and the way home. Some stayed and ordered from the limited menu, soaking up alcohol with greasy French fries. Others lazily nursed a mixed drink or a beer as they wound down from the night. The bar didn't officially close until 3 in the morning, but by 1 o'clock the place had cleared, and the only person hanging around besides the staff was Elise. With a heavy typewriter on the table in front of her, she nursed whiskey sour and pecked the keys. Bleary eyes drooped like her lanky shoulders, and her low bun of stringy hair threatened to spill down her back. The precarious hair tie had been slipping for hours, freeing tendrils and framing her slender face. Elise wrote romance, and she wrote the majority of her romance at the table in the back corner, requesting a new drink every few hours. She downed the last sip, throat bobbing as she swallowed, and she looked up for the first time in hours, brown eyes searching the room until they landed on Raven. He grinned and loped over to her. Refill, huh? Please. How's the chapter going? This is the one where he finds out she's really a princess, right? Elise nodded. It is. Well, how is it? She looked at her manuscript, then looked at Raven. What's another word for dry? They played this game sometimes. When she was stuck or needed inspiration, she called Raven to her, and they mulled over words and their meanings, characters and their motivations, settings and foreshadowing. Arid, he replied. Another. Barren. Desiccated. She hummed, rolling her head over her shoulders, letting her eyes slip closed. I'll have to think on them. Raven smiled. I'll get you another wine. Thank you. She focused on her keyboard again. Oh, and Raven? Yeah. Do you mind if I use your guest room tonight? I feel much more inspired here than at my place, and I need the change of scenery. Nah. I don't mind at all. He smiled, a dimple piercing his left cheek. He stepped away from her, swirling the last crimson drop of wine around in the glass as the casual atmosphere was shattered by a crash. Through the window. It spread shards of glass on the floor, and the muggy late summer heat rushed in along with a crumpled body. The wave of warm air whipped through the establishment, but the body didn't move. Raven detected no heartbeat, but his nostrils flared as the breeze carried the strong scent of datura to his nose. He recognized it, and his lips twitched when he fixed his attention on the creature. His warrior had been stamped down, but it spiraled back through him again, and his fist clenched and released. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his jaw set. Oh my God. We should help them. Bailey cried, rushing from behind the bar. She came empty-handed, and before she reached the creature, Raven grabbed her arm. I'll help. You go back behind the bar. Why? I can help. I want. Now, Raven snarled. He released her, and dragged his attention back to the creature huddled in a fetal position on the floor of his bar. A bunched shirt and fitted pair of jeans exposed the pale, unblemished skin on its lower back, and dark hair fanned across the floor. Booted feet approached, and Raven crouched in front of it. It was human. Or at least it appeared to be, except for the lack of heartbeat and the lingering scent of datura. Closer, there were two other scents. Metallic. Blood. A dizzying amount. And the smell of other werewolves. He uncurled the creature, letting weak limbs flop from one side to the other, revealing a square-faced youthful man. He couldn't be over 30, and he was pale as the day was long, with a dusting of brown freckles and wavy brown hair licking his shoulders, clinging to the fibers of his black t-shirt. His full, lush lips were downturned in a little frown, parted silently in the middle. One could guess he got a lot of attention from those lips, from the whole package, and if he hadn't been lying unconscious on the floor of Raven's bar, Raven might have fallen into his trap too. He pressed the backs of his fingers into the creature's jawline, and at his touch, the creature gasped. Color rose to its skin, giving its cheeks a rosy hue, filling snow-white lips with a blush of color. The creature's heart raced in his chest and its eyes popped open. Blue. Lagoon blue. Rich and almost green. Its pupils shrank then dilated. It lifted itself to its elbows. "Who are you?" Raven rumbled. I don't know." Its voice was musical. A soft tenor, and its lips moved gracefully as it spoke, caressing even simple words. Raven's jaws worked, teeth grinding against each other. "What are you then? Maybe something you can answer?" I don't know," it repeated, recoiling from Raven and doubling over at the same time. A groan slipped from pinkened lips, and bony hands flew to its side, pressing its black shirt into its body. The metallic scent grew stronger, and the creature slumped backwards, eyes rolling to the back of its skull and muscles going limp. Chapter 2. Raven. The smaller man was slack in his arms, as he carried him up to the second floor of the bar and down the hallway. There had been warring deliberation, but the final decision had come from both Elise and Bailey, begging Raven to help the unconscious man. Cameron had no opinion, and Raven's heart softened around the corners when he looked down at the limp creature. His beast was hell-bent on protecting this stranger, and Raven wasn't happy about it. He hadn't expected such a reaction. He sucked his teeth as he kicked open the door to his bedroom and carried the man over to his bed, depositing him in it, fluffing the pillow behind his head, laying his limbs neatly at his sides and tucking the blanket around him. The man didn't move except for shallow, unnecessary breaths and the subtle trace of a heartbeat. He didn't have to do either, and Raven knew he should kill the thing on the spot, but it was fresh, so fresh it still had warmth to its skin and a heart beating in its chest. Its creamy cheeks were full of life, and long dark eyelashes kissed them. Sleeping Beauty. It had been Raven's sister's favorite fairy tale growing up. He had recounted the story so many times. The details were ingrained in his memory. It was a silly story, but as Raven studied the stranger's lips and the fine dark hair framing his snow-white face, he wished he could be Prince Charming. His fingers stroked over the creature's jawline, and then its eyes cracked open again. Its pupils shrank to pinpoints before widening, swallowing teal-blue irises completely. "I'm hungry." The creature's voice cracked over his words, and a peak of eye-teeth pierced his full lips. His hands fisted the sheets and his body snaked against the bed, both recoiling from Raven and leaning into him. Desperate hunger had overtaken him, and as his eyes fixed on Raven's neck, his eye-teeth grew to their full glory. I need blood," Raven rumbled. The creature nodded. Please, can you get me some?" "What?" "Please. I've lost a lot of blood. I'm so hungry." "I'm not getting you any blood." "What the hell do I look like?" Raven snapped. His words broke the frail creature in half. I might die if I don't, and I've never." "You've never what?" It shook its head, nibbling its bottom lip and focusing its attention on the sheets. I know what you must think, and you have already been so kind." The creature shuddered. "I just need to impose on your kindness one last time. I promise I will leave, and you will never see me again. But please, I need." Raven rubbed the back of his neck and shifted his weight from one leg to the other. The creature's grip had started strong, but now its fingers weakened in the sheets. White knuckles were paper thin. The pleading and yelling had drawn it to its last dregs of energy. If Raven did nothing at all, it would be dead before the night's end anyway. Dead, or at least whatever dead was to vampires. Please, its voice broke over the word, and it turned stunning blue eyes back to Raven. The blue was nothing more than a tiny ring around huge pupils, but it was there as a remnant of the creature's human qualities. Raven clenched his jaws. How? He hissed through his teeth. How what? Oh. The vampire's eyes traveled from Raven's face to his neck and then to his wrist. Wherever. You're not biting my neck, Raven warned, shaking his head as he sat down on the edge of the bed. His skin crawled when he thought about the vampire sinking its teeth into his skin. The act was revolting, but the creature beside him was impossible to dislike. It was the innocence, the wide eyes and the frantic scrambling, the asking, the nervousness. Every vampire he encountered had been unforgiving, unyielding, and definitely impolite. Well-spoken usually, but not like this creature. This creature had a way with his movements. Delicate. His fingers, even, were ovaled with nude manicured nails. Of course, he whispered, shivering. Raven twisted his arm, exposing the lighter inside to the creature. It writhed, brows furrowed. See, can I? A lisp hung on its words. It wasn't used to speaking around its new set of teeth. Yeah, Raven rumbled. His pulse picked up, inspiring the creature more. It cradled Raven's arm, thumb stroking over his wrist with a little moan. It happened in a blur of motion. The creature went from reclining to bent over Raven's arm. 4 teeth sank into him, followed by the venom. The venom filled every inch of Raven's body with pleasure, and his eyes rolled back in his skull. He felt his blood leaving his body, but the pleasure overrode it. His body reacted too. His cock hardened against his work jeans. The head pulsed. He came, and he growled through every wave of it. The orgasm wasn't because of the bite. It was a result of it. He'd heard the stories. He knew about vampire venom, but he never had first-hand experience until this point. His cock strained after his orgasm, and his muscles tightened and contracted. His eyes crossed. He exploded with heavy breaths, chest heaving, nostrils flaring. Then the creature retreated, licking over the wounds and sealing them closed. Now its cheeks were full of life. Its heartbeat was stronger, strumming in his chest like a bass drum. The metallic scent clinging to him evaporated. You good? Raven gasped. It cleaned its lips and nodded, eyes fixed on Raven. It was breathless, too. Why, yes. You taste amazing. Raven snarled, sure. And you are truly very kind. Trust me. I'm not. I was considering letting you die. But you didn't. But I considered it, and I'm still considering it. You're not supposed to even be alive, you blood-sucking leech. It recoiled, jerking its head back and dragging now relaxed eyes up to Raven. I what? You heard me. It doesn't matter anyway. You're good. You're safe for tonight and during the day or whatever, but tomorrow night you gotta go. Its features fell. Yes. Of course. Hey. It was your agreement. You said if I helped you, I'd never have to see you again. Make good on your promise. He nodded. I should rest then. Yeah. I guess you should. Raven exited the room, closing the door with a click and dipping into the second bathroom. He cleaned himself up, discarding his stained underwear before replacing his jeans and jogging back down to the main room. The place had now been vacated, but a note sat on the bar counter, weighed down by a sweating bottle of beer. It left a soggy ring, but didn't affect the quality of the information. The message was short and clear. Cameron and Bailey had finished up the bar and locked the place up. Elise had thanked him for the room and board, but had gone to her place for the night instead. She wished him the best of luck with the unexpected visitor. Raven pocketed the note, popped open the beer, and slumped into one of the booths. He guzzled the drink, then dropped his head back, closing his eyes and falling asleep. He woke when the early afternoon sun beamed into the restaurant, warming the interior temperature until the roots of Raven's hair were moist with sweat and his shirt clung to his form. One arm covered his eyes, and he turned away from the light, surly and exhausted, but before he fell asleep again, someone pounded on the front door. A groan. They pounded again. "I'm coming," he shouted and shuffled from the booth, yanking open the front door when he reached it. "About time. I've called your phone 5 times already." A pear-shaped woman wiggled her way past Raven and into the establishment. Her weathered features soured as she looked around the place. "Did you even do your nightly routine? It looks like a oh. Oh no, you didn't do your nightly routine. Right. She waved a hand. "Forget what I said." "What?" "Cameron texted me last night and told me you had a visitor?" "Well, technically, he texted me to let me know not to be alarmed by the broken window. He said he and Bailey patched it up." She lifted her eyebrows, glancing around the establishment quickly. Eyes landed on the patched-up window and then traveling back to Raven. "Oh. That reminds me again." She dug into her purse and pulled out a hand-addressed envelope, offering it to Raven. "I got this from the mailbox. Not a visitor from home. He came tumbling in, quite literally, and I let him crash here. I'll deal with the window." "Well, okay. Where is he? I want to see him." "I imagine he's still sleeping. Guess he kind of had a long night, you know." Raven grunted. "I guess. Cameron told me he looked about half dead when you scooped him up. All the way passed out and everything." "Yeah, but I got him set up in my room and I got some food in him. He woke up long enough to eat. His muscles remembered the bite and his whole body shuddered." He cleared his throat. "So, why are you here anyway? Did you forget? You told me I could come in on the off day and do a full inventory. Or at least start the inventory. I'll need several more days to get it done, but today will be a good start. Are you going to open your letter?" Dalia recovered a notebook and a pen from her purse next, skipping over to the bar counter. As she sat down, she plopped the notebook on the table and drummed her pen on the first empty page. Raven studied the letter. He recognized the handwriting. It was Jona's, and he could almost imagine the contents of the letter, too. Scolding him for leaving the way he did, chastising him for staying gone so long, and begging for him to come home to the reservation. Getting a letter from Jona wasn't new. If she spent time on something else besides convincing him to come home, she'd have a lot more free time on her hands. He folded the letter and tucked it into his back pocket. "No, I'll open it later." "Raven." "Dalia?" His eyes widened. "Look. I don't know what you're running from, but you get a letter damn near every week. I'm going to tell you a little secret here. It's easier if you deal with it than continue running." "Right. Don't you have some inventory to be doing?" "Aha." She rolled her eyes. "I'll be in the kitchen if you need me. If you're hanging around, you ought to try actually cleaning this place up." She wagged her finger around the front room. "Sure." They broke apart, and Dalia disappeared into the kitchen while Raven dug cleaning supplies out of the closet. The place was in need of a solid job, so he got to work, starting with all of the surfaces. Then he wiped down the chairs and swept the floor. "How you coming out there?" Dalia poked her head out from the kitchen as dusk settled around them. Raven paused, wiping his forehead and propping his hands on his hips. He rocked in his boots, pushing his hips forward, popping his back. "Not too bad. About to start on the floor. What about you?" "Well, I'm working on balancing this mess you call a business." "How exactly were you surviving without me?" "I wasn't. I just started. You came around at the right time." Raven smiled. "If it weren't for you, I guess I'd have to do my own balancing. Who knows how long that'll take?" "Good Lord. I can't imagine." Raven laughed. Yeah. I'm not terrible. Calm down. If I didn't have you, I could scrounge something together. Right, which terrifies me. What would you throw together?" "A couple of sticky notes and a few," her words broken off. "Huh." Raven spun on his booted heels, flicking his eyes to Dalia, whose attention was fixed forward. She faced the hallway, and he followed her gaze until his eyes landed on the creature from the previous night. Healed and stunningly handsome, the creature stood at the base of the stairs in a pair of Raven's joggers with his own fitted shirt. His hair fell in wisps, tickling his shoulders and his ears. His blue eyes studied Raven, and he sucked in a soft breath when their eyes met, full lips parting. Raven rumbled, tearing his eyes away from the creature's and glancing down his body, stopping at a delicious little sliver of skin separating his shirt from the joggers. "Hi," the creature breathed. "You're still here?" Raven growled. "You can be nicer," Dalia stage whispered. "He said if I fed him, I'd never have to see him again." "Funny. I see him." Dalia shook her head. "Don't mind him. She cut her eyes to Raven, he's being an ass." After wiping her hands down her jeans, she strolled over to the creature. "I'm Dalia. What's your name?" The vampire twitched, stepping backwards and shrouding himself in the shadows of the hallway. "Oh, it's okay, sweetie. Can I get you something to eat?" Another step backwards. Dalia turned away and scowled at Raven. "You've scared him. You need to apologize." "No. Raven. I will put up with how you give half of our stock away and the way you never answer any calls from your family or read the letters sent by them, but I will not watch you be mean to this young man. Please." The creature whispered, hugging the railing to the stairs. "It is okay. He's right. I promised I would leave, and I should." No. You can stay here. Raven has an extra bedroom he's not using." "I'm using my extra bedroom." "Please. I would never want to impose. I cannot accept free room and board." "I can," then he stopped himself, and a frown marred his elegant features. Dalia cooed. "Oh, you can work in the bar to pay off your room and board. You can wash dishes or bus tables. It's easy work, don't worry." "I'm not hiring him." "Raven. Cut it out. He clearly needs help, and you're going to pull your head out of your ass and give it to him. It's not going to kill you to lend him your extra bedroom or let him work here until he gets back on his feet. You hired the building owner's daughter, and I've never even seen her lift a finger to work. The owner's daughter is different. She's a child. And you've been paying her minimum wage to make googly eyes at the bartender. He's staying, and it's final." Dalia's tone was firm, and a rumble worked out of Raven's throat. "Fine," he growled. "Fine." Dalia looked at the creature again. "Sweetheart, what's your name?" I am sorry. I must," the creature stammered before he turned around and rushed back up the stairs, leaving a lingering scent of datura in his wake. Dalia didn't notice, but it tingled Raven's nose, burned his throat, and tickled his belly. "Now look what you did. You scared him off." "No, I didn't." Yes, you clearly did with your unnecessary rudeness. What's gotten into you?" "Nothing. He said he was going to leave, and he should make good on his promise." "Raven. Don't be ridiculous. He has nowhere to go clearly." "Not my problem." "Make it your problem and go upstairs and talk to him." "No." Dalia glared. "I thought you were a better person than this. The Raven I know is kind and sweet and would help out anyone in need. This person? This person is unnecessarily cruel, and I don't like him. And if he's staying, then I'm going." "Dalia." "I'm serious, Raven. You figure something out with that young man, or you can put up a now hiring sign." Another growl worked out of him, and his eyes narrowed as he watched the sour-faced woman in front of him. "I am not scared of you. Go upstairs and talk to him." Raven didn't move, but he held the woman's gaze. Unblinking. "Right now." Dalia stepped forward, propping her hands on her hips directly in front of Raven. "Fuck it," he snarled, flicking his eyes away. "Fine. I'll talk to him. Happy?" "Honestly, I'm not." Chapter 3. Raven. When he reached the bedroom again, he closed the door, collapsing on the plush comforter after the door clicked. The cheap sheets were harsh against his skin, and the mattress was too soft for his preferences, but Raven's scent attached to the fibers made it the most inviting place in the entire building. Raven's blood still coursed through him, hot in his veins. Spicy. He had drunk human blood before, and it wasn't the same. It was more satisfying, but also more delicious as well. If human blood was a well-balanced meal, Raven's blood was the same, with a nutritious dessert right afterwards. The blood wasn't it, either. Raven was handsome and strong and sexy, and he remembered the other man's hands around him, carrying him upstairs and tucking him into the bed. He remembered the intensity of his eyes too, the concern hidden in a calloused gaze. He picked at a stray thread in Raven's joggers, tugging it before smoothing it in the crease of the pants as the bedroom door opened. Raven's rolling confidence and authoritative energy preceded him into the room, and the vampire's eyes shot up. He drank in the sight of the darker-skinned man, enjoying it like aged bourbon. His gaze trailed over Raven's square face and heavy jaw, over his thick corded neck, and down his broad shoulders. A shirt hid the rest of his torso, and it cuffed his thick biceps while billowing around his pinched middle. A utilitarian pair of jeans sat on his lower half, and unlaced boots covered his feet. And there was something about Raven, beyond knowing the taste of his blood, that made the vampire's mouth water. "Hi," he murmured, the same greeting he had given downstairs. "Hey," Raven gruffed. "You can stay if you want. I do not want to be in your way. I will go. I promise." "No, seriously. You didn't come with anything, and you don't have anything. Even if you did have something, you don't have it now. You do not have to extend your kindness to me if you don't want to. I will leave. I understand. I said you could stay." "Yes, but you have been pushed into the decision by your friend. You would prefer it if I was gone. I understand this. Just fucking stay. What do you want me to do? Beg you to stay here?" He turned away from Raven, twisting away from him as tears brimmed his bottom eyelids. The moon shone through the window, illuminating the room, taunting him with the concept of freedom even though he was trapped in this new life. Raven was right. He had nothing, and even if he left, he had nowhere to go. Whoever had changed him wanted it this way. They wanted him dependent. Begging would be unnecessary. Yeah, I'm hearing that word a lot lately. Everything's unnecessary, huh? No. I believe your reaction is warranted. I know what you think of my kind. I think you're blood-sucking leeches, and you proved it last night. I think the lot of you should be dead." He nodded, fixing his gaze out the window. "What's your name, anyway?" I do not remember." "You don't remember your name." "I do not remember anything before I crashed into your establishment." "Huh." The floors creaked under Raven's weight and heavy footfalls paced the room. "Well, I can't call you Bloodsucker, so you kind of need a name if you're going to stay around here." "I would agree, yes." The moon was full. Blood orange and overtaking most of the pitch-black sky. It was so bright the stars faded in the distance. "All right, so what do you want me to call you?" "I suppose it does not matter." "Okay then, how about Johnny?" "I believe no." "Milo?" He shook his head again. "It is not my name." "Okay," Raven grunted. "How about Tobin?" The third name gave him pause, and he snapped his head around, turning wide eyes to Raven. What?" He chewed his bottom lip. "Tobin works. It sounds correct." "It sounds correct?" Raven confirmed. Tobin nodded. "Yes. It sounds correct." "Well, whatever. If it's what you want your name to be, then have at it." "I do. Thank you. Names are, how you say, important. A source of identity." "Yeah. Names are important." Tobin lowered his eyes, studying the man's work boots. "You are a werewolf." "What?" "You're how you say race." "How do you figure I'm a werewolf?" "Because of your blood. It doesn't taste like a human's blood. It's, well, better. More nutritious. More satisfying. You remember how human blood tastes but can't remember your name? I suppose I do. Speaking of blood, if you're staying here, no one can know what you do. They don't even know about me. And you're not drinking my blood again. It was a one-time deal, and we're done with it. I understand. Good. So how do you plan to take care of your problem? I have been thinking on it, Tobin said after several dragging moments of silence. He had thought on it, but mostly his mind had turned over every memory of Raven's blood from the second it touched his tongue until the last drop had been swallowed. There was nothing out there as good as what he'd tasted, and even now, human's blood, which had been a delicious vice, was dwarfed by Raven's rich taste. Okay, and what have you been thinking? The man folded his arms over his broad chest, quirking his thick eyebrows. Animal blood. Perhaps cow. You want me to find cows and drain their blood for you. You do not have to do anything for me. I am capable of obtaining blood on my own. I am self-sufficient. Aha. You have a heartbeat and you're still sucking in breaths. I'd guess you haven't even been a vampire for more than a week by the looks of it. That, or you were a real goody-goody when you were alive. The corner of Tobin's lips turned downward. I wish I could remember. It doesn't matter, anyway. We also can't keep a bunch of containers of blood in the downstairs refrigerator. Sorry to say, but blood really doesn't look like tomato juice. Yes, of course. Yeah. Well, I guess you need to start getting settled in. Guest room is down the hall. Raven hiked his thumb towards the door. Since you're staying here, you're going to have to pull your own weight. This means you'll be downstairs every night we open. You'll be working. Bussing tables, cleaning dishes, whatever needs to be done, you'll be doing it. Cleaning dishes? Tobin fluttered his eyelids. Yeah. Cleaning dishes, pretty boy, so we can roughen up those soft hands of yours. Tobin rubbed his palms. And if I do not want my hands roughened? Raven shrugged. Tough. Can't pay you to sit around and look pretty. Well, Tobin sighed, if I may, I would like to rest for the rest of the night. After resting all day? No fucking chance. Move your shit to the guest room, do what you need to do to make yourself safe, and then meet me downstairs. There's work to do before we open tomorrow, and you're going to help. Tobin's nostrils flared, and he lifted his chin and let his eyes travel around the room. I don't have any shit. You don't have anything to wear? Obviously not. I have only what I had the previous evening. Right, well. You look okay in my pants and your shirt. I probably have a few shirts I grew out of or something, and I got an extra pair of boots. They're probably too big for you, but whatever. It's all there in the closet, Raven grunted. When you're all changed or whatever, meet me downstairs. Yes. Of course. Chapter 4. Tobin. The best part about Raven's room was the way all of his clothes, his sheets, and all the furniture smelled like sandalwood and pine. His scent clung to his possessions, and the combination of sandalwood and pine was quickly becoming Tobin's favorite smell. He had experienced the best sleep in years roped up in Raven's sheets. Safe. Protected. And when he woke, he closed his eyes again, enjoying a few more moments of security. He didn't remember much of anything beyond when he fell into the bar. He knew Tobin was close to his name. Perhaps not exact, but close. It tickled something inside his brain. Recognition. He knew he sustained this new body with blood, and the sun stung his skin. He had always been fair-skinned. The sun had never been kind to him, but now it burned, raising welts on his flesh. They took days to heal. He also knew he didn't do manual labor, but his body yearned to be next to Raven's. He set his heartbeat by the other man's. He matched his breath with him. For whatever reason, he was tethered to him. Despite his rough demeanor and his surly words, Raven drew him in. Tobin changed from Raven's lounge pants to his smallest pair of jeans, drawing them tight with a belt, and he dunked his feet into Raven's second pair of boots. Raven's jeans hung on his hips and the boots were a size too big. His feet slid in them as he exited the bedroom and strolled down the hallway, sauntering down the stairs until he hit the ground floor. He only sensed one heartbeat besides the faint thumping in his own chest. "Where is your employee?" Tobin called as he followed the wall from the staircase to the bar, flicking his gaze into the kitchen where Raven stood in front of the refrigerator with a small notebook in one hand, a pencil in the other, and a slight frown on his face. Dalia, was it?" Raven tore his eyes away from his task and glanced back at Tobin. "Yeah. Dalia. She left, so it's just me and you." His eyes trailed over Tobin's form, and Tobin arched his chest, presenting himself to the other man, taunting him. Instinctively, he knew how to call to Raven's primal side, and he tipped his head in increments. Submitting politely. "My clothes don't fit you." "They do not," Tobin confirmed, sucking his full bottom lip as he inched closer, pausing in the doorframe of the kitchen. "Your pants are far too big for me, and your shoes, well. They do fit better, but still, they are a size too big." "You've got big feet then." Tobin wrinkled his nose. "Perhaps." The tips of his ears burned, and he stepped inside the kitchen completely. "You requested my help?" "Right, yeah. I need you to unload and reload the dishwasher. I like all the dishes to be clean for the start of the next day. Makes things easier." Raven motioned to the industrial device. Tobin had seen dishwashers before, but nothing similar to the one in Raven's kitchen. He rocked on his heels as he approached it and drew the full racks out. Plates, silverware, and glasses had been skillfully packed inside, and Tobin's eyes widened. "Oh. I do not know where all these go." "Look around and figure it out," Raven grunted. "It's not rocket science." "This is true. Rocket science would be easier, I think." Raven stifled a chuckle. "Aha. Unload the dishwasher, put the dishes away, and load it again. Get it done because there's a lot more we need to do." Tobin sucked in a breath. "I am not made for manual labor." "Yeah, sure, but if you're going to live in my guest room, you're going to have to pay for it. Unless you have some money hidden somewhere, you have to work. It's what normal people do, pretty boy." Tobin closed his eyes. His mouth formed a protest, but he had no evidence to back up his claims. He had money, except none of it was on him anymore. He had wealth. It was a fact as sure as Raven's strong heartbeat, but right now he was nameless and in borrowed clothes, and it was infuriating. "You assume I am normal?" "Well, besides your affliction, yeah. If you're something special, let me know." "I am more than my affliction." "I bet. Except you don't remember, so I guess it doesn't much matter." "Didn't your employee tell you to be nice?" "I am being nice. You're still alive right now. My kind kills your kind, and we do it well. It's taking everything in me not to rip your neck out and watch you turn to ash. If you are so bent on it, then why don't you? Put us both out of our misery. I will no longer have to hear you carry on about how much of a fierce, scary werewolf you are, and you will be free of a vampire." "No. No. I am sorry. Is there something preventing you from doing this magnificent thing you are so talented at?" "Yeah, actually there is." "And what is this thing? Please share it with me. I'm curious." "You had my cousin's scents on you." "Your cousin's?" Tobin lifted his eyebrows, finally dipping one slender hand into the dishwasher and recovering a singular plate. He placed it on the counter gingerly and stacked the next plate on top of it. "Yeah. My cousins. It's what we call other packs or families. There's no real formal name." "I see." "Yeah," Raven groused. "So anyway, you're a pup. A fledgling. If my cousins wanted you dead, you'd be dead." "I see. You think you could stand toe-to-toe with people trained to hunt your kind?" "I didn't insinuate anything of the sort." Tobin removed a few more plates, stacking them delicately before he began removing silverware one at a time. "Good. Because you wouldn't. You'd be dust, which is why if they thought to throw you into my establishment, I feel an obligation to keep you safe." He arched an eyebrow as Tobin lined the silverware beside the plates. "You're going to spend all night unloading the dishwasher, and we really have more to do. We need to prep food for tomorrow, too." "Prep food?" "Yeah. This is a kitchen. You're helping. You know what, Lord? Leave the dishes and come here. I'll set you to cutting some condiments. You ever cut fruits and vegetables before?" Tobin took in an unnecessary breath, expanding his chest as he spun on his heels, feet shifting in Raven's oversized shoes. "I have not, I don't think." "Really? You ever had a job before? Like a job doing something?" Tobin frowned. "If a job is what people do, then I am confident I had one." "Yeah, I bet," Raven muttered, grabbing several lemons and limes from a huge refrigerator. He placed them on the counter next to a knife. Then he beckoned Tobin closer. "Come here. Let me show you how to do this." "Do what?" With wide eyes, Tobin inched across the room until he was next to Raven at the prep station. He could chart the time by Raven's steady heartbeat. It was a silent metronome, ticking consistently, giving Tobin something to focus on. "Cut these guys. There's a method to it, so they're perfect for accenting drinks. If you do it wrong, Cameron'll be upset." "Cameron is your bartender?" "Yup. He's been working here since the beginning. He's a good kid, real hard worker, but he can be particular about the way he likes his things done. Perfection. All these have to be cut pretty much exactly the same. You toss the ends." "Toss them where?" Tobin laced his fingers behind his back, lifting his chin as Raven demonstrated. His strong hands cradled one of the small citrus fruits, and he sliced it in half before into quarters. His hands moved in an expert dance, and he gripped the knife with an easy confidence. Tobin's thoughts traveled back to his faint memories of being cradled by the other man, carried like he was nothing more than a sack of flour, and deposited in the bed. Raven had been gentle with not just a stranger, but an enemy as well. Tobin flushed and turned his head away. "Toss him in this container here." He tapped a stainless steel container full of lemon and lime ends. "I don't like throwing things away because these supplies are expensive, so you know you can use these for cleaning. Citrus is real good for it. Anyway, you kind of have to watch me, or you won't know what the hell you're doing." "Ah." Tobin shivered, bracing himself with one hand on the counter and one leg supporting his light weight. "This is kinda important, so you come over here and try behind me." "Of course," Tobin whispered, closing the last few feet of distance between them. When Raven handed him the knife, their fingers touched. Tobin's cool, clammy fingers brushed over Raven's blazing skin. There were sparks, natural lightning, even before there was a connection, and when Tobin pulled his hand away, his skin buzzed. "Yeah." Raven cleared his throat and shuffled aside, giving Tobin access to the prepping station. "Go ahead." The knife was foreign in Tobin's hands. He had never held one before. He knew this fact for certain. He mimicked the way Raven had handled the kitchen tool, tightening his grip on the handle as nimble fingers fished out a fresh lemon. It was moist from condensation, slippery, and bumpy under his fingers. The divots were so pronounced he could count them. Or he could count a square and multiply it by the assumed surface area of the lemon. The latter would be more effective if he had a use for the knowledge. His thumb stroked along the top of the lemon, and then he placed it on the cutting surface, balancing it in his fingers precariously as the hand holding the knife sliced through it long ways. His cut was crooked, and Raven made a soft noise. A groan, but he didn't stop Tobin. "This isn't right." Tobin placed the knife down and looked at Raven. "You finish." "Nope. You gotta learn this. It's just slicing fruit. Keep going." "No. You are mocking me, and I have never done this before. It is not fair." "It's just, good Lord. Come here." Raven picked up the knife, then moved behind Tobin, sliding his other hand over Tobin's, and picked up one half of the lemon. He turned it face down on the counter, leaving the curved side up, and guided Tobin's knife-gripping hand towards the lemon. A shiver trickled down his spine as Raven's chest brushed against his back. Oh, Tobin arched. The points of his shoulder blades touched Raven's chiseled form, and he stood on his toes. His breath quickened as Raven guided him through slicing the lemon, fingers trembling under Raven's rough hand. This was a wonderful explanation. I should retire. He wrestled himself away from Raven, ducking under his arm and putting distance between their bodies. A chasm of space, but it still wasn't enough to calm his pounding heart or his racing breath. Raven rumbled gently, finished the lemon, and looked at Tobin. What? He started but paused. Some things couldn't be easily disguised. Elephants, blatant lies, and the bulge in Tobin's pants. It only grew when Raven's attention fixed on it. I'm going to retire. Please. Forgive me. I will be prepared for work tomorrow evening. Yes. Tobin stumbled over his words, taking several steps backwards until he was at the entrance of the kitchen. Then he turned around and dashed out, racing up the stairs and escaping to Raven's room. Chapter 5. Raven. Raven licked his lips when the vampire dashed off. His reaction was unexpected, but something inside the werewolf liked it. He appreciated the way Tobin arched under him, the way the wings of Tobin's shoulder blades and the swell of Tobin's ass touched his body. The lithe creature was delicious, and if he wasn't a vampire, Raven would have devoured him the second his lagoon blue eyes popped open. His beast still considered it. Every second spent around Tobin chiseled away at his resolve. Despite his earlier insistence, Raven slept in the extra bedroom once the next day's prep was finished, and he woke around midday, showered and dressed in a lazy tank top and athletic shorts. After a quick check on Tobin, who was deep in the hooks of sleep, he closed the door again, leaving him in complete darkness, and went for a jog. He ran around the city, around the lakefront, and through the shallow neighborhoods before he made it back to the bar. Then he showered again and met his employees downstairs. Cameron had already arrived and begun setting up his station for the night. When Raven descended the stairs, he flicked his attention up and gave the other man a lopsided grin. Hey there. Hey, Raven grunted. How's the new guy? Settling in okay? The tease was in his tone. He's fine. So what's the plan for him? Cameron asked. He's going to work here. Wait, really? You sure? When I got in, the dishwasher was half empty, and there was a sink full of glasses. Right. Yeah, he's settling in. You know the sad thing? What? Those couple of dishes were more than Bailey did her whole last shift. Raven snorted. Hey. Leave the girl alone. She's good with the customers, and she's young. From the looks of it, the new guy's pretty young too. How old is he? He looks barely in his 20s. Don't know. Didn't ask. Honestly, he probably wouldn't remember if I did ask him. What do you mean? He's got some amnesia going on. I don't know if it's because of physical trauma or he's compartmentalizing. I mean, we did find him hurt already. Who knows what he's been through? True. Anyway, he's really going to be working around here? You know this blows, right? I told my buddy you weren't hiring. When he swings by again, he's going to see the new guy and think I was lying. Tell him the new guy doesn't get paid. Free room and board is definitely payment. Plus, all the extra food you can get around here. Raven blinked and cocked his head to the side. Excuse me? Cameron paused, cutting wide eyes to Raven as he cleared his throat. Not free food, but you know, stuff you make with the leftover prep at the end of the night or making tacos when the tortillas start going bad. You know, extra food. Raven's gaze lingered on Cameron before he grunted and continued into the kitchen. I'll do the dishes real quick. No need. I already did them. Didn't take but a second, and I'm used to doing them behind Bailey anyway. Yeah, so what's with you and her? Bailey? Nothing's with us. She's a baby. Aight. You're a baby. Nah. I mean, she doesn't have any real life experience, you know what I mean? Hardest thing she's had to do with her life is get a job, and this job was basically given to her. Like I could get fired, but you can't really fire the landlord's daughter, can you? I could, but my rent'll probably go up, Raven mused. Look. I've been on my own since 16. We're only 5 years apart, but it's a lot longer when she's got a trust fund or whatever they give rich people, and you've been working since high school. Hell, half the time I can't even relate to anything she's saying. All her graduation excitement just, he motioned over his head. Yeah. You know, kid, you can go back and get a GED. It's not like I'm firing your ass anytime soon either. I could. I hate school though. The year I was able to drop out, I was so damn happy. Like, he shook his head, no more Mrs. Peters' math class? Yeah, finally. You should go back and get your GED. Raven's tone changed slightly. You may've been on your own since 16, but you've been working here since this place opened. You're just as important to me as Bailey. More, actually. Bailey's the landlord's kid. You're like a little brother to me. Gee, thanks, an older brother I never needed. You're welcome. You know what else? I think you should go ahead and ask her out. You know we work together, right? You want me to ask out another employee. You said it yourself. She don't really need this job. Plus, I'm sick of y'all making googly eyes at each other. She's attracted to you. You're attracted to her. And there's nothing wrong with dating someone different from you. It's good for you to get a different life perspective. Whatever. She'll probably want to go to the movies, and then get ice cream or something. Okay. What's wrong with the movies and ice cream? All her friends hang out at the ice cream place. I still don't see the problem here. Cameron scowled as he polished and put away glasses. My problem is, he started as the front door swung open and Bailey stepped inside. The afternoon sunlight beamed through her bowed legs, and manicured fingers adjusted the high hem of her short shorts. Not in dress code. What? She breathed. Oh no. These are my last pair of clean shorts. Yeah, well, they're too short for you to work in them. If you bent over, one of your lips'll fall out. Either you need to go home and change, unroll the hems, or I can give you something of mine to wear all night, Raven said. Hua? Bailey groaned, digging her cell phone from her shallow pockets. The hems are made like this. I can't unroll them. Guess you're going home to find something a little longer to wear. Making me change clothes is sexist of you. We learned about sexism in school. Bailey skipped over to the two men. Cameron glanced her over, but Raven's attention never left her face. You learned about sexism, huh? She nodded. Sexism is when you don't have the same rules for men as you do women. You'd let Cameron wear short shorts. Lord, no, I wouldn't. It's beside the point. The point is, the only reason I have to change is because it's going to be a distraction to the clients. If men are going to be distracted by my body, then it's their problem, not mine. I actually agree with you, except it's my business, and I don't want you wearing booty shorts while you're working for me. You want to be half naked, you can work at the titty bar down the street, or you can apply to work at the landing strip near the airport. Here, you're gonna have to wear clothes. Bailey poked out her upper lip and flicked her eyes towards Cameron. Well. He shrugged, clearing his throat and scratching the back of his head. You look good, but you probably should go change, you know. I mean, I understand sexism, but sexist or not, you still don't want some old man grabbing at your ass or whatever. They grab at my ass anyway. She rolled her eyes. Fine. I might have a change of clothes in my car. She spun on her heels, and her cascade of neatly trimmed hair billowed behind her as she skipped out of the establishment. Sexism. They ought to teach them respectability in school, but I guess they keep missing that conversation, Raven grunted. She's got a point though. You don't spend any time critiquing my clothes. Because you've been working since you were a kid, and you know better than to come in looking any kind of way. Raven went back to work. I guess. Wish things weren't the way they were. Don't we all? But we live in this world and she can't wear glorified panties while she works in my bar. Bailey came back in a longer pair of shorts and her hair up in a ponytail. She looked more presentable, but she sported a scowl as she moved behind the bar and finished preparing for the night. 10 minutes after they got everything set up, the doors opened and their usual patrons trickled in. The night was steady and the crowd went in waves. The bar was packed at 6 o'clock, empty at 7, and then full again as 9 o'clock rolled around. Bailey's shift ended at 9:30, so a half hour before, she abandoned her post as Cameron's assistant and disappeared inside the kitchen. Dalia arrived at 9 o'clock and made her rounds, greeting her regular customers as she tied on her apron and got to work. At 1/4 the hour, Cameron nudged Raven in the side, tearing him away from a chatty customer and directing him to the stairway, where Tobin stood, pale and white-knuckling the railing. Mahogany hair fell in natural bedroom waves, and the dusting of freckles across his nose stood out against his pallid skin. His blue eyes fixed on Raven. "He looks like shit," Cameron whispered. "Yeah," Raven grunted. "See what he needs." Dalia traded places with Raven, wiping her hands on her apron. "Right." With another grunt, Raven moved out from behind the bar and approached Tobin, dragging his hands over his jeans as he walked. "What's up?" Tobin flicked his eyes over Raven's shoulder, biting his peachy lower lip. I have to feed." "Now." "You have to feed now?" Tobin sucked in his breath and gave a weak nod. I can think of nothing else." Chapter 6. Tobin. The color drained from Raven's face, and his pulse galloped at Tobin's confession. His blood sloshed around his body, taunting Tobin, and he watched the thick vein in Raven's corded neck expand and contract with oxygenated blood. It was enticing, and he was the desperate sailor to Raven's siren call. I can think of nothing else." Tobin pressed his lips together, before they naturally parted again. "Please," he whispered. Raven's eyelids fluttered, and he rested both hands on his hips, pushing them forward an almost imperceptible few centimeters. "How?" "I've been thinking more on this, and I think animal blood is definitely best." Raven twitched, scuffing the bottom of his boots against the original wood flooring of the place, and squinting his heavy brow. "Fine. We'll see what we can find. You ready to go?" "Yes. We need to get you some clothes, too. You look extra raggedy wearing mine." "Where do you suppose?" "There's a 24-hour supermarket on the main highway. We can swing in there and get you a few things." "A supermarket? Where they sell clothes alongside food?" "Yeah. A supermarket. The only place you're getting any sort of clothes in damn near the middle of the night," Raven rumbled. "You don't have any money to raise an objection, anyway." His statement burned. Intrinsically, he was right. Tobin didn't have as much as a penny to his name, but every fiber in Tobin's body said otherwise. He wasn't penniless, and he knew he didn't shop at supermarkets for anything. "Listen. Wait here real quick. Let me tell everyone what's up, and let them know they'll have to close up without me. I don't expect we will be gone all night." "Yeah, well, I don't want to rush this thing, and we have to figure out a long-term solution for your hunger." "Yes." "Okay." Raven glanced him over. "Hang on a second." The brawny man jogged back over to the bar counter and satisfied the curiosity of his entire staff. He whispered, but Tobin's senses were keen and his words were loud. He lied to them all, saying Tobin was feeling ill, and given what he had been through it was worth a quick swing into the emergency room. It was a valid excuse given his pale skin and cloudy mind. If his primal instincts hadn't told him of his hunger, he would assume the emergency room as well. The women's faces dropped, while Cameron's features were stony as Raven dictated the rest of the evening to them. Dalia was assigned the front of the house duties, and Cameron was assigned the back of the house. They'd leave an hour after closing, even if things were unfinished. Raven promised he would deal with anything incomplete, then he spun on his heels, checking his pockets for his cell phone and keys before approaching Tobin again. "Ready. Let's get out of here," he rumbled, squeezing past Tobin into the hallway and leading him to the back entrance. "I feel like a whore." What? Raven blinked. Whores are taken in and out of the back entrance, aren't they? Wow. I mean, I guess they are. Wouldn't know. Never hired one. Raven cleared his throat and held the door open for Tobin. Didn't think you wanted to walk through the front of the house with everyone staring at you. Ah. Tobin quirked his lips in a light smile. So considerate of you. He stepped outside into the cool night air. Weeks ago, he had felt the wind on his face, but not anymore. The wind rustled his hair and his clothes, but he felt nothing against his skin. Yeah, Raven grunted. The truck is mine. It's unlocked. He motioned to a faded red pickup truck. It had seen far better days, and Tobin twitched as he observed it. This wasn't his preferred method of travel either. He had few memories of who he had been, but he knew very clearly who he hadn't been. He hadn't been a man to drive in a truck born before himself, or a truck at all. The sleek black sports car next to the truck appealed to Tobin more. I see. Tobin opened the pickup truck and climbed into it, sitting on the bench seat with his hands in his lap. The interior, at least, was well kept and smelled of fruit and leather. Raven climbed into the driver's side, collapsing in the seat and fitting the keys into the ignition. The vehicle dinged rhythmically until Raven closed his door. All right. Let's talk for a minute. Of course. Tobin rolled his shoulders and fixed his attention forward. You still thinking cow's blood or something else? I mean, it's not like the local meat market sells pints of blood. I understand this. We can't just go offing someone else's cows either. I am not so sure I would need to kill the animal to drink the blood. Yeah, but what, you're going to pop up every night, take a few swigs and then come home? I do not know. Raven pressed his lips together and shook his head. He rubbed his temples, pinching the excess skin on his forehead together. This is bullshit. I can handle this on my own if it is too much trouble for you to bother with. Aha. You don't even know your damn name, and again, you don't have any money. I have money, Tobin spat. Where? Not here. He scowled. I had money. I am not poor. One day, I will be able to pay you back tenfold for everything you have done for me. Yeah. One day, as long as you actually get your memory back. I'm not holding my breath on it, though. Let me think. Raven ran his hand down his face. I wonder if I could set up a deal with a local butcher. If they slaughter there, then they may drain the animals. Tobin picked at his nail beds before sighing and flicked his eyes to Raven. Are you finished thinking? No. I don't know shit about vampires. Can you drink it? I do not see why I wouldn't be able to. Fine. We'll find you something tonight, straight from the source. Then tomorrow I'll make some calls. It's going to cost a good penny for the blood and for the secrecy. Obviously, no one can know I'm paying for pints of blood every night. Tobin nodded. Thank you. Yeah. It's no problem. You are doing this all because you caught your cousin's scent on me. Tobin inclined his head to Raven. And I guess you didn't ask to be what you are. You were saved by a bunch of werewolves, so it's a lot more complicated than it needs to be. You really don't remember anything? Tobin shook his head. Things are very hazy. You don't remember anything before you were changed, either? Tobin shook his head again. Exceptionally hazy. Well, all right. Let's get you fed and then get some clothes for you. He turned the key in the ignition and backed out of the parking lot, traveling a bumpy 2-lane street. They rode in silence with Raven's attention fixed forward, and Tobin's attention split between the world outside the truck and Raven. As the street shrank to a dirt path, Tobin's attention floated around. His hunger was paramount, but his sense of danger crept on the heels. The fine hairs on the back of his neck stood on end and his skin crawled. Raven could dispose of him. This far out no one would know, and as the minutes stretched on, Tobin squirmed in his seat. You all right? Do we need to stop and let you piss or something? Raven glanced at Tobin before back at the road. No. I just Tobin sucked his bottom lip. If you are going to kill me, do it now. Raven grunted. I'm not going to kill you. Are you sure? Are you lying? We are so far out in the woods. No one would ever know if you did. I'm not going to kill you. And I am to believe you. You got another choice, sweetheart? Tobin sucked in a breath and hated the way his heart turned over at Raven's pet name. I could get out. Yeah, save it. Don't make this a project. I've housed you, looked after you while you slept, and now, Raven veered off the road into the shoulder and killed his truck's engine. I'm committing crimes on your behalf. Tobin rolled his shoulders, working his jaws and grinding his teeth against each other. Raven wasn't wrong. He had plenty of chances to destroy him, but he hadn't yet, and it meant something. What do you want me to do? Raven frowned and dug around his truck until he recovered a wrinkled water bottle with a few swallows of water sloshing around the bottom. He downed it and frowned even more. Wait here. I'll fill this for you. I feel much more hungry than 16 ounces of liquid. Raven jerked his head back, closing his eyes, and then groaned. Fine, he groused, dropping his voice to a low rumble. This is a terrible idea. It is not. I can be discreet. We'll see, Raven grunted and eased out of the driver's side, slamming the door and starting towards an old wooden fence. He hopped over the fence before he realized he was alone and flicked an annoyed glance back to the truck, back to Tobin. He lifted his eyebrows and stomped back to the vehicle, scowling and yanking Tobin's door open. What are you doing? You didn't open the door. What? Raven blinked. I was waiting for you to open the door for me. You were waiting for me to open the door for you. What? You some sort of prince or something? Your hands broke? No. I figured you would be polite. Yeah, well, I figured you had hands. Listen, Princess Vampy Pants. You're really gonna have to try here. There's no castle, and I'm not a knight in shining armor, so you're going to have to do a little of this yourself. Tobin studied Raven. Okay, what are you waiting for now? I am waiting for you to move so I can get out. Raven grunted and took several steps back. Thank you. Tobin slid from the truck's passenger seat and stepped around the burly man as he moved towards the wooden fence. It had seen far better days, and the next harsh storm would most certainly take it all the way out, take it out to pasture and put it to rest. Tobin stepped neatly over it and waited in the high grass for Raven, who joined him after another surly expression. All right. So pick your meal. There are some up the hill and down towards the river. You are confident we will not get caught? Wild animals get at cows sometimes. It's pretty common for a wolf or something to pick one off if it strays away from the herd. Is it? Tobin cast a wide-eyed gaze towards Raven. I have never been around cows. Me neither, really? Anyway, up or down? I suppose it doesn't matter. Which is closer? Up, but the walk is harder. Down then, I suppose. Tobin rubbed his hands together as a spike of anxiety went through him. Feeding. It was his first time after having Raven's heady taste on his tongue, feeling ecstasy through him as Raven took pleasure too. Raven's blissed expression haunted his dreams, and his taste had spoiled his taste buds. Tobin knew animal blood would barely sat him, but at this point he doubted human blood would satisfy him either. He wanted Raven. Raven's pulse mocked him, especially as it picked up when they were close together. His pulse was galloping right now, rushing sweet oxygenated blood through his system. Cool, Raven grunted. Teeth pierced through his gums, stabbing through them. Ah. Tobin gasped. What? And nothing. Slender fingers peeked under his lips, feeling over the new, smooth and sharp teeth. There were 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom, sprouting right over his comparatively dull canines. It's just they hurt. What hurts? My teeth. Raven looked at him. Your vampire teeth? They grew, opening the wound even more. Why, yes. They hurt when they extend. Why are they extending now? I heard they only come out when you're about to. Raven paused, and a growl vibrated his chest. I am not a meal. I know this, Tobin murmured. Raven's growl grew louder, and his pupils shrank. Tobin knew what Raven was, but he had never seen the other man's beast shine in his eyes. Alone, in the wilderness, things were different. Tobin stepped backwards, backing himself into the wide base of a tree. His breath hitched. His own heart pounded in his chest as Raven shifted from a burly man to a beast somewhere between a man and a wolf. Spiky hair coated his entire body, and he stood double his height. Not a meal, his words were garbled from gnashing canines, but his voice boomed, echoing in the silence. Tobin trembled. I know. Please. I know. A pacified rumble exhaled from Raven, and he shrank down to his human form again, shaking his body as if he were shaking fur. The shudder went straight through him. Let's go, he grunted, stalking away from Tobin. Tobin closed his eyes, catching his breath as he peeled himself from against the tree trunk, following Raven's delicious scent as they prowled through the pasture. He scented the cows up ahead, but if Raven smelled like a well-spiced, well-seasoned holiday dinner, the livestock smelled like a military survival ration. It could hardly be any less appetizing, but Tobin was too hungry to refuse. As they came upon the cows, the smell did nothing for his appetite. He had never been around cows or livestock, and he wasn't prepared for the heady natural scent or the smooth velvety hide. The animals were herded but resting, and Tobin's light step carried him to one of the creatures. He came upon a spotted female who had her legs tucked under her body and her eyes closed. Pleasant, unsuspecting. His fingers hovered over her smooth coat. The hunter in him bubbled to the surface, and his intellectual brain shrank as his primal brain grew. He zoned in on the cow's lazy pulse, its steady and strong heartbeat. His eye teeth grew again, extending to their full length and forcing Tobin's mouth open. He lost his control then, to his own surprise, and within an instant his fangs sank into the cow's neck. His venom subdued it, and he pulled hot, thick sustenance from it. He gulped the blood down pint after pint, until he was post-Thanksgiving dinner full, and then he retracted his fangs and wiped his lips with his fingers. You good? Raven grunted. Tobin nodded. Yes. Good. I was gonna get it for you, the blood. Didn't think you would upset your princess sensibilities by feeding straight from the source. It became not my decision. I must be careful not to put off my hunger. Yeah, I might talk to a butcher and get what you need. I already got a plan. Thank you, Tobin whispered. Shall we go now? Yeah. Let's get out of here. We need to get you some clothes your size, so you're not always wearing mine. Yes. Of course. Where? I already told you. We're getting them from the Superstore. Tobin wrinkled his nose. I will look affordable. Yeah, I know. What a shame. Raven shook his head, chuckling as he walked back the way they came. Chapter 7. Raven. The young vampire's skin was effervescent in the moonlight. He was a child of it. He was a corpse during the day, in all sense of the word, but at night he came alive. His heart thumped against his rib cage, and his chest rose and fell with light breaths. Tobin had a certain air about him. He knew his worth even dead, and with no recollection of who he was before. He knew he was someone. He had a pride and self-worth Raven wished he had, but of course Tobin hadn't done the things Raven had done, so it wasn't the same. When they rolled into the 24-hour Superstore's parking lot, Tobin rolled his hypnotizing blue eyes and craned his head, exposing the long column of his neck to Raven. Enticing. The cow's blood had given his skin a more youthful glow, and his lips and cheeks were lush and rosy. You truly expect me to find something to wear here? Yeah, I truly do. Listen, your budget is about $50. $50? Tobin's eyebrows shot up his forehead, touching his feathery hairline. Am I supposed to be going naked? No, $50 is all I got until I finish up with the budget for the month. I don't take from my business. I get paid from it like everyone else, so it ain't pay period yet. Tobin wrinkled his nose. I see. This makes sense, but I am not even sure what I am to purchase here. The usual. At least a pair of pants, a pack of shirts, a pack of drawers. Drawers? Yeah, boxers, briefs, whatever you put on your ass. Oh. Tobin blinked, and then covered his mouth with a giggle. The youthful blush to his cheeks darkened, and he looked away from Raven as a wave of datura blossomed. It was slowly replacing his natural scent. He was slowly becoming a predator. We need not buy drawers. I don't wear them. What? Raven's eyes widened, and he glanced down at the crotch of Tobin's sweats before back into the other man's face. So you've been going around in my clothes with your junk all out? Yes. There is no sense in having a barrier between you and your clothes. It is unnecessary. Tobin's eyes sparkled. Are we going inside? His nostrils flared as he watched the other man, his demure little movements taunting Raven's beast. He knew his family would have thoughts on his interest in a vampire, but beyond being struck by Tobin's almost unnatural beauty, the man was also charming and witty. He was difficult to dislike, especially when he was being flirtatious. It was easy to ignore his attraction when they were in the company of others, when Tobin was upstairs dead to the world during daylight hours, but being alone with him, getting to know him in an uninhibited fashion changed things. The spark between them was obvious. When Tobin's eye teeth had descended, he hadn't been the only one aroused with hunger in the woods. Tobin was so light, so breakable, and Raven wanted to protect him as much as he knew he could destroy him. A young vampire stood no chance against a fierce werewolf warrior, and whether Raven lived on his family lands or he owned a bar in the city, he knew his natural given strengths. His beast had stirred, and his mind conjured images of overpowering the smaller man, teasing him towards the idea of overpowering him, but like a domesticated dog, Raven had no idea what to do next. Did he want to kill Tobin or make love to him? Yeah, we're going inside, Raven grunted, jumping out of his truck and walking around it, opening the door for Tobin without question. The lithe creature slid out of the seat, landing with a light step on the ground and adjusting his clothes, brushing stray locks of hair from his square face. $50. Well, I suppose if I keep every item to around $10, I can purchase 5 items. Or technically 4 items once the tax is figured, Tobin pondered aloud as they walked side by side to the glowing entrance, Tobin's thin shoulders brushing against Raven's bicep. Yup. I used to spend a lot more than $50 on a shopping trip. Tobin breezed past the collection of raggedy carts and strolled through the store as if he owned it, seeking out the men's clothing aisles like a pig searching for truffles. So your memory is starting to come back? Bits and pieces, Tobin mused, picking up a pair of straight-leg trousers. I remember I do not like jeans very much. I prefer pants. The fabric is softer and I do not work outside, thusly I have no need for such harsh fabrics. Raven suppressed a chuckle. Well, all right then. Don't buy any jeans. There is nothing more than sweatpants here if not for jeans. Okay, then get a job and you can pay for your own damn clothes. Tobin shot Raven a look. I believe I used to have one. I cannot remember what though, but I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed dressing nicely every day. You had an office job. Of course, Tobin replied in a matter-of-fact tone, browsing the aisles and drumming his fingers on his lips. Why don't you grab a pack of rib tanks, a couple of sweats and call it? It's not really like you have a specific dress code you're adhering to or anything. Rib tanks? Heavens no. Do you want me to look like a sports player? Raven finally chuckled. Nah, you really don't. Pick what you want then. I'm done helping you. Thank you. Tobin continued through the aisles until he found the clearance rack, and then he looked at each piece, surveying it. So you had an office job, and you spent a lot of money on clothes. Is that all you remember? Tobin turned over the price tag of a pair of gray joggers. This says they were originally $24, and now they are on sale for $8. 8 is 33% of 24, so these are 60% off. He tilted his head, inclining his ear to Raven. I suppose yes. Whoa. Damn. Raven blinked. What? You're good at math? What do you mean? It was a simple percentage question. Yeah, okay, for people who are good at math. You figured it out in seconds. I suppose I did. Tobin looked at the price tag again before showing Raven the sweats. Do you like them? Not much to like. They're a basic pair of joggers, but I bet they'd look damn good on you if it's what you're asking. The smaller man smirked. You think they'd look damn good on me? He inquired, pressing his tongue against his pearly white teeth and trapping it between them as he offered Raven a cheeky little smile. Raven liked it, and his jaws clenched as Tobin offered him the joggers. What? Hold them, please? Why? Why didn't you get a cart? I do not know where those carts have been. They get cleaned. Tobin's brows shot up. Yes, I am sure they are as clean as a teenage boy's bedroom. Raven snorted. You didn't have to go in with specifics, you know. He took the joggers and draped them over his arm as Tobin continued along the aisles. Reluctantly, the man selected a pack of unisex t-shirts and another pair of lounge pants before figuring his total again. $34 so far. I believe I can get one more pair of bottoms, and then we will have met the total, he remarked, forgetting all about his earlier protests. Yeah, Raven agreed. So, what did you like to do for fun? Tobin tore his eyes away from another price tag. What do you mean? I mean, when you weren't working, what did you like to do? I am not so sure. I imagine I enjoyed reading. Many people enjoy it as a pastime. Did you know one of your patrons is an author? Yeah, I know. Elise. She takes her writing so seriously. It seems quite painstaking to me. What if your job had been a writer? Raven laughed. I should hope it wasn't. I don't believe I enjoy writing. Okay, well, there are books at the back of the store. You think maybe if you look at titles something will pop out at you? You do not have the money to purchase books. Or perhaps, I am not willing to sacrifice potentially $15 of my already primitive clothing budget for a book. I mean more for your memory. If you see stuff, you can remember things, right? I suppose this theory is logical. He selected a pair of high-cut lounge shorts with a little triangle slit on both sides. They were long on the hanger, but Raven knew once Tobin put them on, they would pull and bunch at the corners. Don't think those'll work. What do you mean? Tobin turned the shorts over again. Cut looks wrong. I do not know what you mean. The cut seems quite simple. I'm sure any child with a sewing machine and a stack of mesh netting can make this. Yeah, but, Raven rumbled. But what? I'll say it. For a little skinny boy, you got an ass back there. Do I? Yeah. I mean, I'm not staring at it or anything, I'm just saying. Are you sure you are not staring secretly at my behind? Yeah, Raven's whole face filled with color. So anyway, you getting these or not? I am getting them. I need something breezy and open for after showering. Yeah, something tells me you probably don't. I do not like the feeling of wet, moist skin. Right. Then dry off better. No, Raven, it is not so easy. You are still moist even after you dry off. I prefer to air dry. Bougie. Plus, they are only $3, so I am still within your budget. All right. Still don't want to check out the books in the back. The vampire rolled his eyes as he considered it. His full lips pursed together, and his eyes fixed on the generic bulk purchase tiles before he nodded. I suppose it won't hurt. All right. Carrying all of the items, Raven led Tobin out of the sea of clothing racks and towards the back of the store. The back quadrant of the store had been divided into several sections. The far left section was the automotive section, and beside it was the homewares. They stood in front of the electronics, near bargain bins full of straight-to-DVD movies, and late 1990s to early 2000s CDs. Past the bargain bins, books lined 2 long rows, and as Raven peered into the DVD bin, Tobin floated away from him. At first, Raven kept a casual eye on him, but the bargain bin didn't hold his attention for long, and soon he had abandoned the bin of movies in favor of watching Tobin. Vampires were apex predators, and Raven had killed a few in his day, but they hadn't been as innocent and unassuming as Tobin. Tobin provoked the caregiver type. He was a wounded bird in need of healing. A wounded bird with big blue eyes, a cascade of dark hair, and sharp eye teeth hiding in his gums. A wounded bird surrounded by the sickly sweet smell of datura. Tobin's slender fingers raked over book spines, and his gaze softened. He pulled a few from the mass and turned them over, reading the synopsis before opening to a random page and letting his eyes dance across it too. Then he put the book back and continued on. Of course, the beautiful creature didn't stay alone on the aisle for long. Despite its late hour, there were plenty of other shoppers, and a lanky man joined Tobin on the book aisle. A growl started in Raven's throat, and he stomped over to the aisle too. He came up on the other side of Tobin, pulling his attention from the book he had in his hands. It had a flashy cover and a thick spine. Zen and the Art of Finance. The unfamiliar man tilted his head, squinting bland hazel eyes as he read the title of the book. I heard it was a good read. Very helpful. Yes. Tobin lifted his eyes to the gangly stranger. I've never read it before, but it does seem quite appealing. The reviews say it talks a lot about, finance. How to manage money, how to budget, things in the same vein as those. Raven squinted one eye. Obviously, he muttered under his breath. It's a book about finance. Ah. This does seem quite up my alley, as they say. As they say. The man grinned. So, you knew around here? This is kind of a small town, so everyone knows everyone. Oh. Tobin flashed a charming, polite smile, while a rumble grew deep in Raven's chest. I am new, yes. I arrived a few nights ago. Cool. You traveling through or staying for a bit? If you're planning on settling down here, I'd be happy to show you around. Some people think small towns are boring, but really, you just have to know the right places to go. Is this so? Tobin's eyes sparkled. He's got an escort, Raven growled. He can speak for himself, the man snapped back, then looked at Tobin. Well, how about it? Tobin flicked his eyes back at Raven. His expression was serious, stone-faced, and unyielding, but his eyes danced with mirth. Raven's display amused him. It was clear. After a moment, he turned back to the stranger. I will have to politely decline. I appreciate your offer, however. And thank you kindly for the book recommendation as well. The man's features soured, and he looked from Tobin to Raven, then back to Tobin again. Whatever. As he stalked away, Tobin reluctantly stashed the book back on the shelf and turned his body to Raven. He tilted his head, sending his thick mane of hair swaying to one side, and he rolled his eyes up to Raven's, letting his sclera cradle his stunning irises. Would you care to explain what just happened? Raven snarled. I don't know what you are talking about. You flirting with Pimple Face over there? Tobin fluttered his eyelids and pressed his full lips together at the corners. Not pleased. You do not have to call him names because of your own jealousy. I'm not jealous, Raven snapped. No. So then I should catch up with him and let him give me a tour of the town? There's nothing to tour, and no, I don't like him. You don't know him. Raven took in a deep breath and rumbled it out in a long sigh, releasing some of his frustrations as the distance between the stranger and them grew. You don't have to know someone to know you don't like them. Of course. Well, if you are done being overpossessive of me, I would like to check out with my clothes and go back to my tower, beast. You're quoting fairy tales now. Not hardly, but you are playing the part. Do you have a flower wilting in your study? Will you stay angry and jealous forever if the last petal falls before you find love? Tobin quipped as he strolled from the books and back through the Superstore, leading the way out. He walked on his toes with a gentle, graceful sway at his hips, and his hair billowed behind him. Chapter 8. Raven. Let me get this straight. You're not interested in buying meat in bulk, but you want me to drain the animals and give you the blood. Yeah. I know it sounds strange, but I looked it up, and if you're doing humane slaughter here, then you're bleeding them out so you have the blood to spare. I'm willing to pay you for it, so you're making more money. You're going to pay me for some cow's blood? Yeah. Herd cows have about 10 gallons of blood in them. So, if you could get me something like 7 gallons every 2 weeks, I'll pay you $500. And how much are you going to pay me to keep quiet on this to the authorities? I mean, someone doing something fishy with cow's blood seems like something the police ought to know about, don't it? The butcher adjusted his hat on his round, pudgy face. His rosy cheeks shined in the yellow lights of the building's lobby, and his boots squeaked on the floor. Double. $1,000 for the blood every 2 weeks. Raven's jaw clenched. He had the money in savings for a while, but it was nothing more than a band-aid on a bigger problem. $2,000 a month was now the biggest expense he had besides the rent on the bar, and he hoped it would be enough for Tobin. He had no idea how much blood vampires needed nightly because the lore was mixed. One thing said they could go nights without eating, while other whispers insisted vampires had to eat every evening. Despite the conflicting stories, Raven didn't want Tobin going hungry. 7 gallons worked out to 56 pints, which gave him 4 pints a day. It seemed like enough. And a bonus to get started. A grin spread across the man's face, snaggled and crooked. $300 a bonus. It's all I got. The butcher combed his wiry beard before nodding. Fine. $300 to get you started, and you know what, if you hang on a minute, I can get you a couple of ounces of chicken blood if you need something tonight. Yeah, I'll wait. He agreed. With a nod, the man led Raven up a shallow ramp and held the door open for him. Raven ducked inside after him and glanced around the front part of the place. The shelves were full of bagged produce and plastic-wrapped meat. It was somewhere his mother would have shopped for their food. Local, instead of the corporation stealing money and jobs from the residents. The food was cheaper, and the vegetables were fresh and full of flavor, but Raven remembered the saltwater taffy the most. If they had the money, of course, it was a pleasant treat, and the sticky candy glued itself to the roof of Raven's mouth, keeping him quietly occupied as his mother browsed each and every aisle of the store. The store here had closed an hour ago at 5 o'clock, and as the sun crept below the horizon line, Raven knew Tobin would wake soon. Tobin had hungrily gulped from a cow days ago, and he hadn't requested food since, but Raven was proactive. Sounds good. I'll be right back then. Cool. They parted ways then. Raven was left to the front of the store, and the butcher disappeared in the back. With his hands tucked in his pocket, he walked the perimeter of the room, looking over all the specialty cuts, reviewing all the different choices of meats. He eventually rounded to the produce, studying utilitarian bags of French green beans and sweet corn. His mouth watered for it all, but now he lived off burgers, French fries, and nachos. He lived off whatever they had around the bar, and while they had a good variety when it came to meats, cheeses, and grains, they never had much in the way of vegetables. People didn't just order vegetables, especially if they were out at a bar with a beer sweating to the right of them, and a menu full of fatty, cheesy, carbohydrate-loaded food sat to the left. After about 30 minutes, the butcher came out with an 8-ounce jar full of crimson liquid. Here you go. He handed it to Raven. It was still warm. Raven shivered. Thanks. You should keep it refrigerated if you need to store it for a couple of days. I'ma be honest with ya. I have no idea how long blood keeps in the fridge, but I expect at least about 5 to 7 days like food will. Guess you could freeze it, but frozen blood sounds worse than the regular stuff. Yeah. Well, thanks. Raven dug into his pocket, pulling out his billfold and handing the man $300 bills. He had 200s and a $20 bill left over. He closed his wallet, tucking it away again. How soon do you think you can have the first order? Well, it's more about timing than anything else. I should be able to get all 7 gallons out of one cow, but if I don't quite get it, then I'll need a backup source. If you're a little short on blood, it's okay. I don't necessarily need to have exactly 7 gallons. It's just the goal. The butcher nodded. Makes sense. You know, catching blood from a dying animal can be a little stressful. You just may not get all the liquid you was expecting. Yeah. Well, good luck. You've got my number, so you can give me a call when you've got my order ready. Sure thing. The butcher walked Raven to the door, unlocking it and opening it for him. He lingered in the doorway as Raven tucked the jar of blood under his arm and strolled to his vehicle. In times like these, with the curious butcher staring him down, he wished he had escaped to a larger city, not an everybody-knows-everybody town. The butcher's drooping brown eyes were kind, but Raven wasn't sure if they were believable and trustworthy at the same time. He hoped for the best, but he considered preparing for the worst. Either way, he climbed into his truck, resting the blood on the passenger seat and buckling himself in before he turned the key in the ignition and peeled out of the parking lot. He cruised through the town, passing the singular laundromat, bank, and major gas station. As the Superstore came into view, Raven slowed down and veered into the parking lot, killing the engine once he found the closest parking space to the door. Unlike stopping at the butcher's shop, this errand would take him less than 10 minutes. Like a loyal canine, he followed the last lees of Tobin's scent through the store, going straight to the back where the books were. He stood in front of the books, dark eyes scanning over the titles as he looked for those focused in finance. You again. The pimple-covered man from a few days prior approached, arms folded across his chest as he looked at Raven. What did you do with your friend? Lock him in a room and eat the key. Raven rumbled. No. He's resting because he's had a long day. Resting, huh? Yeah, I bet. What are you looking for? Nothing, he grunted as he squinted at the book titles, until he found the finance book Tobin had shown an interest in and 3 other related titles. Oh, trying to put in a good word after you made an ass of yourself before? Newsflash, buddy, if he's into finance, he's probably not into big burly meatheads. Go away. Don't like what I'm saying? Ask him what kind of people he's into then. Maybe you look good or whatever, but if there's nothing interesting past the sex, then he's going to get bored. Seriously. Go the fuck away. Raven growled at the stranger, his beast flashed in his eyes before he could stamp it down, and the other man shuddered. He felt it, and he wasn't used to the primal energy. It stopped his vibrato in its tracks, and he gave Raven a wary glance. Whatever, man. I was just talking. Yeah? Raven muttered, grabbing a 5th book on money management before he breezed past the other man and towards the front cash registers. Chapter 9. Tobin. He combed his fingers through his hair and flicked his eyes towards the young girl with slender exposed legs perched beside him. While some people can pull off mixing and matching prints, plaid and polka dots absolutely never go together. She shrieked with laughter at his overtly haughty tone, and he couldn't help but giggle with her. You're hilarious. Will you help me pick out a dress for prom? Oh, it is your prom year? She nodded. Aha. Well, there's homecoming and prom actually, but homecoming is like next week, so I know you're probably too busy to help me with any of it. It's next week? What is there left to do? Tobin tilted his head to the side and propped his chin in his palm as he regarded her. Not too much, just spirit-type stuff. Homecoming is always Spirit Week, and I'm on the dance team, so I have to help the cheerleaders make all the signs and whatnot, and I have to dress up all week. Oh, I see. My school never had a Spirit Week, but we also didn't have any sort of sports teams either. It was a very academically focused school. Yeah. Where did you go to school? Tobin frowned. Ah. I can't remember the name, but you probably would have never heard of it anyway. It was a small all-boys boarding school. The young girl blanched. Really? So you were surrounded by guys all the time? Yes, and yet it was not nearly as exciting or satisfying as one would expect. Men are disgusting creatures as a whole. Okay, Bailey, do you plan to do any work today at all? Her features soured when Dalia breezed by with a collection of used glasses. I am doing work. I'm engaging with a patron, she motioned to Tobin. He's not a patron. In fact, he's supposed to be working around here too. He's over here living high and mighty like he's in a castle. The woman put a little smile on her lips as she chided Tobin, but her words weren't misunderstood. Raven's going to make his guest work? How else is he going to pay for his room and board? These things aren't free, sweetheart. Dalia tossed Bailey a rag. Go wipe down the empty tables. Ugh, Bailey groaned. I'm supposed to be shadowing Cameron and learning how to mix drinks. Well, too damn bad. If you were doing your job beforehand, I wouldn't have to give you one instead. Okay, but if I'm cleaning the tables, what's he going to do? Bailey looked at Tobin, and Tobin lifted his eyebrows. He's going to get behind the bar and help Cameron. Ugh, why? Bailey groaned again. Because I said so. Next time do your job and I won't have to give you one. With those final words, Dalia turned around, muttering to herself, as she disappeared in the kitchen. Bailey folded the crumpled rag and slid away from the bar, letting her gazelle legs carry her through the establishment as she half-ass wiped the empty tables. The male patrons watched her hypnotizing legs while the female patrons ignored her. Tobin slipped out of his seat as well, steadying himself as he moved behind the counter, exhibiting a similar amount of grace as Bailey, but with more calculation and less effortlessness. I am to assist you, he said to Cameron, who had his back turned to the room and was counting his stock. Yeah. Cameron glanced at Tobin. You mixed drinks before? Never. However, I am a fast learner, and I am not interested in having sex with you. Cameron choked. Well, okay then. I definitely never said you were. No, you didn't, but you see Bailey is very much interested, and I am not, so I will focus better on what you're teaching me. Now the other man chuckled. Yeah, you're kinda weird. Maybe, Tobin murmured. If you want, you can stick to pouring up the simple stuff, and I'll do all the mixing. Most of the clientele here gets about the same drink all the time, so we can learn things in stages. Thank you. I would prefer to learn in stages. Cool. Cameron nodded. Other thing is, behind the bar, there's always something to do. So here's you a rag. You can start polishing the glasses. I don't like it when they have water stains. He handed Tobin a rag, and then motioned to all the glasses stashed around. Tobin nodded and set to work. After one shelf of glasses was finished, Tobin looked towards Cameron again. May I ask you a question? Well, several questions. Yeah, sure. What's up? Raven. What kind of person is he? What do you mean? I mean what I asked, I suppose. Is he nice or mean or funny? Cameron shrugged one shoulder. He's nice, funny, cool. I don't know. He's a good boss and he's real understanding. Like, he manages to get through to Bailey, even though half the time she's just annoying. What do you mean? Cameron bit his bottom lip. I mean he's good with people. He understands people. I like working with him because we're kinda similar. He doesn't have much of a family, and neither do I. I've been working on my own since high school, and he respects it. He doesn't treat me like I'm some dumb kid just because he's older. So, he is a good person. Tobin smiled a little. Why do you ask? Don't you spend plenty of time around him? I do, but he chewed the inside of his cheek. I do, but it seems as if he doesn't care for me very much. I don't know. He's not really been around a person he just doesn't like. He did kick this guy out of the bar a couple of weeks ago, but it was because he was insulting his wife in the middle of the place, and, Raven doesn't stand for any of it. Tobin nodded. He's an admirable man. Yeah. He's pretty admirable, and he does right by people. Who are we talking about? Another voice joined the conversation, and the owner of the voice placed her laptop on the bar table and perched herself in a seat. "Oh, hey, Cameron. How are you?" "I'm good. How's the book coming along, Elise?" "It's coming along. It's going to need so much editing, I can't even." "So, who's admirable?" "Tobin here was asking about Raven is all." "Oh, Raven. He is a good guy. Very upstanding." "Upstanding?" Tobin chuckled. "I see. You want your usual, Elise?" "Yes, please." She opened her laptop. "So, why are you curious about Raven? Did something happen between you two?" "Of course not. I am merely curious about the man I now suddenly live with. Am I not allowed to ask questions and be curious?" "You can be curious all you want. There's no judgment here." She pecked on the keys. "Oh," Cameron snapped his fingers, "Tobin, this is a drink you can start learning. Elise loves her whiskey sours, and it's a pretty simple drink anyway." I do. Don't forget I like it on the rocks with 2 cherries." Cameron winked. "Never." Then he looked back at Tobin. "All right, so the combination here is pretty easy. Bourbon, lemon juice, syrup." He mixed the ingredients together and poured them in the shaker. "You're gonna shake it up until this thing is cold, then pour it up either on the rocks or straight. The glass matters because it makes it just feel a little more authentic, you know?" "I see." Tobin watched. Cameron poured the drink, added an orange wheel, 2 cherries, and then passed it over to Elise. "There you go, miss." She took a light sip and grinned. "Always perfect." "Thanks." "Whiskey sour? You are a writer too?" Tobin asked. "I'm kind of a writer in the sense of, trying to write. But I'm nothing like Dorothy Parker or anything." Dorothy Parker enjoyed whiskey sours. Tobin rinsed the shaker as Cameron stepped away and greeted a new patron. "She did. She's my favorite American author. She was just brilliant. My mother loved her as well." Tobin smiled. "So," Elise flicked a glance to Cameron, then looked back at Tobin, "the boss has you earning your keep, huh?" "It's more like Dalia has me earning my keep." Elise laughed. "Oh yeah. Okay, makes sense. So you're curious about Raven?" "Why?" "I simply am. He is intriguing." "How so?" Tobin shook his head. "He has done a lot for me so far, but his actions and his words are contradictory. He's very grumpy, but he's helped me settle in despite difficulties." "Well, he's a busy guy, and you did kind of come out of nowhere, but what else is he supposed to do? Throw you out to the wolves?" Tobin blinked. "And no," he stammered. "I should think not." "Exactly. Though," Elise's voice dropped and she inched closer to the bar counter, "I've heard some rumors about him." "From who?" "Oh, just around. He's so secretive about everything, so people have started making things up." "They have?" Elise bobbed her head as a thoughtful smile grew on her face. "I mean, most are too over the top to be true, but one idea stuck out to me. The guy who works at the post office says he gets all kinds of letters, but rejects them or throws them away as soon as he sees them. My guess is he's totally hiding something big. Maybe he did something bad. Oh, maybe he killed someone by accident and ran away to hide what happened. I believe your theory is a bit outlandish. Maybe he got tired of his hometown and wanted a fresh start. And yours is simply too believable. It would make a terrible storyline for a book unless something blows up in the end, or a secret baby pops out from the old high school sweetheart." Tobin laughed. "I see. The guy at the post says the letters are hand-addressed, so they're probably personal. I mean, most businesses have everything printed for you, so there's no chance a business would have time to hand-address a letter to some nobody in a tiny little highway town." "True. But I mean, if you were running away from something, then a tiny little highway town is perfect, isn't it? Doesn't the idea of him running away from a big mistake sound so much more interesting than him just wanting to move and have a fresh start somewhere else?" Yes, it is more interesting, but of course, I don't want to wish a tragic past on him just for interest level. Well, fine, way to be a nice person or whatever. Fine. Hopefully he just wanted a fresh start in a new town and nothing more. Elise rolled her eyes. Oh, Tobin, you best be making like you're doing some kind of work. Dalia emerged from the kitchen and strolled behind the bar, drying her hands as she walked. I am, of course. Tobin grabbed his rag again and started polishing glasses, throwing a playful gaze towards Dalia. Elise lifted her drink to her lips, hiding a mischievous smile behind it. After her sip, she put the glass down again. Well, I should get to work now. Thanks for the conversation, Tobin, but I've got 5,000 words to write before the end of the night, and I'm so behind. 5,000 words? Tobin's eyes widened. Yes, indeed. It's basically around 20 pages of writing. Oh wow. I should let you get to work then. Please, let me know if you need anything. Probably another drink in about an hour. The words flow better when I'm a little tipsy. She winked. Tobin smiled. Of course. Let me know when. Sure thing. She tipped her glass, and then focused her attention on her laptop. The light reflected in her dark eyes as she studied the screen. Tobin moved down the bar, stashing the glasses away and tucking the rag in his back pocket. As he spun around, he froze in his spot, blocked by a familiar frame. It sent chills down his spine, and he flicked his gaze up Raven's burly body until they met his mahogany eyes. He smelled the outside on Raven, pine and exhaust. Hi. The other man grunted. Follow me. I will, the bar. It'll be fine. Raven turned away and disappeared back into the kitchen. Tobin ran his hands down the front of his new pants before moving into the kitchen after him. What is it? I was working at your request, so I can? I went to the butcher. He cut Tobin off and opened the walk-in freezer and stepped inside, and we're getting about 7 gallons of blood every 2 weeks. Cow's blood. Will it work? Is it from a dead cow? Dying. Tobin scanned the walls. Where? Don't got it yet. Not the full delivery. Raven grabbed a bag sitting at the entrance of the walk-in and pulled one jar from it. It was a little over half full. I have this though. Ah. Tobin forced a smile and took the jar in his hands. This looks pleasant. Yeah, well. It's 2 chickens, and it's what you got until he calls me and tells me the rest is ready. Well then, thank you. You're going to have to at least attempt to sound a little more grateful. This blood thing ain't cheap, and I swear this guy's gonna call the authorities on me or something for being a fucking creeper. Raven grunted. Tobin unscrewed the cap on the jar, sniffed it, and then groaned. Not that cow's blood had smelled appetizing, but chicken blood somehow was much worse. Bile tracked up Tobin's esophagus and his stomach churned. Of course. I am absolutely elated for the gift. Better. I got you something else too. Please, no more blood of various livestock. No. Raven dug in his bag and pulled out a book. Here. What's this? It's a book. Yes, I realize it is a book, but I am asking you why you are giving it to me. Raven shrugged. Because I figure since you're up all night, and at the end of the night there's not much to do, so you could read. Tobin turned the book over in his hands. Zen and the Art of Finance? You went back and purchased it for me? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I got you some more, actually. Wasn't sure how much you read or whatever, so I got you several books. Tobin smiled, chewing his bottom lip. Thank you. I thought you didn't have any extra money until the end of the month. I made a bit of an exception. It wasn't much. Tobin's smile grew, and he looked down at the book again, tracing the slight indent of the cover text. I like finance and numbers. This makes me happy. Good. I'm glad. Raven jammed his hands in his pockets. Yeah, so? If you want to take your books and stuff upstairs and go ahead and eat, I'll watch the bar for a minute. Now Tobin's lips curved down at the corners and his eyes sparkled. "Thank you. Give me 10 minutes. Sure. Good talk." With a little color on his cheeks, the werewolf stepped around Tobin and out of the walk-in freezer. Part 2. Chapter 10. Tobin. The first call didn't wake him. Neither did the second, third, or fourth. The 10th call, however, pulled Tobin out of his deep, unnatural sleep, with a surly frown on his face and a deep growl in his throat. His beast shined in his eyes as he oriented himself in the dark room. Drunk and heavy with exhaustion, he grabbed the cell phone from the side counter and put it to his ear. "Who is this?" he grumbled into the cell phone's receiver. "Oh. Hi, hello," a female voice sounded on the other end. "I'm looking for Goggy. You may know him as Raven. This is his phone, isn't it?" Tobin pulled the cell phone away from his ear, squinted at it, and mumbled to himself before putting it back to his ear. "Yes. This is Raven's cell phone. Forgive me. It's fine. I'm surprised I got an answer. Raven's been ignoring me for months now." "I see." Tobin closed his eyes. "My name is Jona, Raven's best friend," the woman explained, but her voice faded in and out as Tobin drifted through the levels of sleep. At first, he was sleeping lightly. Then he dipped into a deep sleep for a few precious seconds before moving through REM and opening his eyes frantically. When he relaxed again, he dozed, head lolling back before he righted himself again. Eyelids fluttering, he groaned. "Jona? Did you hear anything I said?" Now she was impatient. "Forgive me, no." "Are you busy?" No, please. Start again." "My apologies." "Well, I was just saying how Raven never answers my calls. He's running, and it figures he would find a whole new life. You need to tell him he can't just run forever. Running never solved anything, and the ancestors will be disappointed." "I should tell him?" "He does not listen to me." "You're answering his cell phone. Aren't you sleeping with him?" "Oh no. No, I am definitely not sleeping with him." Tobin shook off the last bit of sleep at the woman's accusation, combing his fingers through his wild hair. "I will find Raven for you." "No, it's fine actually. I know the score now. Just tell him his whole family misses him, and no one blames him for Neil's death." "Death?" "Yeah, death. No one blames him for it though. Hell, even Neil's family wants him home. He was great. He's a great warrior. He was a great warrior, and he can be still." "How did Neil die?" Jona was quiet on the other end of the line. "Hello? Yeah, sorry. It's not my place to talk about it. If Raven's not told you, then I can't." "I suppose," Tobin murmured. "I suppose I will tell him what you said. Thanks." The call ended, and Tobin dropped his head back on the headboard, stealing a few more minutes of sleep before he dragged himself out of the bed and trudged across the room. The blackout curtains kept the harsh sunlight out of the room, but it spilled under them, showing a little sliver of light. Even the sliver burned, and Tobin's skin tingled, reminding him of his affliction. Sleepily, he tugged on a pair of joggers and threw one of his utilitarian tank tops over his head, tugging it down over his body as he grabbed Raven's cell phone and moved down the stairs. It was early yet, and the bar was closed for the day. Raven had recently hired 3 more servers, and they stuck to a part-time rotation, giving Tobin and Dalia relief. However, today, only Dalia, Cameron, and Raven were present in the main room of the establishment, and as Tobin descended the stairs, his skin tickled. Stripes of sunlight touched his bare skin, forming quick welts that rose on him like whips from a lash. He stopped at the edge of the stairs, hugging the railing and letting drooping eyes gaze over the room. While the overhead lights were off, the light from open windows spilled into the room, providing plenty of light for Raven and his crew, but the light burned, and he stayed in the hallway, hiding his bottom half in shadow as he called out Raven's name. Raven paused, snapping his attention towards Tobin. His head tilted to the side, and his eyebrows crunched together in the center of his forehead, before he murmured to his workers and stepped away from them. Tobin, he wandered to the hallway, concern and curiosity an equal mix in his dark eyes. You okay? Why are you? What's going on? He lured Raven into the shadows, stepping back up the stairs and letting Raven follow. Jona called. Who? Jona. Your friend. She said Neil's family would forgive you, and she said they miss you. At Neil's name, Raven went rigid, and his gaze bore into Tobin's. What did you say? I said, Neil, his family would forgive you. She said it. Did you kill him? Raven growled. If I ever hear his name out of your mouth again, it'll be the last thing you say. His tone rattled the loose floorboards and all the bones in Tobin's body. He wasn't sure if Raven was serious or if he was speaking from anger, but he also never wanted to find out. Tobin pressed his palm flat into the wall, bracing himself as his knees threatened to abandon him. I'm sorry. Yeah, you should be. And don't answer my damn phone anymore either. Then don't leave it on my bedside and I will not answer it, Tobin snapped back. I didn't think you could even wake up during the day. Pardon me, princess, I'll make sure you have complete darkness protection and also no distractions at all. Thank you. Raven grunted. Go back to bed. I am no longer tired. Yeah, well, you still look beat, so you probably should try to get a few more hours of sleep. What time is it? Like 5 o'clock. It doesn't get dark until about 7:30, so you can sneak another 2.5 hours of sleep if you try. I am no longer tired. I said this. Well, whatever. Tired or not tired, you can't be up under my ass all afternoon anyway. Why not? Because I have to go on a supply run, and I'm actually already late. A supply run? Yeah. Cameron let Bailey do the supply order, and she never submitted it. So basically, we need a little of everything, but it's all right because there's a warehouse about an hour from here, and they close at 8 o'clock. I would like to accompany you. No. You're staying here, and you're taking your ass back to sleep. Please. Tobin dragged tired eyes up to Raven's face. I said no. Raven lifted his eyebrows. What part of no do you not understand? Tobin bit his bottom lip and flicked his eyes past Raven, towards the body of the main room. The man's employees had gone back to work, carrying on without their presence, and Raven folded his arms across his chest, pressing the corners of his full lips together as he stared down at Tobin. Well, I do not feel comfortable here. You felt comfortable here an hour ago when you were asleep. And now I am not. I would like to accompany you. Please. Raven ran his hands down his face. You know what? I'm not going to spend all afternoon arguing with you. I'm leaving in 20 minutes as soon as I shower and change clothes. Hate smelling like fry grease all day. Oh. Of course. Yes. This is logical. What should I do? Whatever you want to do. I'll be 5 minutes in the shower. Raven slipped his bulky body between the wall and Tobin, his chest brushing along the vampire's shoulder, his warmth heating Tobin up. It spread from the brief contact, crawling through his body and settling in between his hips. His lounge pants tightened, and he cleared his throat, twisting on his toes and watching the other man ascend the stairs. Tobin glanced back at Raven's employees, squinting his eyes, and chased Raven up the stairs. He milled around Raven's bedroom as the shower started, and he counted down the minutes. 5 minutes. 4. 3. 2. Raven turned the water off, and he emerged from the small room with a towel around his waist and beads of water clinging to the fine hairs coating his body. His corded muscles flexed, thick pectorals tightening as he moved. Oh, Tobin gasped, freezing in his spot. He stood between Raven and the closet, and he stretched a hand out, bracing himself against the wall. Raven looked up at the noise and fixed his deep-set eyes on Tobin. Another flash of annoyance, and he looked away. There a reason you're in here? Waiting on you. He removed the towel from around his waist and wiped the water from his shoulders. My goodness, Tobin whispered, stepping backwards as his voice hitched. He drank in Raven's form, starting from his toes and traveling up his body. It had been a while since he'd seen a naked man. Years. And Raven broke the streak. There was something delicious about the other man's lack of reservations. He stood there, naked as the day was long, with his copper skin glistening in the room's yellow light, and his uncut cock hanging between his thighs, resting on top of two lopsided balls. The left hung slightly lower, and the right was slightly larger. The superficial dorsal vein traveled along the top of his penis, and then up his body. Sharp cut lines accented his hips, and Tobin searched for an ounce of fat on Raven's form. His eyes darted from his smooth obliques, over the 8 individual square muscles going up the center of his body, his pectorals, his sun-kissed shoulders. He was decorated, too. Where Tobin's skin was smooth and untouched, Raven's was the opposite. Claw marks lay on his skin. Healed now, but the reminders were there. Jona hadn't lied. If the marks on Raven's skin meant anything, then he was as fierce a warrior as she said. Raven grunted. Move so I can get dressed. You are not ashamed. Why should I be? Of your nakedness. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Why should I be ashamed? That's some religious Puritan baggage, and I don't have it. Tobin stepped aside, flattening himself against the wall and crossing his legs, one over the other. He trapped his excitement between his thighs as Raven covered his glowing bronze skin with a t-shirt and tugged a pair of jeans over his bottom half, tucking away his manhood. I see. You have nothing to be ashamed of course. You are lovely. Raven chuckled. Yeah, thanks. You coming with me or what? May I? You put up a big fuss, so I thought you were, and now we're just burning daylight, and we really need to hit the road. Yes. Yes, of course. Cool. I'll meet you by the truck then. The werewolf moved around him, grabbing his belongings from the side table and strolling out of the room. Chapter 11. Raven. He came out in a floppy hat and long sleeves, and he looked ridiculous. Raven recognized the long-sleeved shirt as one of his own. V-necked and a pool blue just like Tobin's eyes. He didn't recognize the floppy hat, but it shielded the other man's fair features as he moved across the parking lot towards Raven's red pickup truck. The long-sleeved shirt was a dress on him, covering his slender shoulders down to his pianist's fingers, and slightly fitted joggers were on his lower half. Raven didn't recognize those either. Who dressed you? He grunted, folding his arms across his chest. I borrowed these items from Bailey. She said the joggers were too short for her legs, and she had an extra hat. When? The other evening when you were out. We discussed fashion. I helped her select a few outfits. So neither one of you were working when you were supposed to then? We were working. However, the bar was quiet, so we had time to talk between customers. Aha. Remind me to never schedule you two together, if I actually want some work to get done. He opened the passenger door for Tobin, and then closed it again once the man had climbed into the seat and murmured a thank you. It was an overtop gesture, but he didn't mind. After all, the man couldn't even remember his name. The least Raven could do was open a door for him if it made him happy. Raven climbed into the driver's side, fitting the key in the ignition as Tobin settled in his seat, buckling his seatbelt and flipping down the sun visor. His fingers peeked from the sleeves of Raven's shirt, and Tobin recoiled when they greeted the sun. Ah, he gasped, hissing and pressing his fingers to his lips. You okay? Ah. Why yes. I believe so. Forgive me. I am adjusting. You should be asleep right now. Perhaps so, but I am not. In the shade of the vehicle, he peeled the sleeves of his shirt back and surveyed his fingers. They were blistered, an angry red. You okay? Yes. I am fine. Thank you for your concern. You can't be out in the sun? It appears not, Tobin frowned, staring down at his wounded fingers. Can you heal yourself? I heard some of your kind can. I perhaps so, but I do not know how. He turned wide eyes up to Raven. Innocence shined in them. I only know feeding. It's instinctive. Everything else. Right. You don't remember how you were changed, or even how you got inside my bar or anything. Yes. Correct? Yeah. That sucks. Yes. Tobin bit his bottom lip. I am sorry for being a burden on you. I know it is not in the nature of your kind to like my kind. It's okay. It isn't. I see the way you look at me, and you are frustrated with my presence, but you look happy amongst your friends. Not this again, Raven muttered, shifting the truck's shaky gears and merging onto the highway. You're fine. Okay. Stop acting like I hate your presence. Am I acting, or is it true and you do hate my presence? Raven clenched his jaws, drumming his fingers on his steering wheel as he fixed his attention forward. Lucky for them both, the sun was behind them, beaming onto the bench back seat. In front of them, the sky was periwinkle, a soft mix of purple and blue, and darkness was moving in, pulled by the moon like the ocean's tide. No. I don't hate your presence, he answered eventually. I see. Tobin sank back in his seat, cradling his arms and curling into himself. He didn't say anything else, and within a few minutes he had drifted into a death-like sleep. You should have stayed home, Raven grumbled, veering off the side of the road and peeling his shirt over his head. He tucked it around Tobin's form and tipped Tobin's hat down a little more. When he merged back onto the highway, he was careful, avoiding patches of sunlight as he drove. Tobin's sleeping form stirred feelings inside Raven. On the one hand, he was vulnerable, innocent, and helpless in his sleep, but on the other hand, Tobin didn't understand the deep-rooted history werewolves and vampires had. No one had educated him, and he couldn't remember anything to know why he'd been tossed into a dive bar, or why he smelled more like werewolves than he did like other vampires. It would have been easier to kill him. Smarter even too, but Raven couldn't bring himself to do it. He had many chances. Hours of chances every day while the vampire slept in his bed. Most mornings he stood vigil, watching over Tobin's sleeping body until it was time to start working. The room filled with the scent of datura as Tobin slept. The sickly sweet scent taunted Raven, and Raven's mind drifted to Tobin's lagoon blue eyes and his rich laughter. He conjured up their conversations, replaying them word for word in his brain as he looked on the other man. And then he couldn't do it. Tobin hadn't asked for this, any of it. Neither had Raven, but he was barely dead. His skin had barely chilled, and to Raven's knowledge he hadn't committed any foul acts. His heart still pounded against his ribcage. His chest still expanded with breath. His cock still responded to stimuli. Well, visual stimuli at least. The drive to the supply place was long, and by the time they arrived, night had fallen, and the supplier was waiting for them. As Raven pulled into the parking lot, the man approached the vehicle, knocking on the window. Raven descended it. What took you so long? I wasn't gonna be here all night. Boy, you're lucky, because if it had been even another 10 minutes, you would have been shit out of luck. Thanks. Sorry man, I should have called. Yeah, you're damn right, you should have called. How you loading this stuff up? I'm going to put it in the bed and strap it down. Same as always. Raven shifted the vehicle to park, killed the engine, and then glanced at Tobin. He was still sleeping, making up for the time he'd spent awake. What you got there? The supplier gave an upnod towards the passenger seat as Raven opened his door and hopped out of the truck. The night air chilled his bare skin, spreading goosebumps over his shoulders and back. You showing off for some ladies or something? A friend, and no. Gave him my shirt to curl up with. Your friend is why you were late? Yeah, kinda, Raven admitted, then strolled around to the back of the vehicle alongside the supplier. It's complicated. Is it complicated, or is it real simple? Actually, it's definitely real complicated. He doesn't remember his name, where he came from, nothing, and he popped up in my bar a few weeks ago. Weird. Well, an extra working hand ain't so bad, is it? Raven chuckled. Sure, if he did any work. He's worse than Bailey, I tell you. I thought she'd never worked a day in her life. I don't think he's never even been expected to work a day in his life. The man whistled. Wowee. You got some kids on your hands. Yeah. Raven lowered the opening to the truck bed. It hit the bumper with a thump, jostling the vehicle a little. Sorry, he muttered to no one in particular. I'll roll the pallets out here for you. Thanks. Between them both, loading his truck was quick work, but it was also loud work, and as they were working on the last pallet of supplies, Tobin emerged from the passenger side of the vehicle, knuckling the sleep from his eyes. Raven? Yeah. He looked over the side of the truck. What is going on? We're getting loaded up. Sorry to wake you, but it's already late, and we gotta get back on the road so we can get this unloaded before the middle of the night. We? Yeah, we? What, your hands broke? The supplier suppressed a chuckle, but Tobin lifted his eyebrows into his forehead and stared at Raven. We, Raven confirmed again, flashing the frowning man a smile. Once the last pallet was loaded up, he jumped over the side of the truck and landed in front of Tobin. You may have to wait until tomorrow so Cameron can help you. Actually, I really will need your help unloading. I don't want to leave all this on the back of the truck. It could get stolen or something. Raven lowered his voice, picking a few beads of lint from Tobin's long-sleeved shirt. The man had removed the floppy hat, revealing matted brown locks of hair, and in his sleep his scorched fingers had healed themselves, returning to a pale pink with little hints of blue. I am not so sure. Please. He glanced into Tobin's eyes. The man's breath hitched. I will consider it then, yes. Thanks. All right, kid, here's your receipt for everything. The supplier joined them on the passenger side of the truck, handing him a folded piece of paper. It's a pleasure doing business with ya, but next time make sure you come a little earlier. I ain't gonna wait around all night, even if you got some cute young thing you're bringing along. Tobin's eyes flashed wide. What? Raven blinked. No, it's not anything, we're friends. Aha. Don't much seem like it. I've been around the block a few times myself, and I raised 2 girls. I don't know what y'all are playing at, but it isn't some just friends business. Whatever, Raven growled under his breath. You ready to get loaded up again, so we can head back? Give me a moment. I would like to stretch my legs. Of course you would. Shaking his head, Raven regarded the supplier again. You're good, man, thanks for everything. No problem. Take care of yourself while here. With a parting wave, the man jogged back to his warehouse, disappearing inside. Raven climbed back into the bed of the truck, checking all of the pallets for security, before settling himself in the driver's seat. Tobin, true to his word, stretched his legs. He circled the vehicle twice, then arched on his toes and bent forward, presenting his ass to the sky as he stretched the back of his thighs. It morphed into a few more poses, runner's poses. Then Tobin stood upright again and clambered back into the passenger seat, buckling himself in again. You feel good now? Yes, better. Good. Looked like you were doing some yoga or something. I am not so sure. It came naturally to me. Tobin shrugged. Would you like your shirt back? No, it's good. The weather is nice tonight, so the air feels good on my skin. Can I ask you something? Sure, but it doesn't mean I have to answer. Okay. Tobin sucked in a breath. Can I ask about your scars? You have so many. And they are deep. They look painful. What do you want to know about my scars? How did you get them? Fighting, Raven replied, word sharp. As much as he had relaxed around Tobin, he felt his invisible armor creeping over him again, and he fisted the steering wheel. Your friend, the one who called, she said you were a warrior. Maybe. A fierce and talented one. Raven shrugged. I said maybe. Was your friend, the one who died, a warrior as well? He sucked in a breath and exhaled in a rumble. Told you not to mention him. I know, but I am curious about you. I want to know you. Stop being curious. There's nothing to know. I disagree. I think there is plenty to know about a werewolf who runs away from his family, who won't answer their calls, and who saves someone like me. Well, there's not. You're wasting your time. If you want fantasies, go read a book. Tobin scoffed and shook his head. You do not have to be so calloused. It is okay to let someone soothe your wounds. I don't have any. Wounds aren't always physical, you know. Tobin murmured, turning his attention away from Raven and peering out the window. The surroundings were an inky black, but the vampire's attention sharpened. Where are we going? His voice tensed. Back to the bar, why? Tobin shifted in his seat. I've been here before. Chapter 12. Tobin. The realization turned into a full-blown panic attack, and Tobin cupped his ears as his flashbacks consumed him. They were brief snippets of action, and his memory faded in and out. He couldn't quite remember all of the finer details, but he would never forget the primal fear. It occupied every part of his being. He fought and clawed the walls until his nails bled. He screamed until his voice was raw. And then he cried until his tears dried up. He remembered that. The vehicle slowed to a stop and strong, coarse hands grabbed him. He fought. He failed and he kicked and he twisted in the trap of strong arms. Untamed. The more he fought, the tighter the grip became until he was completely immobilized, until his energy was spent and his body went limp against his captor. You okay? Raven's voice sounded in his ear, bringing him back to the present. His grip didn't relax, but his voice was soothing, like a savory spread on warm toast, like soup and bread on a cold night. Tobin shuddered, giving a weak nod in answer. You want to talk about it? There is nothing to talk about. Raven adjusted his arms around Tobin's body, shifting his grip so they rested around Tobin's slender torso. Now he was released. He could move away from the other man if he wanted to, but he didn't. Raven's arms were safe, and somewhere deep inside, he knew he needed the protection. Didn't sound like nothing. I spoke? Yeah. You were begging me to take you home. You said you'd do anything. You cried and fought me and everything. So I'm not buying what you're saying. I can't explain. I've been here before. Recently. Perhaps before I came to your bar. Yeah. Perhaps. I believe I am okay now. Tobin glanced around. They were outside of the vehicle. At some point, Raven had pulled over and gotten him out of the truck. He didn't remember how or when, though. He didn't remember anything from their brief conversation to this point. You pulled over. Why? You were freaking out, Raven reminded him. This time Tobin's cheeks flushed. I thought you had to get back to the bar as soon as possible. I am delaying you. I hope no one is waiting for our return. Maybe Dalia, but she'll leave after a while. Tobin's lips curved down as he surveyed his surroundings a second time. The same fear crawled through him again. This area, this route, the way the trees loomed over the road, the uniformity, the unyielding darkness. I am sorry. For this. I am ruining your night with my memories, and I am sorry for it. You are correct. I should have stayed at the bar and gotten an extra few hours of sleep. I shouldn't have burdened you with my presence. Your presence isn't a burden. You make it feel so. Your presence isn't a burden. I know there are other places you would rather be, and other people you would rather be with. Next time you must do a run of this nature, you should go with Dalia. Or perhaps the writer. She would enjoy a trip like this. You trying to set me up? What? Oh no. I am simply stating better candidates for your companionship. Aha. So you are trying to set me up. Tobin pressed his lips together. I am saying. The author very much likes you. I see the way she watches you when you are around. And you and she have good conversations, yes. Tobin, stop. I'm not looking for someone to ride with me on these trips. And if I was, I'd rather go alone than with Dalia or the author woman. She has too many questions, and I think she writes erotic romance or something. Perhaps you can assist her with her words. No. Raven grunted. Tobin chuckled. Okay. I'm fine with your company. It's not too bad, at least, when you're not freaking out. Forgive me again. It wasn't my intention to scare you. It's okay. You're safe now, so it's fine. Yes. Thank you, Tobin murmured. You are free to release me now. Raven didn't move. Instead, his grip tightened again, and he held Tobin in place against him. Tobin chuckled. Do you not want to release me yet? No, I don't. Why is this? Because I want to make sure you're good before I let go. With a smile, Tobin relaxed in the trap of Raven's arms. It was an entirely new feeling for him, and amnesia or not, he couldn't recall being in another man's arms. He couldn't recall being in another man's arms and enjoying it, craving it, and feeling at home there. Raven's thumb stroked his shoulder, and his fingers danced along the slope. His warm breath tickled the back of Tobin's neck, and his steady breathing calmed him. He hadn't realized his heart was still galloping until Raven's pulse synced with his. This was an intimacy Tobin had never experienced, and it was so simple, so pure. He shivered. What is it? Nothing, I've just never done this before, Tobin murmured. Done what before? This. Sat on the side of the road after having a panic attack? Well, no, I have never done that either, but I meant I have never been in the arms of someone else. Raven rumbled. Is this your way of saying you've never had a boyfriend or partner or whatever? Tobin's cheeks warmed. I know. We aren't discussing my personal life. I am simply stating I am saying this feels good. Your arms around me. Aha. Well, I'm looking at context. You've apologized for being a burden, which you aren't. Then you brought up Elise because she's attracted to me. Now you're saying you've never let someone hold you. Sounds like we may be talking about your personal life. Tobin bit the inside of his cheek. This is a new experience for me. Nothing more. Well, is it a good experience then? He shivered at Raven's question. The answer was a resounding yes, but the answer filled his face with blood again. His cheeks burned, and he sank into Raven's arms, rubbing his face against the other man's corded bicep. There were a lot of things he liked about being in Raven's arms. The protection, the strength, the way Raven smelled like spiced tobacco and ginger. He liked Raven's steadiness and his patience. Yes. It's a good experience, Tobin whispered, curling his fingers around Raven's bicep and tucking his face in the crook of the man's armpit. Raven rumbled again, but then silence enveloped them and they stayed how they were. Raven's heartbeat was the metronome, and Tobin's pulse bounced around, slowly falling in tandem as the time passed. I was a warrior, yeah, the werewolf sucked in a deep breath, and I fought for my family and for our lands. It's a requirement for all men coming of age. You have to spend time fighting. At least 4 years. Then after you can do different stuff. Not everyone is meant to be a warrior, after all. I see. Yeah. I liked it though. Fighting. It's more tactical than you'd think at first, but when you have to know where all your people are and think both like the offense and the defense, it's not as easy as turning into a thing with teeth and claws and roaring as loud as you can. This makes sense. You were a good warrior, then? Tobin adjusted his position, uncovering his face, but twisting in Raven's arms, resting his head against his chest as he listened. I wasn't the worst, no. Everyone makes mistakes, but I was pretty good, yeah. I was learning. The man's shoulders sagged, curling around Tobin instinctively. I come from a family of warriors. This would be like the family business? Raven laughed. Yeah, kind of like the family business. When I was walking, I was learning weapons and learning how to fight. Bows, knives, guns, different fighting styles. My pops had me watching sports games to get an idea of how to be a tactician. Sounds dumb, I bet, but if you're looking overhead on a football field, it's kind of like overhead on a battlefield, and a lot of the stuff is the same. I've never heard you speak so much. Tobin quirked the corner of his lips. Raven's smile flipped and he cleared his throat. Yeah, well? I just figured, he paused. Never mind. No, tell me more. I want to know. Please. No, none of it is important. We should head back. He gave Tobin a squeeze before he retreated and got to his feet. You said you wouldn't let go of me until you knew I was okay. Yeah. Your breathing is normal and your heart rate is normal, so I think you're okay now. Raven shuddered, curling his lips as he dusted his clothes off and dug his keys out of his pocket. So you're right. We should get going. No, please. I want to hear more. No. We're done, and we need to get going. He stomped back over to the vehicle, circling it before yanking open the driver's side. Tobin rushed after him, touching his arm and flicking his eyes up to his hardened features. The other man was steel. As quickly as he'd opened up, he'd shut himself down again. Raven, please? He rumbled. What? Did you receive all of your scars from fighting battles? Raven's eyes lidded at Tobin's question, and thin-pressed lips relaxed in the center, parting. His nostrils flared. No. His response was clipped. Short and stoic. No. No. Get in so we can leave, Raven grunted before climbing into the driver's side and slamming the door behind him. Chapter 13. Tobin. Things were better after the night of the supply run. Raven had been less angry, less hardened, though he still had his reservations. They hadn't talked about any of it either. Once they had arrived back at the bar, they had unloaded the supplies, stashed them away, and went different directions for the rest of the night. Raven slept curled up in the second room while Tobin stretched languidly across Raven's bed, flipping through the finance books the werewolf had bought him previously. He liked finance and numbers, and he devoured them over and over again, uncovering new details each time he read the text. The books had already frayed at the corners, and the spine had broken in various spots from consistent use. For the next few nights, they fell into a natural rhythm. Tobin slept during the day, and he assumed Raven tiptoed around him, showering and dressing in the morning while Tobin lay burrowed in the sheets. Sometimes the steam from Raven's shower still lingered in the room once Tobin woke. Sometimes the man left his scent behind, and the sweet and heady smell of semen hung in the air, taunting and exciting Tobin at the same time. Tobin worked at the bar in the evenings, and he showered before he dressed and strolled downstairs. He filled in everywhere except the kitchen, and after 3 nights he'd memorized most of the regulars' drink orders, their quirks and their habits. It was oddly comforting. Once the bar closed for the night, Tobin wiped down the counters and retired to the bedroom, opening his finance books and studying the pages again until exhaustion crawled over his eyes and the sun peaked on the horizon. The busiest days were the weekends, and Tobin ran himself to exhaustion Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Monday was slow, and Tuesday the bar was closed. On Monday, Elise had brought Tobin a stack of used books after they had a long conversation the night before about reading materials. Appalled that he'd been reading the same couple finance books, she promised to bring him some favorites from her collection. She passed the books across the counter, and Tobin surveyed the titles. He recognized a few, but the rest were foreign to him, but he issued her a thank you either way, and the new-to-him books rested in a stack beside his bed. His off-day routine was lazy. With cow's blood fully stocked downstairs and a fresh meal available whenever he wanted, hunger didn't drive him first thing in the evening. He cracked open the first book in the stack, and read through the first 2 chapters before he dog-eared the page and slithered out of bed and into the bathroom. Raven's scent held to the shower curtain, and the whole bathroom was still moist from steamy condensation. It had been one of those showers, and Raven's musky scent had chills racing through Tobin's body. His own cock hardened in his lounge pants, and he gripped himself as he turned on the shower. Tonight he had nowhere to be, and he expected no interruptions. Tuesdays, Raven and Dalia did inventory. Every Tuesday, without fail. They balanced the books, prepared the payroll, and tallied the expenses. Tobin stayed out of the way, and tonight was no different. As the water hit his skin, he ran his hands down his body, imagining Raven's rough hands trailing over his cool skin, warming him to his core with his touch. He cupped himself in his hands and dropped his head back on his shoulders, tweaking his nipples with his free hand, urging them to dark brown peaks. His thighs trembled, rolling sighs passed across his lips, and his muscles tightened. Quickly close. He stroked his length, arching his hips forward as his hand twisted around his shaft, covering the head and sliding back down to the base. His toes curled. Another stroke. Another twist. The shower water beat down on him. Raven's toned body flashed behind his eyelids. His corded muscles, his healed scars. His rumbling voice tickled Tobin's ears, whispering his name, encouraging him to find his release. Tobin's whole body shuddered, and then, like a ripcord, his orgasm shot through him. His eyelids fluttered, and a raw groan exhaled from him. It was louder than he'd expected, but he couldn't hold it in. He needed the release, and he found it. And after several rolling waves of pleasure, he came back down. His muscles relaxed, and he gathered himself through short panting breaths. The water ran cold on his skin, and he dragged those last drops of cum out of his cock before he turned the water off and stumbled out of the shower, bracing himself with one hand flat against the wall. He roped a towel around his torso, opened the bathroom door, and gasped. "Tobin," Raven's rolling voice greeted him, and Raven's bulky body stood in the middle of the bedroom. "Hi. Sorry," he breathed, swallowing around a knot in his throat as he scanned over Raven's body. His face warmed, and he captured his bottom lip between his teeth. "Sorry for what?" I don't know. What is it?" Raven rubbed his hand over his head, scratching the top and rumbling. "Can you help me downstairs? I know you're off today, but Dalia had to call in. It's something with her kid, and it's a big inventory night, and I gotta get this stuff done before the end of the month." Tobin cut his eyes away from Raven, studying everything around the room as he spoke. When he was quiet, Tobin's attention found him again. "Of course. Yes. I'll be down in a moment." He squeezed the bunch towel at his slim hips. "Yeah, okay. Thanks." Raven's nostrils flared for a moment, and he looked away from Tobin's form, gazing into the bathroom with parted lips. Tobin held his towel tighter and cleared his throat. "I'll be down in a moment," he repeated, crossing his legs. The slightest of smirks touched Raven's lips as his chest expanded with a deep inhale. His body relaxed on the exhale, and his brown eyes fixed on Tobin again. "Yeah. Take all the time you need. I'll see you downstairs." Then he turned and slipped out of the room. Tobin scrubbed his cheeks. His flush didn't fade, and his cock jerked to life again. He willed it down as he dug through his small collection of clothes, tugging a shirt over his head and a new pair of joggers over his ass. As he combed his fingers through his hair, he settled the thick strands and studied himself in the mirror before wandering from the bedroom and descending the stairs. Raven had already started the project in the main room. All the alcohol bottles littered the bar counter, and glasses sat on his nose as he compared one paper to another, adding tally marks as he counted. He looked up as Tobin took the last step off the stairs and flashed him a quick smile. "Thanks. I'll pay you for today and everything. Time and a half, since you're probably over 40 hours anyway." "You don't have to pay me time and a half to help you, Raven." "Yeah, I do. You're still working to get back on your feet. You probably want to move out eventually, find your own place to stay." Tobin frowned as he crossed the room, joining the stocky man behind the counter. I suppose I do, yes." "Don't you? My room's tiny, and the draft and water pressure is terrible. You save a few months of pay, and you can easily find a better place to stay and a better job too. Hell, you could start your own business with how often you give financial advice to the patrons here." Raven gestured to the empty room. "I don't know. I suppose I hadn't considered leaving or working somewhere else. I'm sorry. I feel stupid." "Hey. Don't feel stupid, Look, I'm not saying you have to go. I'm saying if you wanted to go or if you wanted to, I don't know, buy more clothes or more books and have your own belongings. I'm saying you'll have money for them. But I'm not saying you have to go anywhere. If you want to stay here, you can. Tobin adjusted the bottles, turning them, so their labels all faced the same direction. Are you sure? He whispered, avoiding Raven's eyes. Yeah. I'm sure, Raven grunted. I like seeing those gorgeous blue eyes of yours every night. Do you? Yeah, actually, I kinda do. Raven chuckled gently and squeezed Tobin's shoulder. You ready to get started? I suppose yes. Where would you like me to start? I'm working through everything behind the bar. Usually, Dalia takes care of the kitchen inventory. The folder for it is on top of the refrigerator. It has all our perishable purchases for at least the last few months in there, so you can check out the trends. I see. Well then, I will go work on the kitchen inventory. Tobin breezed past Raven, brushing shoulders with him as he walked. Thanks, Tobin. Raven's tongue rolled over both syllables of his given name. The name didn't feel quite perfect, but it was close. Tobin was adjusting, especially with the way Raven said it. He caressed both beats and added a playful flair to his words. A growl curled over the last sound, and it sent a little shiver through him. You're welcome, Tobin stammered. I should find the book now. He ducked into the kitchen before a flush of warmth overtook his face. Chapter 14. Raven. Balancing the books wasn't exciting, but it was necessary work. Dalia kept things organized, but working alongside Tobin was much better. Watching the other man move around his bar was an odd comfort. Having him there was right. Raven stashed all the alcohol back in its place and wiped down the bar as he looked over the previous week's inventories and planned the next supply order. He poured himself a scotch and placed it on the bar counter as he added and subtracted his operational costs. He subtracted the cost of his employees from his profits, and he sipped from his glass. When Tobin emerged from the kitchen, he looked up, and his heart turned over in his chest. Over the last week, Tobin had flourished as an employee. He knew the regulars and had a brain for numbers, but most importantly, the regulars knew and enjoyed him too. He spoke with them, learned about them, and conversed with them as if he had been a socialite all his life. It was his natural habitat, and watching him flourish made Raven smile. Not only had Tobin flourished inside the bar, but their relationship had also evolved too. It had only been a week, but Raven couldn't get the feel of Tobin in his arms out of his head. It had plagued him every morning, and he'd spent an extra few minutes every day taking care of it. Of course, he wasn't the only one. At least this evening, Raven could smell Tobin's enjoyment too, and Tobin smelled heavenly. The thought of the sweet, shy man taking his pleasure in the shower had Raven's cock stiffening and his balls tightening, and the accounting numbers scrawled on his inventory page swirled in front of him, blending together and hazing around the corners. He shifted in his seat, lifting his glass to his lips as Tobin moved behind the bar counter and laid the kitchen's accounting book in front of him. Hello, Raven grunted. His heartbeat galloped, but he forced his breathing steady, taking a sip of his drink and then putting the glass back down on the counter. The liquid scorched his throat. Hi. I have finished taking your inventory, and I believe, Tobin paused, rubbing the back of his neck, this is no offense to Dalia, of course, but I believe there is an error. An error where? Tobin shuffled closer to Raven, placing the open book on the counter and then sliding it across the surface. It seems you put in batch orders for your meat every week, but this is the amount recorded for the pricing. While it seems, when the information is broken down into an itemized receipt, you are paying $75 more than what your inventory book shows. Raven squinted. He studied the page, and then he flicked his eyes back up at Tobin. You're saying Dalia's cheating money? No, I don't believe so. I think there has been a mistake somewhere. Perhaps the costs of your goods went up, or perhaps a number was mistransferred, Tobin continued, further examining past reports and comparing them. Rather than throw his hands up at the confusion, he dug in and peeled back the layers of the issue, taking notes and reviewing receipts until he nailed it down. Raven listened at first, But then he simply watched Tobin, smiling slowly as the man continued to display his gift and love for numbers. He was talented and focused, and Raven's heart somersaulted in his chest. He didn't know why his heart picked just then to be taken by Tobin, but his dedication was admirable. He cared about Raven's business and Raven's money as if it were his own. Not many people honestly cared, and he surely hadn't expected so much dedication from the limp-wristed, formal-talking man who had stumbled into his bar weeks before. On a good day, they worked across from each other, stealing a few precious glances, letting the curiosity and excitement build between their hips. On a bad day, there was yelling and screaming, and no chance a dog and cat could live in the same space for much longer. Tonight, however, Tobin was a kitten. Sly but seeking of praise and affection, and Raven yearned to provide. I believe a number was recorded wrong here, but also I believe there was a price increase here. My suggestion would be to contact your meat supplier. How long have you been a client with them? They should be more gracious and forthcoming with price changes of this nature. Yeah, Raven rumbled, studying Tobin's alabaster skin and his lush lips. They moved expertly over his words. His articulation was superb, proudly displaying his pedigreed breeding, despite his lack of memory. Tobin may have been confused as to where he came from, but Raven wasn't. Tobin was high class. He was out of the Werewolf's league, and he probably had a political marriage lined up somewhere, a marriage designed to merge finances but had nothing to do with love. Tobin had grown up with indoor plumbing, 2 parents, central air conditioning, and heating. He'd grown up with enough clothes to fill his closet and more, endless hot water and privilege. Raven had none of those things, and watching Tobin flip through the inventory notes, he was painfully aware of it too. Tobin's manicured fingers hadn't seen one day of hard work. They were rougher now than they likely had ever been, but they were still long, pointed, and delicate in comparison to Raven's blunt, square nails. His lush lips and big blue eyes had been a product of expert genetics, but the rest of him, his personality and mannerisms, his pride and confidence in his skills, those were all products of his environment. There were no kids like Tobin in Raven's high school, and even in this little spit of a town, the most glamorous of the residents were Bailey and her family, but they couldn't hold a candle to Tobin's wealth. Bailey's father was a real estate agent. He made some good money, but the stench of old money rolled off Tobin. Maybe oil. Maybe business. Are you listening? The slender man frowned, full lips turning down at the corners as he tipped his head to the side, exposing the column of his neck to Raven. Unblemished, clandestine skin. Yeah, Raven groused again. His beast honed in on Tobin's unknowingly submissive display, but the man inside him dragged his eyes from Tobin's neck to his lagoon blue eyes. I'll call them tomorrow and see what I can do. Yes. There is something else too. What is it? I found a calculation error in this month's condiments budget. How big an error? Rather large. Tobin flicked his eyes down, letting demure dark lashes kiss his high cheekbones as he flipped to another page and drummed his fingers against the paper. Raven scanned his eyes over the page. Tobin had worked it out for him already. In his organization, he'd found 3 full crates of unexpired and unused condiments. It totaled 3 months of orders and saved him nearly $10,000. It meant his investment was paying off. He wasn't sinking money, and with a few solid nights he could dip into the green. This right? Raven schooled his excitement, voice tight as his eyes scanned over the numbers again. I calculated it 3 times. It appears so. Raven closed his eyes as tears brimmed his bottom eyelids. Do you know what this means? Yes, Tobin paused, taking in a breath before continuing. It means if your daily profits stay on trend, you could have a positive month. Yeah. Tobin smiled. In not even your first year of business. I have been reviewing your books, and because you have done so much of the work by your own hand, and because your personal expenses have been low as well. Raven cut him off with a kiss. He pressed his chapped lips into Tobin's soft, smooth, buttery lips and lost himself in them. They were everything he'd imagined. Pillowy, surprisingly warm, but Tobin was frozen against him. The kiss was chaste, but the electricity dancing under Tobin's skin was unmistakable. The little vampire wanted more, but Raven wouldn't take from him. When the kiss ended, Tobin's fingers flew to his lips and a whimper worked out of his throat. Muted, but Raven still heard it. He matched it with a growl of his own, and his shoulders drew back as he presented himself to the vampire, standing in his truth. Unashamed of his actions, the strung-tight tension coursing through him, or the physical manifestation of it. Raven waited as the gears moved in Tobin's brain. Calculating, trying to chart his next move, but eventually his eyes rounded on Raven, and his fingers fell away from his lips. Again he whispered, "Please." With a nod, Raven yanked him into another kiss, placing one hand on the back of his head, fingers sliding through his silky hair and gripping his scalp. Tobin shivered under him, and his grip tightened. He'd forgotten the touch of another man, the duality of soft and hard someone could possess, and the way bodies melted together. The smaller man fumbled, but Raven lifted him over the bar counter, sliding him across it just like he had the inventory books now littering the floor. Tobin fit against him perfectly, like two puzzle pieces delicately carved for each other. Tobin's body filled every curve and divot, and Raven fit between his slender thighs like they were made for him. His free hand gripped Tobin under his thigh, sliding from the swell of his ass to the crook of his knee and yanking him closer. His mind flashed with warnings. Sensible ones, reminding him they'd barely met, saying he should think about what they were doing, consider how it looked to his nation to bed a vampire, but his body had other thoughts. The vampire sparked something inside Raven no other man had sparked before, and Raven craved him, especially after the first taste. Now he knew he could never have enough. Their second kiss broke, and Raven dropped his head back on his shoulders as Tobin exhaled in a little laugh. "Should I apologize?" Raven growled, Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. "Are you regretful of your actions?" Tobin's light question was music to Raven's ears. "Not at all." He cupped Tobin's face, thumb stroking his cheekbones and sliding across puffed, pubescent lips. "Then you have nothing to apologize for," Tobin whispered, tipping his head up and gazing into Raven's eyes. Raven sucked his teeth. "You're beautiful." "Yes." Chapter 15. Raven. He couldn't tell you how they made it upstairs to Raven's bedroom, but they did. In a tangle of limbs and arousal, they stumbled up the stairs and collapsed in Raven's bed. He pinned the vampire's hands over his head, and he worked his hips against him. The vampire squirmed and hissed as his own strength came through, as he fought against Raven, but it was their game. A dog chasing a cat, and the cat's reluctant enjoyment. With Tobin's wrists trapped in one of his hands and the other man's body stretched taut under him, he pulled at his clothes, pushing his shirt up and pulling his sweats down, exposing his creamy skin to the air. Then he kissed and bit and nibbled every inch of Tobin's exposed skin, leaving a trail of pink marks as he traveled up to brown nipples, and then further up to Tobin's neck. The writhing man under him erupted in giggles, and his resistance turned into eagerness. Raven's cock was heavy in his jeans. His balls were tight with his excitement, and Tobin's squirming wasn't helping his situation at all. Worse, he felt the outline of Tobin's excitement too, nestled right against his own throbbing cock. When he dropped his hips into Tobin and pinned him in place, the other man gasped. Tobin's cock jerked, and a little smirk flitted across Raven's lips. Tobin was wild under him, so much different from his poised and controlled outward demeanor, and Raven adored it. It was a secret between them, just like many other things, but sweeter. This was a secret Raven liked. He never wanted to imagine any other man on top of Tobin, seeing his blissed expressions, feeling his lean muscles shuddering with every breath he took. I've never done this before," Tobin panted when his cock jerked against his jeans again. Raven swore he smelled the product of a solo session earlier, but Tobin's cock was hard as steel now. "No." He shook his head. "No. I can't remember. I've never felt like this before." Raven released his hands, and Tobin whimpered from the loss. He craved more even as he protested. "How do you feel?" "On fire," Tobin murmured, "like every bone in my body is filled with it. I ache." "Do you?" Raven smiled, stroking the backs of his fingers along Tobin's jawline. How do you ache? My cock. My ass. My lips. I can soothe it, Raven promised, sliding over him again before sitting back on his heels. He changed their positions, sliding to the head of the bed and leaning against the naked wall as he pulled Tobin into his arms again, Tobin's back butting up against his front. It was a comfortable position, a position where he could get lost in the intoxicating scent of datura and mint. Will you let me? He asked finally, once Tobin was trapped in his arms. Yes. Oh goodness, yes please. Both of Raven's hands went under Tobin's shirt first, seeking out his hardened nipples and assaulting them. It was a tease, one Tobin responded deliciously to. He opened his chest to the treatment and dropped his head back on Raven's shoulder. Neck exposed, stretched, soft moans escaping parted lips. His legs rested half open, knees bent, toes curling in the bunched sheets. They exchanged no more words, just moans and grunts and growls as Raven continued his maiden voyage across Tobin's body. Once his hands left Tobin's nipples, he trailed over the planes of his torso, down his obliques, and along the sharp curves of his cut lines. His tongue yearned to follow the path of his hands. His mouth watered, hungry for a taste of Tobin's skin, and he tilted his head, lips traveling along Tobin's neck as his hands dipped between his thighs. His left hand grabbed Tobin's cock, his right hand cupped his balls, and every muscle in Tobin's body slackened. His fingers danced along Tobin's length, squeezing the base, thumb trailing the top of his shaft and the other 4 fingers curling around the bottom. He juggled swollen balls. Raven's own cock wept against the firm seam of his jeans, edged on by Tobin's squirming. It was delicious, but not nearly enough to push Raven over the edge. It was enough to taunt him, to bring his pleasure to a fever pitch, to build aggression inside of him, and it made him hyper-focused on Tobin, made him that much more eager for the other man's climax. He fixated on it, exploring Tobin's clammy skin with his mouth as he worked him over with his hands. Don't stop, Tobin moaned. His hands rested on Raven's knees, and he kneaded his flesh as his hips arched into him. I won't, Raven promised. He continued stroking Tobin, tasting him, getting lost in his shivering moans, memorizing him. He knew when Tobin's moans changed from gentle sighs to guttural grunts, and he felt Tobin's muscles tighten against him, jumping and twitching under his skin. Tobin's cock swelled in his hands, the shining purple head throbbing with need. With a gasping moan, Tobin arched backwards, sitting his firm ass right along the ridge of Raven's shaft as his orgasm grabbed him. His body curved like a bow, pointed nipples targeting the sky, shoulders resting against Raven, head back against his shoulder. He was completely exposed for him, surrendered to him, and his cock pulsed with his release, jerking as cum shot from the slit and onto his lean chest and strained belly. Oh God, Raven, he moaned when his orgasm released him. He was still strung tight, muscles bunched, and Raven kept stroking him, dragging out every drop of his cum, letting it slide over his dark-tanned fingers and down Tobin's shaft, pooling at the base. Little moans bubbled from him at the continued stimulation, until he winced and shied away from Raven's touch. You're gorgeous, Raven whispered as he pulled his hand away, eyeing the cum coating his knuckles. Thank you. Tobin eyed Raven's hand too. I can get you a towel. No need, Raven grunted, lifting the hand to his lips. He passed his tongue across Tobin's cum, groaning and letting his eyes flutter at the taste. Salty, heady, good. Tobin moaned too. He swallowed, Adam's apple shuddering, and he bit his bottom lip. Oh, okay. A flush of red overtook his entire face, and he quickly looked away from Raven, running his hands down his thighs and rubbing his cheek against his shoulder. You taste good, Raven murmured after he'd cleaned his fingers. Thank you. I can please you too, if you'd like. Tobin lifted his eyebrows, crunching them towards the center of his forehead, and turned shy eyes up to Raven. Whites cradled blues, and imagining Tobin's full lips sealed around his thick veiny cock was easy. Nah, it's okay. This was about you. Raven kissed his cheek. Please. Tobin sucked his bottom lip. I know what you do in the showers. One eyebrow shot up. Do you? Why, yes. I can smell it, your climax sometimes when I wake. If you will not let me pleasure you, can I watch you pleasure yourself? You want to watch me jerk off? Yes, I believe so. Tobin's cheeks flamed again. Tomato red in contrast with his blue eyes. All right. Raven exhaled a chuckle, cock straining his pants again. Let me free. Tobin twisted in his lap, hiding his cock between his slim thighs and settling his weight against Raven's chest, bracing himself by roping one arm along Raven's shoulders and the other against him, palm flat. I want your shirt off first. Raven grunted, scoffing as a smile swept across his face. This for you or for me? For you, Tobin trailed, dropping his gaze and teasing the hem of Raven's shirt, and for me as well. Aha. Raven bent forward, grabbing the ends of his shirt and pulling it over his head before he sat back again. Better. Tobin's eyes went wide for yet another time in their evening, and he stared at Raven's form. Why, yes. Good. Now free me. Yes, of course. With a shadowy smile, Tobin raked his fingers over the outline of Raven's cock, going along one side, around the mushroom head and back down the other side. His cock jerked. Tobin gasped. You have one of your own, why no? This ain't anything new. It's different, he whispered as he peeled down the zipper of Raven's jeans and rolled the two flaps back. A trail of dark hair started from his navel and disappeared under the band of his briefs, which Tobin tugged down next. His cock jumped free, hardening more at the rush of cool air against his skin, and bubbling with precum under Tobin's hungry gaze. There was no other description for the way the smaller man licked his lips and hooded his eyes. Can I touch you? Yeah. Tobin shifted again, letting one of his calves rest between Raven's thighs. A slender finger brushed along Raven's slit, collecting some of his clear precum. He tasted it. Raven groaned. You taste sweet, he decided, and dipped his fingers back down. They walked along Raven's shaft, trailing along both sides and underneath, drawing another groan from him. Thanks. Tobin's delicate fingers strumming along his length was mesmerizing. His rounded nails kissed Raven's sensitive skin, and the slight coolness was a reprieve from his engorged heat. He wrapped his fingers around him, but his thumb didn't meet his other 4 fingers. Raven closed his eyes as he shuddered. You are very thick too. And hard. So firm. You trying to talk dirty to me? Raven growled, voice ragged and raw in his throat. He couldn't watch anymore, but even with his eyes closed, hearing Tobin's curious voice and feeling his soft fingers excited him. Tobin's scent lingered in the air, and the taste of him was still on his tongue too. I am observing. Talking dirty is different. Is it now? Yes. Very much. Tobin squeezed him, and slid his hand from the base of his cock all the way up to the top. All 4 fingers slid over the head and then back down. His thumb swept over the opening and along the stretch of nerves just beyond the head. Raven saw stars and a crass moan tumbled from his lips. Tobin's teasing earned him more sticky precum. It flowed thicker as his arousal increased. How? Let me see. Dirty talk would be something akin to me describing exactly how I would like for you to fuck me. For how long? How I would like for you to get deep inside me and stretch me open. Oh, okay. I get the point. It was Raven's turn to gasp, and he did as Tobin squeezed him again. The image of the other man bent in front of him passed across his mind and set his heart galloping faster than it already was. Do you? Tobin tilted his head, resting his cheek on Raven's shoulder. His cool breath chilled his neck, raising goosebumps across rough terrain. I want to feel you moving in and out of me, Raven. I've thought about it. In my dreams sometimes when I pleasure myself. He rolled his shoulders. His eyes fluttered closed and his features went slack as pleasure overtook him. His body vibrated with it. How, he groused. How? Tobin exhaled a little chuckle. With slick fingers he stroked him faster, coaxing his orgasm to the surface. His lips brushed along Raven's tight jawline. I want to feel your strength. I want to know a warrior is on top of me, claiming me as his own. Yeah. Raven's muscles jumped. His orgasm brewed hot between the sharp points of his hips, swelling in his balls and inching up the length of his cock. Yes. Am I yours, Raven? Tobin purred over the words, turning the two syllables of his name into a pleasured moan. He pumped Raven's cock expertly, and Raven's balls ached for his release. They tightened to his form as he turned over Tobin's question in his brain, replaying his sweet little words. "I'm close," he choked. Tobin kissed the corner of his lips. "Climax, please. I want to feel it. I want to feel your orgasm pulsing through your cock. Then I want to see it and taste it." "Yeah. Coming." Raven amended his words in a shuddering breath as his orgasm shot through him. Thick ropes of cum exploded from him, painting his chest and Tobin's fingers in white. Tobin's hand stopped moving, but Raven didn't need the assistance anymore. His hips squirmed and bucked, fucking his hand as wave after wave of pleasure went over him. His orgasm kept his muscles tight long after it was over, and Tobin played to Raven's weakness, moving his hand along his sensitive flesh, drawing shuddering moans from him. Raven jerked, closing his eyes as Tobin played with him. He hadn't been expecting anything, let alone a mind-blowing orgasm, a little afterplay, and a prim and proper vampire with dirty fantasies on his mind. Raven hummed, staying at attention despite his empty balls and worn-out muscles. "Yes. Nothing. Just thinking. About you. Pass me my shirt." Raven pointed to it, before opening his palm to the sky. "Oh, of course." Tobin passed it along to him, before resting in his arms again. "I thought you wanted me to masturbate for you." "I still do, yes. Perhaps you can satisfy my curiosity in a moment?" Raven's whole body spasmed and his cheeks flushed. "You want me to fuck?" Tobin chuckled. "I'm kidding. Unless, of course, you have another round in you, then I am most definitely not kidding." "I need a few," Raven mumbled, eyes still closed. "Of course." Tobin laid curled next to him. Raven wasn't sure at what point he fell asleep, but there was no second round. By the time he cracked his eyes open again, daylight spilled into the room, and Tobin had stretched across him and nuzzled his face into his chest. He untangled the vampire from him and slipped out of the bed, drawing the curtains closed and washing the dried cum from his chest. Then he crawled back into the bed. The vampire gravitated to him again, and he drifted back to sleep with their fingers laced together and the slender man spooning him from behind. He woke again several hours later. His eyes popped open and he jolted upright. The previous night came back to him in a rush, and he groaned, rubbing his forehead and studying the sleeping creature next to him. He'd never call the previous night a mistake, but a war of emotions swarmed his insides, a push and pull between duty and love. He had a duty to his family, to everyone who had been affected by Tobin's kind, but Tobin was steadily mending his wounded heart, repairing holes Raven didn't even know he had. Raven stroked Tobin's jawline, letting the light stubble prick his fingers. He was angelic, and as Raven pet him, the scent of datura bloomed in his nose. It burned, but he welcomed the sickly sweet scent. It was a warning. Too sweet to be safe, but it drew in its victims, trapped them in an invisible spider web. By the time they writhed and squirmed and fought against the ropes, they were too coiled in them to escape. He reluctantly left Tobin's bedside, showered and dressed before jogging down to the bar. The place had already opened for the night, and true for a Wednesday, it hovered somewhere between reasonably packed and completely empty. The regulars sat at the bar, nursing their usual drink orders, while Cameron dried his hands with a towel. One of the new servers, along with Dalia, floated around the room, taking drink orders and delivering comfort food meals. Dalia smiled at him as he passed through the dining area, and Cameron greeted him as he popped behind the bar. "Hey man. Little late today. I was getting worried. Is everything okay?" "Yeah," Raven nodded, "everything's good." "How was opening?" "Just fine. Dalia and I took care of it. She wasn't on the schedule for today, but she said she missed inventory yesterday." His tone was questioning as he glanced down his line of customers. "Yeah. She did." "Well, did everything get finished?" A new customer sat at the end of the bar, drumming his fingers on the counter and surveying the options. "Yeah. Tobin helped me. We'll talk about it later." Raven nodded to the new entrant. You got a customer. Yeah, no problem. Cameron moved away. I'll be in the kitchen. Cameron waved as he fixed his attention on the new customer. What'll it be? Old-fashioned. The stranger's voice was sandpaper, and uneasiness crept across Raven's skin. Chapter 16. Tobin. At dusk, he jolted awake. His eyes opened, and he shivered. The previous evening rushed back to him, and he remembered Raven's hands all over him, his orgasm, Raven's orgasm. He remembered the man's guttural moans, too, and the memory spread goosebumps all over his skin. Tobin bundled himself in the blankets, drowning in the last bits of heat from Raven's body. He was seconds from falling asleep again, but before he could, an uncomfortable feeling crawled over him. Something wasn't right. He smelled it first. He could place most people's scents. He knew Raven's, Dalia's, and Cameron's, and he smelled them. His senses honed in on beating hearts downstairs, but he caught something else. Datura and decay. He wasn't the only vampire in the establishment, and that made him shiver all the way down to his toes. He inched out of bed, tugging on Raven's shirt and a pair of joggers, and tiptoed down the hall. Careful footfalls landed on the stairs, taking him towards the main room. You have something of my boss's, a deep voice said. Doubt it, Raven responded in full confidence. The stranger pushed, but Raven was steadfast in his conviction. Unfazed. The man's voice dropped. Oh, you do. I can smell the stench all over the place. All over you. I know he's here. Who? Oh, a little blue-eyed, black-haired thing. Real prim and proper. Seems someone tried to stash him here, but I'm here to collect. Raven's growl vibrated the floorboards, and Tobin sank down on the stairs, pressing his palm against the wall. It clicked as the man spoke. His stomach turned over, and bile worked up his esophagus, lingering in the back of his throat. Tobin was dizzy, and when he closed his eyes, he was no longer inside the restaurant. Instead, he was in a dank cave, packed like sardines with dozens of other wide-eyed, clueless humans. Fear filled him, shook him to his core. The shallow hallway spun around him, and he closed his eyes again. This time he was stretched across a table, limbs bound. Starving and weak. He'd spent his energy fighting, but with no food and no water, his fight had left him, and so had most of his blood. His fingers were impossibly cold. His eyes drooped. He had a scream ready in the back of his throat, but it was silent when it passed his lips. He was slipping away. Dying. He was dying. Then he felt it on his tongue. Drops of a thick, metallic liquid. It wasn't human blood, but it was close. It dripped down his throat, and it transformed him. The biting hunger in his stomach faded, and a new hunger sat in. A primal hunger. He gasped as new teeth pricked his gums, cutting them and spreading the wound. You're not collecting anything, Raven growled, accenting each word. Tell your boss if he has a problem with who lives in my territory, he can come himself to settle things. The stranger's laughter was maniacal. Oh, really? Little puppy is far from his pack, isn't he? Tobin's eye-teeth cut his gums. Not from hunger now. From adrenaline. Raven rumbled again. Get out. Get out right now, and if I see you again, you won't be walking away. A traitor to your blood too. Housing one of us in your domain. Now he was taunting. Tobin froze in his spot, dipping in and out of reality. His brain conjured memories he had stashed behind a wall, and they flooded through him, overtaking all of his senses. He remembered the mildewy smell, the moisture heavy in the air, along with the chill of the concrete floor and the white noise of other desperate individuals. They had been tested too after the change. Their strengths and weaknesses. They were tortured beyond reasonable, goaded to the lowest common denominator. It became kill or be killed, survive or starve. He's not one of you. So you do know him then? Let me tell you something about your sweet little friend. He may feign sweetness and innocence, but he's nothing of the sort. If you knew what he was capable of, you'd be tossing him out on the street. I wouldn't have to come looking. Raven didn't respond. The back door opened. You'll be a good little messenger dog, and tell Tobias I said hello, won't you? Tell him we miss his skills. I'll tell him nothing, and I promise you, if you or any one of your kind comes looking for him again, I will end you. I will spread your limbs all over this parking lot. Then, I will separate your head from your shoulders and cut off your eyelids. You will watch as I burn your body." The other vampire recoiled. "Now get out before I show your boss what I can do right now." The door closed and latched, and Raven's fist connected with the hard steel. The werewolf's anger was palpable, thick in the little hallway. It enveloped them both, and Tobin curled his arms around his body, hugging himself. "I know you're there," Raven said eventually, when some of his anger receded. "Sorry," Tobin whispered. "Don't be. You're safe. I won't let anything happen to you. Ever." He paused. "Come out." Tobin sucked in a breath and eased from the shadows, taking the last few steps on shaky legs. He turned the corner at the base of the stairs and met Raven's eyes. His heart pounded in his chest and his eye teeth pricked his lips. "Are you okay?" Raven looked at him as he rubbed his busted knuckles. The scent of his blood filled the hallway and clawed at Tobin's attention. "Why, yes. Are you?" "Yeah, I'm fine." He rumbled. "How'd you sleep?" "I slept well, and you?" "Good. Slept good." He rocked on his heels and stepped around Tobin. "Good talk." "Raven." Tobin snapped his head to the side, locking eyes with the other man as he paused in his stride and regarded him again. "Should we discuss what just happened?" "Probably not wise." "Oh, okay. I want to know if you're really serious." "Serious about what?" "About what you said." Raven's nostrils flared and he rolled his tongue across his teeth. "Is your real name Tobias?" "I think so, yes." "What do you want me to call you, then?" "I like the name you gave me." He said I was a bad person, and I don't remember. I remember more, but if Tobias was a bad person, I don't want to be him anymore. I want to be a good person. Raven stalled in his reply, eyes downcast as he passed silent judgment on Tobin. Finally, he nodded. "I meant what I said. You're safe in my domain, and if anyone threatens it, they won't quite like the outcome." "Oh." Tobin's heart swelled in his chest and a blanket of relief wrapped around him. Have you fought vampires before?" "I need to get back to work," Raven murmured. "Since you worked yesterday, you can take the night off if you want." "Please." "Yeah. I've fought vampires before." Tobin gave a slight nod. "I think I would rather work." "Since you worked yesterday," Raven repeated, slower this time, "you can take the night off." "I don't want to be alone. Just let me work. I will work for free." Raven turned back around, rolling his shoulders and then curving them forward before he righted himself. He stood proud and tall, more like the warrior Jona had been looking for than a humble business owner. "Fine. Let's go then." He led Tobin into the body of the establishment, and Tobin brushed untamed locks from his face, tucking them behind his ear, as he veered away from the other man and joined Cameron behind the bar. "Hey there," Cameron greeted Tobin. "Forgot to look in the mirror today?" Tobin scowled. "No. It's wash day. This is the only thing I have clean." Raven grunted, moving quietly around his workers and his patrons before he slipped into the kitchen and disappeared from view. "Aha. I had a girlfriend who loved wearing my shirts. At one point I had a closet full of clothes, but slowly and surely, I went from about 20 good t-shirts to 5. I imagine yours were more comfortable, and they smelled like you. And if I may say, you do smell appetizing." "Appetizing? Don't you know how to compliment a man?" Cameron chuckled, wiping watermarks off a few shot glasses before stashing them away. "You want to take one side, and I'll take the other." "Oh no, I don't have to serve customers. I can finish polishing the glasses." Tobin pulled a clean rag from inside the bar and took Cameron's place in front of a rack of clean dishes. He wanted busy work. He wanted anything that would take his mind away from the harsh truth. Someone was looking for him. Someone unkind. And Tobias, or whoever Tobin had been before, could have been just as unkind. He searched through his memories as he worked through the monotonous task of cleaning the glasses, but he drummed up nothing new. He hadn't even considered being a bad person, harming others. He couldn't even imagine it, but it was always a possibility. He had come here with no name, no money, and no memory. He had even fed from the very creature who had saved his life, demanded more of him, expected care and kindness, but what if he didn't deserve any of it? His eyes burned, and he blinked them rapidly as he tucked a clean set of glasses behind the counter, wiping down the counter space afterwards. As he unloaded the next row of drinkware, a familiar face plopped down in front of him. "Toby, this isn't your usual work night. What's up?" Elise placed her laptop on the table in front of her and smiled at him. "Hey. Oh, nothing in particular. I am picking up extra hours." Tobin tried to match her smile with a fraudulent one of his own, but his forgery wasn't good enough. She noticed, and her bubbly demeanor faltered. "Is everything okay?" "Why, yes, of course. Why wouldn't everything be okay?" Tobin pressed on, picking up a wine glass and surveying it before running the towel along the rim. "I don't know. Your aura seems off, and I know it sounds like hippie shit, but it's true. Is everything okay? Honestly?" "Yes." His voice was firmer the second time. "Okay, because if something was wrong, you can talk to me, right? I know I'm just the woman who practically lives here slaving over this novel, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm here." "I know, and I thank you for it truly." "Good. How are you coming along with your novel, if I may ask?" "Of course you can ask, but you probably shouldn't. Never let a writer get on the topic of their novel, because you'll never get them to shut up." Tobin chuckled. "Oh well then, please continue. I need something to distract me from my thoughts." Elise cooed. "So there is something troubling you. I knew it. Is it about Raven?" "You are prying. I am a writer. How do you think I get the juicy stories if I don't pry?" Tobin chuckled again and finally sighed. "It is a little about Raven, but not so much. Is he still hot and cold?" "Perhaps lukewarm and cold." Tobin hollowed his cheeks and shrugged. "Things between Raven and me are better, but he paused and took a deep breath. "What would you do if you found out you were a bad person?" "What do you mean?" What if you sleepwalked at night and did unsavory things while you were sleepwalking, but you had no recollection of them?" "What kind of unsavory things? Like unforgivable things, or like peeing in a trash can and cursing someone out?" "Unsavory things covers a lot of ground, Toby." "Unforgivable things. I don't know. If I don't remember, can I really be held accountable for them? I mean, in the eyes of American law, you're only a criminal if someone can prove premeditation, right?" "I suppose so." "Do you think you did something bad?" "Potentially. It is rather complicated. I suppose it has been on my mind since I cannot remember anything about who I was before now. I like to imagine I was a pleasant person, but what if I wasn't?" "Well, there's really not much you can do about it, is there? I mean, if you were a terrible person, it's in the past. Now you're you, so you have the opportunity to be good." "Is it so simple?" "Sure. Why wouldn't it be?" "I do not know. I suppose I would like to know, at the very least, if I was a bad person before or not." "Sure, but it's not necessary. If you're good now, it doesn't matter what you did before." "Tobin?" Raven poked his head out from the kitchen, scanning the room before turning his attention to Tobin. "Sorry," Tobin whispered, tucking his wash rag in the pocket of his pants and meeting Raven's gaze. "What?" "Yes. Can I see you in here?" Tobin froze. "Why yes, of course." "See you around, Toby," Elise whispered as Cameron set her regular drink order on a napkin beside her laptop. "See you. Thank you for the conversation." Tobin waved and walked towards the kitchen on shaky legs. Chapter 17. Tobin. He stepped into the kitchen, pausing right inside the door and placing his hands behind his back. Is everything okay? Yeah, Raven grunted, drying his hands. Kinda didn't want the night after to end up like this. He scrubbed his stubbled chin as he studied the other man. After last night. Yes. What about last night? I recall we performed inventory and… Don't. Raven narrowed his eyes. You know what I'm talking about. Tobin lifted his chin as a little smile spread across his face. His fingers brushed along his collarbone, strumming the ball of his shoulder. Raven shook his head. After we were intimate last night, Raven murmured. Tobin smiled more, eyes dancing. Ah. Of course. I kinda planned to sneak off after making sure the bar was straight and spend a second night with you. Just us. Did you? Yeah, I did. Anyway, I wanted to let you know that, I enjoyed myself last night. I enjoyed being with you. It wasn't just a fling or anything, and yeah, you don't have to worry about me protecting you. It wasn't a fling for me either. Yeah, I know. You said you'd never been with anyone else. Unless you remembered someone from your past. Tobin pushed himself away from the wall and stood in front of Raven. I did not remember anyone from my past. The only person I have been with is you, Raven. The man's cheeks colored and he ducked his head. Cool. Raven? Tobin reached for his hand, taking calloused fingers in his. He sandwiched Raven's hand in his, stroking his warm skin. Yeah. Can I ask you something? Yeah. What is Raven your real name? He bristled, fingers curling into a fist. Goggy, he murmured, it translates to Raven. Goggy, Tobin turned the word over on his tongue. It fits you better. May I call you it? He continued caressing Raven's palm, slowly closing the sliver of distance between them. Alone, yeah. Okay. Goggy? He brushed his lips over Raven's. A rumble vibrated Raven's throat, and his lips parted for the kiss. He lifted a hand, resting it on the back of Tobin's neck and holding him in place, holding him close. Say it again. He ran his nose along Tobin's jawline. Goggy. He lifted Tobin in his arms and sat him on the kitchen counter, running his hands down the sides of his body. Tobin gasped, then chuckled, spreading his legs open and admitting Raven between them. Raven ran warm hands up and down his sides, heating him up from his core with his sensual touches and the way his gaze fixed on him. Hunger shined in his eyes, like he'd waited all night to get Tobin alone, like Tobin was the only thing able to sat him. I want to have you, Tobin confessed, tone breathy as his arousal tented his bottoms. You do. Raven buried his face in Tobin's shoulder. No, I want to be connected to you. He sucked his bottom lip, releasing it with a pop as he rolled his hips against Raven. His cock pressed into Raven's hard belly, and his heels dug into the backs of Raven's thighs. Raven leaned forward, planting his hands flat on either side of Tobin. How? I want to hear you say it. Tobin's face flushed and his nostrils flared. He ran his tongue along the backs of his teeth. I want you to penetrate me. I want to feel you inside me. Raven kissed Tobin's neck, teeth brushing his skin. Tobin gasped. His cock flexed in his pants and he shuddered against Raven. Please. Oh goodness. I'll give you what you want but not here. Raven kissed him again, lips tasting Tobin's skin again before he retreated. Tobin glimpsed Raven's arousal trapped in his slacks, and he turned away, combing his fingers through his hair. Of course. Tobin collected his hair all on one side, picking at the split ends. I'm not rejecting you. I'm saying not here. Not down here where anyone could catch us, because once I am inside you, I don't want to be interrupted. Raven's words sent a chill down Tobin's spine, and it all went straight down to his cock. His balls were heavy as if the previous night had never happened, as if he hadn't already been with Raven once. Yes, okay. And I want it to be special for you. How about, Raven studied the crotch of Tobin's pants before he glanced back into his eyes, how about I take you out? We'll go do something fun. Like what? It's a surprise. Raven grabbed the back of Tobin's head and planted a sweet kiss on his forehead. Me and you. Friday night. Say yes. His voice was firm, sweetly tempting. Yes. Good. Raven offered a light smile and kissed Tobin's forehead. 2 days. Now, you told me you'd help out all night, so I need you to finish polishing the glasses. Of course. It gives me practice for polishing something else, I believe. Raven snorted. Sure. He helped Tobin back onto his feet. I'll be back here if you need anything. I shouldn't. I am capable of working for your bar. I know. Just saying. If you get spooked or anything's weird. I'm not far. An honest smile touched Tobin's lips. He had always felt comfortable in Raven's domain, but it had been a sensible and practical comfort. Now it had shifted. Raven was no longer working from vague obligations or rationalization. He was emotionally invested. Okay. Tobin sauntered out of the kitchen, re-entering the bustling main room of the establishment. Everything all right? Cameron asked as he shook a tumbler and poured its contents in a glass, passing it to an unfamiliar face. Yes. Nothing is amiss. I will continue cleaning the glasses. Tobin pointed. Sure thing. He wandered back over to his workspace and invested himself in his task, allowing his mind to wander in the process. He enjoyed menial tasks, repetitive tasks, because his mind worked as his body did. He lost himself in thoughts of Raven, a mix of fantasies and memories, and he reframed all of their interactions in his head. Had Raven been interested this entire time? Had his interest been the source of his animosity? Tobin could never deny the fireworks that had exploded in the pit of his stomach when he saw Raven. Even with drooping eyes and a gaping wound at his side, his body responded favorably. His body knew what it wanted. He completed one rack and lifted it away, tucking it back into the kitchen before he started on the next one, exchanging his rag too. At first he had truly hated the simplistic bar work, but now he took pride in it. He cared for Raven, and he cared for the establishment, and he understood the worth in wiping away the water stains. Aesthetics. Oh hey. Bailey's voice rang out as Tobin turned away, hanging wine glasses upside down in the overhead wine rack. Toby. I was hoping you'd be here tonight. It's not my usual night, Bailey, but alas, I am here, he smiled at her. Why were you hoping for my presence? Because I have a huge favor to ask you. It's huge, but you absolutely have to say yes. Her gazelle legs carried her to the bar, and her big youthful eyes locked on Tobin. Hey Bailey, Cameron stuttered. Oh hey Cam, she responded casually, and Tobin narrowed his eyes for a moment, cutting his attention to Cameron before focusing on Bailey again. What do you need help with? Teresa Jones is throwing this huge party Friday night, and I have to be ready for it. I have a date and everything, and everyone is going to be there, and I'm in the running for prom queen, so I have to make a statement. I see. And where do I come in? Well, you have to help me pick out what I'm going to wear. What kind of party is it? It's a themed French masquerade party mixed with the raving 20s. Tobin blinked. The roaring 20s, you mean? Yes, the one with jazz music and flappers and no drinking. Ah, yes, of course. Well, a masquerade party mixed with the 20s is certainly a genre mashup, so to speak. And you have a date as well? Bailey glanced at Cameron, who had become very invested in keeping the bar spotless, and set her jaws. Yeah. I have a date. And she's super cute too. Oh. Am I dressing you both, or am I simply dressing you? Oh my God. Could you dress us both? Please, Tobin? Please. We'll pick you up right after school, and then you can help us get ready. Wait, no, we should shop tomorrow, right? What time does your event start on Friday? You two may have to dress yourselves. Have you ever considered I may have plans? Do you have plans? For Friday evening, yes. I do. You should have said something. What kind of plans? Elise and Cameron glanced over too. Cameron's attention was sharp, but Elise's face shined with untainted curiosity. Yeah, Toby, what kind of plans? I might have a date. With who? Both women countered at the same time. My business is private. Tobin bit his bottom lip and picked up another glass. Oh, okay. Private means it's Raven, Bailey retorted. What are you doing on your date? Tobin's face heated, and when she uttered the other man's name, his pulse raced. The glass trembled in his fingers. I am not sure what I am doing on my date. Anyway, we're not talking about me. We are discussing you now, aren't we? Right, yes. So I was thinking I want the bright colors of the French masquerade style, but with the sleek flapper style of the 20s. She popped her leg up, imitating the classic photos of 20s dancers. You must have a fancy headband. I think it is required of all flappers. And your date? Is she interested in a dress, too? Oh, I don't know. She's more the pantsuit type, but I know she's already picked her dress for prom. Wouldn't it be crazy if my school had 2 prom queens? Then we can kick heteronormative stereotypes in the balls. She punched the air. How progressive of you, Tobin chuckled. Tomorrow evening, I would be happy to help you and your date look for acceptable attire. It is a little short notice, but I believe we will be able to find something acceptable to wear. And masks too, of course, though you may have to craft those yourself. I like crafting. I want my mask to match my outfit, so if it has to be handmade, well, I'm just going to have to hand make it. Bailey smiled. Oh. Have you seen your man around? I need to make sure it's okay if I have Friday off. I would have put in for it, but I didn't hear about the party until Tuesday, and you know we're closed on Tuesdays, so, Bailey shrugged. He was in the kitchen last, Tobin confessed, sighing. Perfect. Tomorrow, right after school, I'll be here waiting for you, she reminded Tobin as she flounced into the kitchen after Raven. Chapter 18. Tobin. He set an alarm for the next evening and dragged himself awake a little earlier than usual. It wasn't optimal, but he had few other options. The weather had blessed him with a cloudy day, and by the time the 2 girls arrived, he had shaken off the deep dregs of prematurely waking, and he hung next to Raven as he set up the bar for the evening. Tobin leaned back against the counter, and Raven wiped down glasses and menus. You could help, Raven tucked the menus away. I worked yesterday, I believe. You are something, aren't you? Yes. Tobin smiled. The other man grunted. Aha. Are we still on for tomorrow night? Yes. I told the girls to come here to get ready for their event, but I can't imagine it'll take more than a few hours to get 2 girls ready for a party. What time should I be ready? 8 o'clock. And you still will not tell me what we're doing? Nope. Sure won't. Tobin twisted around, facing Raven fully and pressing the side of his hip into the counter. Doggy. Not even a clue. Raven bristled at his name. I'll give you a clue. What we're doing tomorrow night is good for you. It is good for me? Tobin quirked an eyebrow. Yup. But it will still be enjoyable and fun too. Yup. And educational. You have given 2 clues now. Yup, but only because you don't stand a chance in hell of guessing where we're going anyway. I don't consider this a good thing, you know. If I don't know where we're going, how am I to dress for the occasion? Dress casual. Your sweats and a t-shirt will work. For a date? Yeah, Raven chuckled, you don't need a 3-piece suit to go on a date. And if I would like one? Tobin lifted both his eyebrows now. Joke's on you, no one here can afford a good quality 3-piece suit anyway. You would look good in one. Tobin reached across the counter, stroking his fingers down Raven's jawline. They continued down his corded neck muscles and along his shoulders. Raven shivered and rumbled as he paused in his work, looking up at Tobin. His t-shirt hugged his form, denting his swollen biceps and constricting the rest of him. They were a size extra large because he couldn't get the same pack of utilitarian t-shirts any larger, though he needed the next size up either way. The shirt billowed at his hips, and he tucked the hem casually into his pocket, taking away some of the bulk and displaying a hint of what was underneath. It drew Tobin's attention. Tobin knew what was underneath, and he missed the sight of Raven's rippling abdominal muscles and the dusty trail of hair guiding him down to Raven's core. He had gotten a feel the other night, but the prospect of more excited him, and he found his cock tightening in his pants. His balls grew full and heavy. This type of sex drive was new and welcomed. He never thought he would crave another person the way he craved Raven, both the physical and the emotional. There was a definite spark between them, electricity that shone like a beacon, but then these small conversations pleased him too. He enjoyed the exchange, the push and pull they had, the way the conversation flowed from them when Raven relaxed. "I'll keep it in mind," Raven murmured, leaning into Tobin's touch. "Will you? I must think of an excuse for you to wear a suit for an outing. Perhaps going to the theater? Don't have theater money. If I am inviting you, it is my responsibility to produce the money for the tickets and the evening. We could also go to a lavish dinner. You don't have the money either, Toby. Do I not? Perhaps I can get another job on top of helping you with this place. The more people you bring into our circle, the more likely it is for one of them to figure out the truth about you. If the days weren't short and school late, you would have a hard time explaining why you can't meet the girls early. I understand this. However, the days are short and school is late, so I am fine. You look exhausted." "I am fine, Goggy." Najoni." "What?" "I said it's nice." He caught Tobin's exploring hand and kissed his knuckles. "I'm going to finish up in the kitchen now. Have fun with the girls tonight. I know you doing this means a lot to them." Tobin smiled. "I know too." Raven ducked into the kitchen, and as soon as his rich top notes faded from Tobin's nose, Bailey and another long-legged teenager entered the establishment. They brought laughter and youth with them, and they walked in time with each other, fingers latticed together, arms swinging. Bailey's charming voice rang out first as the pair joined Tobin in front of the bar. "Toby," she called. "I want you to meet my girlfriend, Frankie. Frankie, this is Tobin, he's an expert with fashion." Frankie smiled and extended her free hand to Tobin. He shook it. "It's nice to meet you." "It is nice to meet you as well." Tobin smiled. "So, is Raven around?" Bailey stood on her toes. "I want her to meet him too." As if cued, Raven emerged from the back, drying his hands. "Everything okay out here?" Concern marred his features, but the edge evaporated when he noticed the two girls. Then he gave a light nod. Bailey giggled. "You look so serious all the time. What, did you think we were going to attack your precious and whisk him away?" Raven's gaze fixed on her for a moment, stony and serious, before Tobin exhaled a tense chuckle. "So, have you two planned a route for us?" Tobin shifted the conversation as he rubbed the back of Raven's arm. Bailey leaned into the other woman, kissing her shoulder and whispering to her. "Yeah, we do," Frankie responded. "But we're hoping to find everything we need at the first stop, and then we can go to the craft store for the stuff to make the masks to match. Bailey said it was okay for us to make them upstairs." "Oh," the teenager flailed. Raven, I meant to ask. Is it okay if we finish up our costumes in your guest room? And get dressed here tomorrow as well? We just want to look perfect, and with Dalia and Tobin here." Raven closed his eyes and sighed. "Sure, yeah, the guest room is fine." "We should go now," Tobin prompted, pushing himself up from the bar. "We will be in touch." Raven nodded. "Hasho Nanina. Be good." "Of course." Bailey wiggled her fingers and led Frankie and Tobin from the bar, and to an overpriced SUV parked on the left side of Raven's work truck. It was shiny, sleek, and wholly unfit for a child to destroy, but Bailey climbed in the front seat, Frankie took the passenger seat, and Tobin climbed into the back, placing his hands on his lap as Bailey drove. They went to 3 different stores and spent the majority of their time at the second one, before going to the third and then eventually returning to the first to purchase their dresses. It was on the way back to the first store that Tobin realized he didn't enjoy shopping nearly as much as he enjoyed fashion and aesthetics. He also didn't enjoy babysitting 2 giggling, young-in-love girls either. By the time they arrived back at the bar, the evening rush was well underway, and the trio snuck in the back door and disappeared upstairs before Bailey or Tobin got roped into serving customers. In the guest room, they discussed makeup, accessories, and mask designs until the girls left. Then, with a deep sigh, Tobin escaped to Raven's bedroom and burrowed himself in the sheets, catching up on the extra hours he missed. He napped until the door creaked open in the early hours of the night, and he opened his eyes, studying the shadow of Raven's figure against the closet door. Yellow light spilled into the room, haloing Raven's brawny shoulders and stiff neck. His hair, which had been short when Tobin arrived, had turned into barely tameable waves. It had been so many weeks, but seeing Raven still set Tobin on fire. Even the shadow of him. Tobin rolled over in the bed as Raven stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. His eyes adjusted, and his attention stayed glued on Raven as he approached him. "How was your night?" Raven sank down on the end of the bed, spreading the scent of burnt grease and alcohol through the room. It came in waves, but after it passed, Raven's natural scent hit Tobin's nose, and his natural scent was worth the wait. "Quite long, thank you for inquiring," Tobin replied, a yawn cutting off his words. "I don't enjoy shopping as much as I enjoy fashion, it seems." Raven chuckled. "Fair." He reached across the bed and combed his fingers through Tobin's hair, smoothing the matted waves in his fingers. "To me, you look good in anything you put on." Tobin smiled, putting his head against Raven's hand, kissing his palm. "Of course you would say such. You wear the same uniform every day." "Is it a problem?" "Not hardly," Tobin yawned again. "Some of the smartest people wear uniforms every day." "Really? Like who?" "You," Tobin laughed. "And of course, many billionaires and inventors and more." "Huh. You put me up there with billionaires and inventors?" Raven snorted. "I do. Dalia and Cameron have told me numerous times how you purchased this place at its lowest and did the majority of the renovations and updates yourself. How you lived upstairs and devoted yourself to it." Raven rumbled softly. "Did they?" He kicked off his shoes and peeled his shirt over his head, revealing light copper skin and a wash of faded scars. "Yes." Tobin sat up and took in a deep breath of Raven's smoky pine scent, placing one hand on his shoulder and sweeping his lips across his blazing skin. A man who can carve a way for himself out of nothing is an admirable man. "Lichy high." "What?" Tobin paused at the ball of his shoulder. "What I am. My tribe or my pack. Whatever you want to call it." "The language you speak." "Ancestral." Raven turned his head slightly, glancing back at Tobin. "I was running when I came here. This place. I made it my punishment. I needed the hard work to heal myself. I needed to feel passionate about something. And then you tumbled inside," Raven's voice softened. "And?" Tobin's voice mirrored his, and little puffs of breath ghosted along Raven's skin. His heart shivered in his chest. "And I wanted to protect you, from the moment I saw you. I said it was an obligation, and it helped. I smelled my brothers and sisters on you, yeah, but..." Raven twisted more, now cupping Tobin's face. His thumb touched Tobin's lips, swiping over them. Glassy eyes darted across Tobin's features. "I wasn't ready to open up again. I'm sorry for how I treated you at first." "It's okay." Tobin's lips barely moved. "You are different now." "I am," Raven agreed, administering a gentle kiss to the corner of Tobin's mouth. Even chased, it set off fireworks in his belly and spread fire through him, from his core all the way to the tips of his fingers, leaving him breathless as Raven retreated. "Are you sleeping with me again tonight?" Raven nodded and finished getting undressed before crawling into the bed with Tobin, wrapping the smaller man up in his strong arms and nestling his head between the crook of Tobin's neck and the lush pillows. Tobin's sleep was dreamless and heavy, and he woke early the next evening as well. A blaring alarm clock jolted him awake, and he sat up in the bed, wiping exhaustion from his features and yawning. He registered his lack of companionship and let his eyes droop closed again before there was a knock at the door. "Toby?" Bailey's questioning voice traveled through the wooden barrier. "Are you awake yet? Raven said you should be awake any minute now." Tobin responded, yawning again. Yes. I am awake." Good, because I'm super nervous. I want to look great tonight, and is 4 hours really enough time to get us both ready? Hair and makeup and everything?" "Yes," Tobin sobered. "If you would give me about 10 minutes, I will meet you and Frankie in the guest room." "Okay. Awesome. Thanks again." Her footsteps danced across the hall, and in a muffled voice she relayed the information to Frankie. Tobin rubbed his eyes as he slid out of bed and disappeared into the bathroom, where a warmed pint of blood sat. It was cow's blood, and it did nothing to inspire his appetite. However, Raven's scent clinging to the glass inspired everything else. Chapter 19. Raven. He was giddy before their date, but Tobin's confidence and affection the night before assured him they would enjoy themselves no matter what they did. He half listened as Tobin and the two teenagers laughed and giggled upstairs, and when the two girls came down wearing festive masks and sheath flapper dresses with Tobin trailing behind them, the corners of Raven's lips quirked into a smile. Cameron, on the other hand, looked particularly sour as he sloshed a mixed drink around in a tumbler before pouring it for a regular customer. "I guess next time you shouldn't wait around, should you?" Raven teased, squeezing Cameron's shoulder. "You can talk," Cameron challenged. "Yeah, I can. You and Dalia are closing up tonight because I've got a thing with Tobin." "A thing? What kind of thing?" "A date kind of thing." Cameron's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, really? What kind of date?" "I want him to know at least how to defend himself, so we're going to the gun range so he can learn how to shoot and handle firearms." "Exciting first date. You know, most people just go to dinner and a movie." Raven chuckled. "I know, but he's not really the dinner and a movie type. Plus, if you don't give any thought to your dates, the person you're taking out will feel like a dime a dozen. Remember what I'm telling you, for when you finally get off your ass and ask Bailey out." Cameron groaned. "We'll see. If you're not going to ask her out, then stop pouting around here. You'll just make her feel guilty, 'cause you know she liked you first and probably still likes you now. Be happy for her. Working on it. Work harder." Raven wiped down the bar counter as Tobin approached, sparkling with glitter from crafting with the girls. "Hey," he greeted Tobin. "Hi. I will be ready to leave in about 30 minutes. I would like to shower and change clothes." "Sure thing." Raven nodded. "I'll be ready." "Good." Tobin stepped away from the bar. "Remember. Wear something casual." "I remember." Raven's gaze followed Tobin until he ascended the staircase, and then he went back to work. He helped Cameron behind the bar for 10 minutes, and helped Dalia with customers for an equal amount of time. Afterwards he peeled off his apron and jogged upstairs, dipping into the guest room. He splashed water on his face and wiped his skin off with a small towel, cleaning a light sheen of sweat and the scent of a restaurant off of him. Then he changed clothes, sneaking into the main bedroom to grab a t-shirt and a pair of slacks before returning to the guest room. He laced his boots, tucked his cell phone and keys into his pocket, and waited for Tobin at the base of the stairs, pacing until Tobin emerged from the bedroom. Raven did a double take. Cheesy. Just like in the movies, but he hadn't expected Tobin to look better than he normally did. He hadn't been prepared for it. And while he wasn't in any way disappointed, he had been startled. Tobin looked radiant. His porcelain skin glowed, and the soft hallway light haloed his form as he crossed his legs over each other. Lagoon blue eyes peered down at Raven, bright with excitement. Straight-leg trousers made his slim legs look 100 miles long, and a well-fitted button-down added curves to his athletic figure. He had buttoned the shirt up to the top, and the flaps sat lazily on the sharp curve of his shoulders, while his lean neck sprouted from the top. The angles accented his angular jawline and stretched full lips. Raven swallowed. His throat went dry as Tobin took the steps one by one, resting one hand on the railing as he floated down to the first level of the building. Up close he was even more stunning. His shoulder-length brown hair had been pressed straight, and not a single flyaway altered his prim appearance. His cheeks were rosy, and a wash of brown makeup around his eyes made the blue pop even more. It was almost imperceptible, the makeup, but it was also perfectly placed. "You look good," Raven croaked. "Thank you." Tobin smiled. "So where are we going, might I ask?" "You can't ask. You'll see when we get there." Raven led Tobin from the building and to his vehicle, opening the passenger side for him before moving around to the other side. He stole another glance at the other man as he fit his keys into the ignition and revved the engine. It rattled, and for a moment Raven was clumsy in his space. It was rare his confidence was shaken, but Tobin didn't belong in the passenger side of an old work truck with mismatched headlights and rough bench seats. Raven frowned as he reversed out of his parking space. "What is it? Have I upset you?" "Oh no. Not at all. Just thinking about how good you look. Too good to be sitting in an old pickup for sure." "What do you mean?" "I mean, you're beautiful." "You are?" Raven paused, wetting his lips. His mind adduced plenty of different adjectives for what he wanted to express, but none were good enough. Tobin was beyond just beautiful. Exquisite. "Thank you," Tobin said again. "I enjoy your old truck. It is you, and I like you. This is me, and I am glad you like it." "Yeah. I do like it. I mean, you'd look good in a trash bag, but I like this." Tobin chuckled. "I simply picked up a few things for our date as I was out with the girls. The makeup was their suggestion. I don't believe I've ever worn makeup before, but they say makeup is no longer a woman thing." "Dunno," Raven shrugged. "Looks good though." Raven drove along the two-lane street as he led them into town, and then right back out of town to an old building with a dirt parking lot. "Doggy?" Tobin studied the surroundings before snapping his attention to Raven. "Yeah. Why do you seem to always take me to questionable places when I am in the vehicle with you?" "This isn't a questionable place. It's a shooting range. It's all the way out here because of the noise." "It's a what?" "A shooting range. During the day you can practice with targets outside, but I reserved us a night spot because, well, the owner's a regular at the bar." "Your secret date idea was to bring me to a firing range to shoot," Tobin paused. "Guns?" "Yeah. You need to know how to defend yourself, and it's a good way to relieve stress too." "I don't believe relieving stress by shooting guns is wise," Tobin murmured as Raven climbed out of his truck, landing on the ground with a grunt. He walked around the vehicle and opened Tobin's side, offering him a hand as well. "Such a gentleman." "Well, this is a date, isn't it?" "Yes." Raven led Tobin inside, collected their gear for them, and then led him through the building and to the private shooting lanes. For equipment, they had 2 handguns, 2 targets, a case of ammunition, and ear protection. "So, you ever shot a gun before?" Tobin shook his head. "Good, because this way you'll learn all the smart habits in the beginning." Raven showed him the parts of the gun, how to load it, and how to trigger the safety on and off before he showed Tobin the most common shooting stances and explained the benefits and drawbacks of each one. After the explanation, he clipped one of the paper targets on its holder and rolled it back until it was in place. "Do you want to go first?" Tobin shook his head again. "I want to see you do it." "Okay." Raven placed the ear protection over Tobin's carefully fixed hair, brushing his thumbs along the man's high cheekbones at the same time. He affixed the other pair on his ears, and then took his stance in the center of the firing box. He squared his shoulders and planted his legs and looked down the path towards the target. Steady. Confident. He released the safety on the gun and gradually squeezed until a bullet shot from the barrel and spiraled through the air towards the target. From his view, he couldn't see where it had landed, but he didn't stop at one shot. He squeezed off several more rounds before he stopped, drew the target back to them and studied it. They were clustered around the torso of the target, just shy of being around the heart. Were you aiming for anything in particular? Tobin tilted his head at the target. Yeah, to hit the center of his body. You only hit the direct center one time. Correct, but what's more important is reliable accuracy. Basically, you don't want to have bullets all over the place. Your goal is to hit the same area almost every time. I see. You ready for your turn? No. Raven laughed. You'll do fine. I'll help you. How does it feel to shoot? Tobin chewed his bottom lip as they shifted places. He took the center spot as Raven set everything up for him. You feel strong, but the gun is strong too. The reaction of the shooting causes recoil, so there's some kickback after the bullet is fired. Kickback? Tobin's eyes flew wide. Yeah, but it's not much. You'll be fine. Raven checked the safety on both guns before he opened the second one, loaded it, and handed it to Tobin. He placed a fresh target for him, covered their ears, and moved behind him. Is my position right? Almost, Raven replied from behind him. He rested his hands on Tobin's shoulders, adjusting them slightly, and he fixed the rest of his posture, touching his sides and shifting the alignment of his torso. His hands lingered on Tobin's slim hips, squeezing them and slipping his fingers between his stiff button-down and the rim of his slacks. Tobin gasped softly. Touching me while I am holding a firearm cannot be safe. The safety is still on. Don't release it until I tell you to. Raven's hand slid along Tobin's stomach, and Tobin's muscles shuddered under his touch. Am I in the appropriate position? Almost. Raven adjusted his legs too. Now you're good. Keep your arms straight but relaxed. Don't lock your elbows. Okay. Tobin nodded. Now, release the safety. Oh, okay, Tobin squeaked. You're safe. Take a deep breath, relax your gorgeous shoulders, and squeeze the trigger. I'm right here behind you. With a nod, Tobin did as requested. He sucked air into his lungs, held it, and then exhaled. His shoulders sagged, and he moved his fingers from the handle of the gun to the trigger. A little pressure. A little more. Then the gun fired with a pop, and Tobin gasped again. How do you feel about it? Raven asked once the man had gathered himself again. It is a unique feeling. The recoil is, how you say, startling. Yeah, it can be if you're not used to it. You want to do it again? Tobin nodded. Yes. All right. Go for it. Raven stayed behind him as he fired off several more shots, adjusting a little more to the gun's kickback each time he squeezed the trigger. When he stopped, Raven stepped close to him again. Activate the safety, he instructed. Tobin obeyed. Raven rumbled. His hands found Tobin's hips again. Watching you hold a gun is sexy. Is it? I assure you, I am not a very skilled marksman. No one expects you to be for your first time. Do you want to look at how you did? The only way to assess my skill is to view the starting point. True. Raven retrieved the target for Tobin and showed it to him. Tobin's shots had been all over the place, dinging the far right corner, the far left corner, hitting the torso a few times, but none of the shots showed anything more than beginner's luck. I am not so good. You'll get better, Raven encouraged, kissing Tobin's temple. Do you want to go again? Yes, I would like to. Tobin leaned into the kiss, but his determination and defiance solidified his tone. He was tenacious, and it was one of Raven's favorite things about him. He had no memory, barely any recollection of himself and who he was before, but he powered through. It was an admirable trait when the majority of people would have given up and tossed their hands in the air. Tobin, on the other hand, had accepted his new reality with grace. "All right. Go for it." Raven motioned towards the target, stepping backwards as Tobin fixed his attention down the barrel of the gun and squeezed the trigger. Raven didn't expect any exponential improvement. It was all a learning process, but he also couldn't deny how sexy Tobin looked with a gun in his hands. He could watch the lithe vampire take shots all night. Unfortunately, they only had an hour, and after another 20 minutes of shooting, they switched places, and Tobin surveyed his shots while Raven clipped on his paper target. Firing a gun with accuracy took concentration and practice. The gun had never been Raven's favorite. Over his own teeth and claws, a gun was a joke, but it was fun all the same. He popped off several rounds, focusing on the center of the torso, then he took a headshot and a shot at the heart. Then he was done, and he retrieved his target with a grunt. "You are very talented," Tobin observed, leaning closer and tracing his fingers over the small holes made by the bullets. The paper wrinkled around the holes. "I've had a lot of practice." "Is it so?" "Yeah. Anyway, ready for the next part of our night?" Tobin flicked wide eyes up to Raven. "The next part?" "Yeah, you thought we were done after an hour?" "Nah, this is a date. Tobin chuckled. "I am aware of what a date is, but I suppose a dinner and a movie isn't particularly possible, is it?" "Why wouldn't it be?" "Because," Tobin bit his bottom lip, shrugging one shoulder up. "Because of me." "What about you?" "Goggy don't. You know exactly what about me. The thing you hate about me is why we cannot go to dinner." "What do I hate about you?" Raven cleaned up after them, removing whatever leftover bullets were in the guns and carrying the borrowed items back to the front of the building. "My affliction," Tobin remarked, keeping his tone low as they walked. "We'll talk about it later." Raven kissed the top of Tobin's head, returning the items, then taking his hand and leading him out of the establishment. Again, he opened the door for Tobin and helped him back into the vehicle, closing the passenger door and then moving around to the driver's side. "I believe now counts as later." Tobin tilted his head at Raven. Later. When we get to the next part of the date, we can talk about your affliction as much as you want. And perhaps why you hate me for it." "I don't hate you. It's way more complicated than that. And we're going on a picnic. I made one up for us." "I see." Tobin fell silent. "The spot isn't but 5 minutes from here. I picked it out earlier." "I see," he said again, and then he rode in silence. True to Raven's speculation, he turned off the paved road onto a dirt path a solid 5 minutes after leaving the shooting range. Then he rolled his vehicle to a stop and hopped out, digging a backpack out of the back seat, and then opening the passenger door for Tobin. "You are adjusting." Tobin smiled as he slithered from the passenger seat, landing on the ground with a soft thump. "Aha. So are you." Raven countered his smile with one of his own and extended his hand to Tobin. "Now come on, let me show you this spot." "Okay." Tobin took Raven's hand, and with their hands cupped, Raven led him around oak trees and brush until they came to a clearing. The moon shined down on it, and the foliage had crept away, leaving a dusting of soft grass. From the little clearing, they had the perfect view of the night sky in all its inky blackness and sparkling glory. The stars twinkled above them, and fireflies glimmered around them, blinking in and out as Raven dug into his bag and spread a patterned blanket across the ground. "I don't hate you, but there's a history between my kind and yours you don't know. When you arrived, you were barely dead. I could tell you didn't know anything, and like I told you before, you smelled like my kind. Someone spared you, and I don't know why they did, but at first I was honoring it." Raven pulled 2 dark bottles and 2 wine glasses from his bag. "What sort of history?" "A dark history." Raven frowned. He popped the cork on both of the bottles, and when he snaked out the second cork, Tobin's nostrils flared. A little gasp slipped from him. Blood. Yeah. There's a recipe. It's been whispered about, but I wasn't sure if it was ever true. He sucked in his breath. It's alcohol-infused blood. My people used to make it. As gifts? Tobin quirked an eyebrow. No, not quite. We used to be slaves to your people. Labor, sex. It wasn't uncommon for your leaders to keep us as, Raven's nostrils flared and a deep growl rumbled from him, pets. I am sorry for it. No one should own another being, not unless it is their desire to be owned. Tobin touched Raven's shoulder, but Raven flinched. Another growl. He jerked his hand back. Sorry, Raven hissed. It's not your fault. No, it's not, but it doesn't mean I am not apologetic for what my kind has done. Might I try the wine? Of course. Raven poured the thick blood wine into a glass and offered it to Tobin, and Tobin lifted it to his lips. He waved it under his nose, and his nostrils flared. He winced and groaned in his throat. Raven, Tobin murmured, lisping around his second set of teeth. Yeah. This is... What? This is more than cow's blood. It smells like you. Yeah, I used a little of my blood to do the infusion. I wasn't sure if it would work the same with cow's blood. The recipe is strictly for human or werewolf. Mine makes it better, makes the effect stronger, and I know how you feel about having humans. It is difficult to be discreet and consensual. Consent is very important to me. I know it is. It's okay for you to have this. I made it for you. Tobin chewed his bottom lip. Do you mind telling me more of the history? There's not much to tell. There were many small rebellions. A few of us got away, and then we saved others. We stole away in the night, and we found resources. We made ourselves stronger. When we got away, we returned to our tribes. We remembered the tongue of our ancestors. I am glad. I don't know much vampire history, unfortunately. I mean, I know you're descended from one guy, but other than that, most of what I know is speculation. Such as? I heard if the vampire is bad once he's turned, he becomes monstrous and loses his humanity. Raven shrugged. I've heard if you sleep with humans, you can make half-breeds. Heard if a vampire is with a werewolf, if the werewolf gets pregnant, it comes out twice as strong as either of its parents. Tobin's eyes stayed wide. Oh. There is so much I do not know. It's okay. Try the wine, Raven urged again. I mean, it won't make you drunk, but it's something more than the usual, something a little special. Yes, of course. Tobin lifted the glass to his mouth and pressed the side into his full lips, tipping the glass up. The liquid disappeared in his mouth, and he swallowed before moaning. He finished his taste, licking his lips afterwards and swiping his fingers at the corners of his mouth. Prim. Proper. Well. It was very good. You taste exceptional. I also tasted the alcohol. It was nice. Raven nodded, tugging his lips into a smirk. Good. The bottle is yours. Then he poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one shot. It slid down his throat and settled in the pit of his stomach like a rock, warming his esophagus on the way down. Thank you. No problem. Raven adjusted himself on the blanket, squinting up at the sky before lying back. He wasn't purposefully quiet, but all his words died on his tongue when he regarded Tobin. The man glowed in the moonlight, slightly tipsy from the alcohol infusion, and aroused from having Raven's blood on his tongue, with his hair framing his lean features, curling under his sharp jawline, and licking at his collarbone. Tobin combed his fingers through his hair, tucking several dark locks behind his ear as he inched closer to Raven, sitting down beside him. What is it? He trapped his lower lip between his teeth. They were normal again, blunt at the edges. Nothing. Just never expected to be outside with a vampire? Well, yeah, but also never expected to feel all this again, Raven sucked in a breath. It's been a while for me. A long while. This makes sense. You are a warrior. I imagine it is difficult for you. Tobin inched a little closer, resting the weight of his upper body on one elbow and stretching his lean frame, fitting himself along the square shapes of Raven's form. It is, Raven whispered. His heart skipped several beats when Tobin relaxed beside him. Tobin's cool skin eased his blazing heat. His patience and understanding tempered Raven, strengthening him. It was a counterbalance. One he never thought he needed. May I kiss you? Raven lifted his eyebrows, turning his head to Tobin. Their bodies were already close. Raven was comfortable on his back, arms supporting his head, and Tobin was next to him, lying on his side, snaking his flamingo legs around Raven's muscular ones. There were stark differences there, too. Despite the way the darkness muted colors, Tobin's pale skin contrasted with Raven's darker hues. His skin, too, was fair. Hairless and lean. Even his toes were delicate, and his nails were rounded, pedicured with tiny tufts of dark hair on the first segments. Yeah. Tobin smiled and lowered himself over Raven. His hair fell in a curtain around them, affording them an extra bit of privacy from the watchful stares of the moon and stars, and their lips met. Tobin's soft, cool lips pressed into Raven's. Gentle at first and exploratory. Then his hunger grew, and he pressed harder. The metallic taste of blood lingered in Tobin's mouth, along with hints of alcohol and his own sweet taste. A rumble worked through Raven's throat, and he rested a hand on the back of Tobin's neck, holding him in place as he deepened the kiss. He slipped his tongue past Tobin's lips, exploring his mouth, caressing his tongue, and he found himself in that kiss. He left everything there, his worries, concerns, fears for them both. He also left his desire and hunger, and when the kiss broke, Raven growled again. His pants had grown tight, his hand on Tobin's neck was tense, nails digging into his soft flesh, and his skin tingled. His insides were in knots, and his whole body had been bathed in oil and set on fire. The vampire touched his lips when they pulled away. Always demure. Always shy. They had sprung color from Raven's rough treatment, and Tobin's position shifted a little as his legs came together, as he hid his bulging arousal between his thighs. Raven's beast liked every part of Tobin's perhaps feigned innocence, and it roared inside him, urging him towards action as the vampire looked away. The natural submission, the primal way they reacted to each other, humans didn't understand it. I want you, Raven announced with a testy growl on the heel of his words. Chapter 20. Tobin. Raven's confidence calmed him, and out there under the stars he let the other man guide him into position, peel his clothes back and slip his thick undulating cock between his thighs. It was new and different from the sweet way they had first had each other. Raven let his beast peek from behind the curtains as his body curved over him. He growled through his thrusts, balls slapping the backs of Tobin's thighs and cock slipping across the curve of his ass, tantalizing him more than anything. Before Raven, his desire for sexual contact had been muted, uninspiring, but Raven's movement and touch, his surety and his hunger made Tobin just as desirous. He arched back into Raven, pressing his shoulders into the man's chest and sitting his ass into his lap, as a pool of sweat collected in the small of his back. His lover was dripping and growling through his teeth. Raven had caged him with one arm on either side of his body, but it didn't stop his movements. The werewolf fisted the patterned blanket under them, and Tobin swept his lips along the sharp cords of Raven's muscles. Fuck, Raven groaned. His thrusts stumbled, and his cock throbbed between Tobin's slick thighs. He pulsed, lingering on the brink of his orgasm. Tobin giggled, and received a growled warning in response. Come, Tobin encouraged, glancing over his shoulder at the powerful creature behind him. I want to feel you. Please. Raven had been looking down, but at Tobin's words he flicked his attention up again. Narrowed pupils fixed on him. He had stoked a flame, and it sent thrills down his spine. I will, Raven promised, releasing his grip on the blanket with one hand and pressing it into Tobin's back. He growled and pushed Tobin forward inch by inch, until he was trapped between Raven's strong hand and the solid ground. Tobin's cock pulsed. Everything Raven had done thus far had been pleasant, comfortably managed while still being a turn-on. His cock had been rock hard as Raven slid in and out of his thighs with crickets chirping and firebugs dancing, but when Raven pushed him forward, a different kind of thrill went through him, one with a little fear and shame mixed with the excitement. A wavering moan slipped from Tobin, different from his others, and Raven caught it quickly, now giving a deep chuckle of his own. He was in control. He knew it, and Tobin knew it, and he knew Tobin liked it too. He slammed into him harder, showing off his skills, taunting Tobin with them, and he bent forward again, licking streaks of sweat from Tobin's shoulders and growling as the salty substance hit his tongue. Tobin writhed. His fingers pet the blanket, and he rubbed flushed cheeks against the rough fabric. Things had escalated quickly, and he hadn't been prepared for it. He had teased Raven about his orgasm, but now he was on the verge of begging for himself. Precum dripped from him, and Raven slammed him forward enough for the rough fibers of the blanket to massage the underside of his cock. At first he hadn't thought it would be enough, but with Raven locking him in place, getting stronger each time he struggled against him, it was more than enough. "You smell good," Raven whispered. His warm lips traced the shell of Tobin's ear and pressed into the side of his neck, moving his hair out of the way. Tobin's orgasm spiraled through him. He cried out as pleasure flooded every part of his body, and his body tightened with each pulse of his orgasm. He painted the blanket under them with ropes of thick cum. "I'm coming," Raven informed him before his voice dissolved into groans too, and his cum joined Tobin's on the blanket. When they both were spent, Raven moved his hand from between Tobin's shoulders and nuzzled him, easing him onto his back away from their mess. "Are you okay?" His voice and his eyes had returned to normal. They were no longer the eyes of a predator, and some parts of Tobin missed the change. "Yes." Tobin smiled. "Good." Raven relaxed back again, this time dragging Tobin close to him, pressing their nakedness together. "I didn't bring you out here so we could have sex, though." "No." Tobin nestled into the other man's side, sliding one leg over Raven and resting his spent cock against the swell of Raven's hips. "No." Raven trailed his fingers up and down Tobin's back. The touch was comforting. "I came here so we could talk about things like, stupid date questions." "Stupid date questions?" Raven nodded. "Yeah. Get to know you questions." "I don't believe I understand." Raven quirked an eyebrow and regarded Tobin. His features were still slack from his orgasm, but his gaze was sharp, and his eyes studied Tobin's face in slight disbelief before he turned away again. "Well, I kinda heard you weren't sure if you were a good person or not, so I don't know. I figured you being able to talk about yourself more could help." I suppose." Tobin frowned. "I figured it wouldn't hurt to try, basically." "It's okay." He curled Tobin's hair behind his ear and stroked his chin. "We're going to talk about who you are now, not who you may have been before. Whoever you were before now, before your change, he's dead." "Yes." "What questions?" Something like would you rather. I'll give you two choices and you pick which one you'd rather do. And then you can do the same for me." "Yes, okay." "Cool." Raven squeezed him around the middle. "So here's one. Would you rather live in an RV full-time and explore the country, or live in a sailboat full-time on the water?" "Oh. This is an excellent question. I suppose I have never considered it." Tobin drummed his fingers on Raven's chest. "I believe I would rather stay on land. The idea of being in a boat on water all the time makes me rather anxious." "Yeah." "Yes. What about you? You want me to answer the same question?" Tobin nodded. "And I still wish to ask you a different one afterwards." "Okay," Raven chuckled, "I'd rather do the RV thing too. It's all the pack I'm from, it's one of the biggest, so sometimes our warriors help others. I'm used to traveling, and I love my bar, but sometimes I miss it. There is the potential for a vacation, perhaps?" "Maybe." "All right, your turn. What's your question for me?" Tobin licked his bottom lip and scanned down the length of Raven's naked body. A question popped into his brain, but it was too on the nose, too forward, and entirely too risky. He mulled over other options then, but discarded them too, finding them both silly and trivial, and eventually he frowned. Hey. Why are you frowning? I cannot think of a good question to ask you. Shush. You can ask me anything you want. Anything. Can I? Without you getting upset. Raven's jaw clenched for a moment, but then he nodded. Yeah. Anything. Without me getting upset. Oh, okay. His initial question lingered on his tongue still, but he didn't ask it. Would you rather die young with no regrets or die of old age with many? Raven watched him. The werewolf's dark eyes peered into his soul, memorized it, but at the deflected question he offered a soft smile. The second one. Why so? Because even if I have many regrets, I'll still have more things I am proud of too. Your answer was unexpected. I believe I would rather die young with no regrets. Raven touched his cheek again. You're sweet. Ask me the question you're avoiding. I don't believe I should. Why not? Because it is too personal and too forward. I want to hear it, Raven encouraged. And I promise I will answer, no matter what it is. Okay, Tobin sighed, avoiding Raven's gaze as he traced his fingers down Raven's chest around his areolas, flicking over the little beads of his nipples, and inspiring a light grunt from the other man. Would you rather, he sucked in a deep breath, have an endless flow of money or find true love? The second one. Do you believe true love exists at all though, Goggy? He shrugged. I'll take fake love over money too. I will take a lot of things over money, because money is a socially agreed upon construct, and love is different. Even if it's short or fleeting or doesn't last forever, it's still more rewarding to the soul. Why did you run away from your family? The werewolf froze. You promised you would answer my questions in earnest. My lover died, and for a long time I believed it was my fault. How long is a long time? Until I met you. I don't understand, Tobin murmured. My people. We believe everything happens for a reason. When he died, I was angry and resentful. I couldn't figure out the reason why he had been taken from me. I was done with it, but then, you see, if he had never moved on, I would have never been here. I would have never met you. Would you not prefer him over me? Raven half chuckled. I've never thought about it. You two are so different in the best ways. Will you tell me about him? You want to hear about my past lover? Yes. Please. Raven grunted and then sighed. All right, well, he was a warrior like me, but more glory-seeking. He enjoyed the thrill of the battle while I enjoyed the tactician part, the planning. I also enjoyed the after, how excited battle made him, but it was his problem. He rushed in, full of glory, full of stupid, and I followed, most often saving him from himself until I didn't. Raven closed his eyes, squeezing them shut. I am sorry, Tobin whispered, kissing Raven's shoulder. Not your fault. He was off fun. He was fun. Spontaneous, always smiling. If you can believe it, I was a serious kid. Tobin chuckled. You're a serious man now too. You think so? Oh yes. But it is endearing. You are thoughtful and protective. Your lover needed you the same way you needed him. We did, but what I didn't understand at the time, what I understand now, is he lived for the battlefield. He couldn't live without the rush. It was an addiction. A fun addiction, I must admit, because damn, we had fun afterwards. Tobin lifted his eyebrows, as Raven's body responded to the memories. His manhood stirred between his thighs. Oh. Yeah. Think of two men, two warriors taking care of all the extra adrenaline after a fight. The ground shook when we were together. Ah. Tobin gave a weak nod. I see. But he died where he was the most happy. I spent so much time hating myself for failing him, but then I realized I didn't. We all have different life expectancies. His star was bright even when he was a youth, and it burned out faster, and it's okay. Do you miss him? Do you wish he was here? Yeah, I miss him. I'm sure I always will, but I don't wish he was here. Raven studied Tobin and leaned up for a quick kiss. Tobin accepted the kiss, and then lay down beside Raven, resting his head on the man's chest and burying his shoulder in the crook of his armpit. Thank you. You're welcome, and now it's my turn to ask some questions. Of course. What is something everyone can do that you can't do? Tobin continued his gentle touches on Raven, feeling his muscles tighten and shudder as he explored. Drive. What? I cannot drive. Bailey asked if I could when we were shopping. I assumed yes, because if a child could do it, then surely I could as well, but nothing came to me when I sat in the seat. I have become used to discovering new skills, but it appears driving is not one of the skills I possess. I can teach you, you know. If I have lived my entire life without this skill, I doubt I require it now. Yeah, but you've got a lot more life to live, so you might as well learn. Raven chuckled. We will see. Aha. With another chuckle, the conversation lapsed into a bout of silence. Raven was exhausted from his dominant sexual display, and Tobin was content, wide awake but happy to enjoy the patient rise and fall of Raven's chest. As the night wore on, they continued with small little conversations. Raven would rouse from his dozing and pose Tobin a question, any kind. They discussed all sorts of things from the future, to more frivolous interests such as clothes and vehicles. Neither of them had any extra money to afford Raven's dream car or Tobin's fantasy walk-in closet, but the sentiments were nice. The goals were heartwarming. Raven had not only planned his future, but he had planned his future with Tobin in it. Perhaps it had been sleepy musings, but Tobin couldn't help but notice how he was woven through all of Raven's future plans, and it made his heart soar. It also filled him with worry. There were far more logistics than simply being a vampire and a werewolf couple. Raven flew under the radar easily, but what about him? How long until people noticed he only moved around at night? How long until other werewolves who didn't know their situation, came for him? Raven had been a warrior. He hadn't said what he killed, but Tobin didn't have to guess. As the night sky lightened, Tobin yawned and curled more into Raven, who roused again. Ah, baby, I need to get you home. Tobin mumbled. Carry me. Sure, lazy bones. Raven teased as he sat up and repacked their things. Once everything was folded away, he scooped Tobin into his arms and carried him back to the truck, draping the blanket over him, as the harsh sun peeked from behind towering trees. Chapter 21. Tobin. Between their mismatched sleeping schedules and the work at the bar, they were lucky if they saw each other in passing, but Tobin's heart was still buoyed from their date, and even after a week the effects hadn't worn off. Bailey and Frankie had enjoyed their masquerade party, but a week later, the two teenagers who had been dating for officially a month were having problems. Frankie wanted things official, public, status change on social media, while Bailey wanted things private. Raven had deflected the conversation despite the girl approaching him first, and she came to Tobin second. He, of course, had no better answer, but he struggled through with the suggestion of taking it slow and respecting both parties' reasons. Friday night, Bailey and Frankie had a very public breakup, and with one pair of hands down, Raven, Tobin, and Dalia ran circles around the bar, collapsing when the night was finally over. Saturday night was a repeat of Friday, except a little better because they knew Bailey was out of commission, even though she had appeared at the bar, dressed and ready to work. She spent the majority of her night moping, but Tobin understood and worked around her. He collapsed into Raven's bed once his shift was over, stripping off his clothes but letting the stench of fry grease and alcohol cling to his skin, and Raven joined him less than an hour later. Raven paused at the door, spying Tobin's naked form in the bed. You waiting for something? He grunted, peeling off his shirt and placing his belongings on the dresser. He discarded his wallet, keys, and cell phone while keeping his brooding gaze on Tobin. No, I am relaxing. He pressed his lips closed and stretched out, tucking his slender arms behind his head and crossing his legs at the ankle. Can I no longer relax? The werewolf grunted again, gaze trailing over Tobin's form until he got to his exposed cock. Then he paused and he arched an eyebrow. Tobin was soft. He had been when Raven walked in, but at the other man's languid movements and rolling confidence, he'd gotten a little excited. "You can relax." Raven smiled. "Especially if you're going to do it naked." "Good." Tobin's skin tingled, but after another moment of basking in Raven's gaze, he rolled over, arching his back instead. It was a different view, but it pulled a growl from Raven's throat. Tobin smirked and reached for a book. "Tomorrow night you don't have to work." "Why not?" Tobin flipped through the well-worn pages of the book now spread over his pillow. "Because I'm teaching you how to drive. I do not believe it is necessary for me to learn this skill." "Yeah, sweetheart, but I didn't ask. You need to know it even if you never use it, or else you'll never fully be independent. I see this independence is important to you." "Yeah, actually it is." Raven finished getting undressed and moved over to the bed, sitting down on the side and twisting his body towards Tobin. "You'll outlive me, you know." "I know this." Tobin traced his thumb along the sharp paper edges, using little sparks of physical pain to lessen the burden of the truth. "I want you to know how to take care of yourself so when I'm gone, I can be gone. I do not want to think about you dying." Raven's smile shifted from playful to somber, and he ran one rough hand down the back of Tobin's thigh, pausing at the crook of his knee. "I don't either, but it'll happen. I'll grow old, and I'll look old, and eventually I will die. What if I do not want to live without you?" Raven sighed. "Let's focus on your driving lessons." "Goggy." "Driving lessons," he repeated, rubbing the length of Tobin's thigh again before standing. "I'm going to shower. I'll be right back." "Yes." Tobin nodded, curling his lips as Raven dropped his pants midway to the bathroom, revealing his tight ass and muscular legs. Raven took a long shower, and Tobin didn't remember hearing the water shut off. He only vaguely remembered Raven prying his book from his hands and coiling around him, roping strong arms around his torso and curving his shoulders around him. He stirred when Raven's unyielding warmth left him the next day, shifting into the spot left over and winding the blankets around himself, but he didn't fully wake until the sun sank behind the clouds. He had no set waking time, but the very essence of the sun exhausted him, and it wasn't until the sun's light faded that he felt his energy restore. He knuckled his eyes as they cracked open and pushed himself up with a yawn. Raven's scent was recent, but currently he was alone. Unceremoniously, Tobin showered and dressed, washing the smell of the bar off of him along with Raven's musky scent. The latter was a loss. Raven met him in the hallway as he emerged from the bedroom. "Oh good. You're up. I was just about to wake you." Tobin smiled, raking his fingers through his damp hair and pulling it into a lopsided bun. Wisps of hair slipped from the grip of the hair tie, but he tucked them behind his ears. "I am ready for my lessons." "Yeah." Raven kissed his cheek and then brushed his lips over Tobin's ear. "The way you look right now makes me want to push you against the wall and have my way with you." Tobin sucked in a breath and cut his eyes to the other man. His first attempt at a verbal response stayed trapped in his throat, but his body answered for him. Raven's sultry whisper sent a wave of goosebumps over his skin. His pants grew tight, and the outline of his cock was abundantly evident in the flat front of his off-brand sweatpants. "Sounds unfortunate for you," Tobin stammered, excitement still spidering through him. "You promised me a lesson on driving vehicles, and I am eager to learn from your expertise." "Are you?" Raven rumbled. "I can think of something else I can extend my expertise towards." Tobin giggled and slipped away from the other man. "Oh, I bet. Perhaps after my driving lesson you can teach me more of your French tricks." Raven tracked him, tilting his head and knitting his eyebrows together in question. "Ah. Your naughty things. I would not mind an encore of the other weekend. I am starting to forget the feel of you against me." Raven chuckled. "Most people just say they want to fuck. Being so frank sounds boorish." He chuckled again. "So it does. Well, if you don't mind, I'll stick with the simple phrases. I don't. Tobin smiled. Tell me then, what is the first thing I must know about driving? Do you know anything at all about cars? Like anything. Raven led him outside, swinging the keys to his truck around his finger. They jingled, then he trapped them in the palm of his hand before swinging them again. A casual movement, but it distracted from the tight front of his pants, and Tobin pressed his lips together, fighting a smile. To Raven's question, he shook his head. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to drive us to an empty parking lot, so we can practice safely. He opened the door for Tobin, and then dashed around the other side. Of course. I'm going to explain what I'm doing, and then when we get there, I'll explain more with you sitting in the hot seat, okay? Yes, Tobin agreed, buckling himself into his seat and regarding Raven as he fit the keys into the ignition and turned them. The vehicle rumbled to life, and the larger man shifted in his seat before moving the gear shift between them, changing it from P to R and then D. He flicked a lever on his left side, it dinged, and when he twisted his wheel, it stopped. Tobin had never paid too much attention to the art of driving, but at Raven's request, he studied the movements. Raven made it look simple and effortless, like he had somehow been born behind the wheel of a car. Every movement was fluid as he turned left and right, glanced both ways, merged onto the highway, and then merged off of it again. His dark amber eyes stayed fixed on his task, only giving spare glances to Tobin, and Tobin enjoyed the uninterrupted view of him. Tobin was taken by his driving technique as much as he was by Raven's features. He got roped up in them, hypnotized by the way Raven's long eyelashes fanned his cheeks, the pattern of the stubble spidering along his face and his sharp cheekbones and jawlines. When Raven pulled into the parking lot, he shifted the lever to P again and regarded Tobin. So what did you learn? Tobin tipped his head to the side and rolled wide eyes. This is an excellent question. I understand the lever here is important to your movement, and there is another lever over there you utilize before you turn. Raven paused for a moment and then nodded. Yup, sounds about right. Here, come over to this side and I'll explain what everything does. Tobin unbuckled himself and let out a slight sigh before opening the passenger door and climbing out. On the other side of the vehicle, Raven kissed his cheek before trading places with him and lifting him into the driver's seat. All right. So I'm going to explain what everything is and does first, and if you have any questions, you can ask, okay? Yes. Cool. He smiled before launching into his lesson. It was thorough. He pointed to each device, explained it, and with the exception of the middle lever, he gave a quick demonstration as well. Raven went on to explain all of the images on the dashboard too. Then he regarded Tobin again. Any questions? I do not believe so. Not right now anyway. Cool, so ready to start driving? Tobin's heart jumped into his throat. No. Well, it's now or never. Besides, there's a reward for the good students. Is there? And what of the bad? Then a punishment, I guess, but I'm not sure you're even capable of being a bad student. You're sugar. Raven kissed his cheek. Wait right here and let me climb in the other side. Okay. Tobin gripped the steering wheel as Raven closed the driver's side door and walked around the vehicle. He knew it wouldn't move, but being in the control spot set his pulse racing and his skin crawling. His stomach did cartwheels and backflips and his head spun. Raven climbed in beside him after a few moments. You good? No, Tobin murmured. Hey. Don't worry. Driving a car is like riding a bike. I don't believe I have ever ridden a bike either. Oh no, I mean, it's not like riding a bike in the activity sense. More like once you learn how to drive, you never forget. Ah. Comforting, I suppose. Tobin kneaded the soft leather of the steering wheel. His chest ached as Raven gave him another quick lesson, and his brain only gathered every other word. You okay? Raven gripped the back of Tobin's seat. No. Take some deep breaths. It's an empty parking lot. You can do this. His vision narrowed when he looked forward again, tunneled and focused, but he was lightheaded and dizzy at the same time. He twisted the steering wheel, working one shaking hand towards the key idling in the ignition, but as soon as he turned it, as the vehicle revved under him, he gasped and cried out. "I can't," Tobin sputtered. "Please, I can't." He scrambled in the front seat until he threw the door open and stumbled out. His legs were soft clay as he scrambled for balance, and his eyes rolled in his head as he bent forward and heaved. Sharp nails clawed the side of the old truck, striping it as he sank to his knees. He was hot, sweaty, and clammy at the same time. Flyaway hairs clung to his forehead, and his free hand gripped his thigh, nails piercing his sweats and denting his flesh. "I can't," he whispered again, squeezing his eyes shut as bright lights blinded his vision. His heart galloped and pain surged through him, starting at his left side, pinging off his right, and then spreading through his entire body. He was trapped, and the scent of metallic filled his nose. Panicked voices surrounded him, and he blinked in and out of the conversation, catching bits and pieces, but nothing made sense. Tears rolled down his cheeks and his throat closed, shutting off any other sounds from him, and his ears were clogged, stuffed with cotton as he fought for his bearings. "Tobin? Tobin," Raven called for him, and strong hands yanked him from the ground. He fought against them, but they overpowered him in the best way. It was a blanket of familiar warmth, a steady heartbeat, strong protective arms. He fought a little more before his demons released him, and his body melted. "Tobin," Raven whispered this time, voice right against his ear. "It's okay. I'm here. I've got you. You're safe." Tobin shivered. He wasn't yet. His body had stopped fighting, but his pulse still raced and his hands still shook. Those adrenaline responses didn't let go of him easily, but slowly they subsided, injecting exhaustion into him instead. As his breathing slowed, his limbs weighed 100 pounds, his eyes weighed 200, and he dropped his head back on Raven's shoulder, letting silent sobs rape him. "You're okay," Raven repeated, rocking him in the tight grip of his arms. "I am sorry." "Don't be. Things happen. I just want to make sure you're okay." I remember." "Remember what?" "How I got like this," Tobin whispered. "Oh. I can drive. I used to drive anyway, but there was an accident. They weren't sure I would make it in time to complete the change, but I suppose I did." Raven rocked Tobin in his arms. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to." He pressed his lips into the back of Tobin's neck. "What's important is you're here and you're safe. I promise you that." Part 3. Chapter 22. Tobin. Sunday night started disastrously, but ended with Raven curled around him in the bed after a long shower. There was no pressure, and his grumpy werewolf had softened hard edges for him. Tobin was an open wound, though. Perhaps in need of stitches, but the driving lesson had poked precariously sealed memories, and floodgates had opened. In his sleep he relived them, and he woke from his terrors when Raven's warmth left the bed. He was beyond exhausted Monday, deep in his bones tired, a tired not even a few steamy drops of Raven's blood could fix, and he dragged through his shift before he disappeared upstairs again. Tuesday had been discussed. It was inventory day, as always, but Raven had errands, and Dalia had a doctor's appointment and family obligations, meaning Tobin was on his own for the inventory. He was equal parts nervous and excited to do it. He enjoyed the monotonous task of taking inventory because it gave his brain a rest, but he hadn't been in the establishment all alone yet. In fact, he hadn't been all alone since he arrived, and knowing he would be defenseless in Raven's space had him wringing his hands while keeping a straight face for his lover. Tuesday evening, he and Raven shared a private meal. The werewolf had cooked up another potential concoction, using the same mysterious infusion recipe he had used on the wine, and he presented Tobin with hard-sided chocolate balls filled with raspberry cream. "I am skeptical of you preparing blood-infused desserts," Tobin commented, as Raven slid an overly decorated plate in his direction. They smelled delicious, and he imagined they tasted even better than they smelled. Raven used his own blood for the recipes, and his spiced werewolf blood was better than the finest aged wines. "Why?" I like cooking, I like you, and I figured you probably miss being able to eat. Is this something your ancestors did for mine? Make blood-infused food? Not necessarily. I guess some of us were trusted enough to handle the finer details, but I really don't know. You do not have to serve me, you know. Raven's lips tugged in a smile. What if I enjoy serving you? Then I suppose you can. Tobin had no defense or rebuff for Raven's suggestion, and instead, he picked up one of the chocolate balls and put it to his lips. His eye teeth pricked his gums, but he had grown used to the spark of pain. It had become classic conditioning, a welcomed reminder of what was to come. He bit into the chocolate, and the spiced innards spilled into his mouth. Raven's essence on his tongue was still as dizzying now as it had been the first time he'd ever tasted him, but after some time of being a vampire, he better controlled his hunger. And his reactions. Tobin downed the first piece of chocolate in 2 bites, licking his fingers clean before regarding Raven. They are lovely. You tease me with your taste even though you've said I can't feed from you, why? Raven shrugged. I'm the only one available to test these recipes out. Unless you don't want my taste. No. I love how you taste, but each little bit makes me hunger for you more. It is easy to adjust to cow's blood when I know I have no other option, but these little tastes are akin to overeating on a strict diet. You want more. I crave more, yes. You have your beast and I have mine. And you get to satisfy yours much more often. Raven blanched, but then a naughty smirk slipped over his face. Do I? You know you do. When I resist you, and you overpower me, when you slide your tongue all over my body, including the private creases and crevices. Is it not your beast satisfying his needs? Raven's pupils narrowed, and his warm puppy dog brown eyes shifted to the sharp eyes of a wolf. Tobin ignored the change, and his delicate fingers grabbed the second piece of chocolate. He brought it to his lips slowly, bumping it against them before he opened his mouth and bit into it. The chocolate cracked under the pressure. The filling dripped into his mouth, staining his lips a lush shade of red in the process. His werewolf watched. They both had their needs. When must you leave to pick up supplies? Tobin prompted, running his tongue along his full lips. Raven rumbled. I have a few minutes. Then you should leave earlier rather than later. The sooner you leave, the sooner you can return and claim what's yours. Claim what's mine. He rolled over the words, testing the feel of them over his tongue. Yes. Shall I walk you to the door? Tobin stood, bracing his hands on the surface of the table and letting his fitted tank expose a sliver of his skin. His sweats rested low, exposing the points of his hips and light bruising from a previous tussle. Yeah, the werewolf snarled as he stood, lacking Tobin's calculated grace, and stalked towards the entrance. Tobin trailed him with a light step, pausing at the threshold and peering up at Raven. He fixed the collar of the man's shirt and smoothed his hands down his broad chest, teasing hardened nipples through the woven cotton fabric. Raven rumbled again. I will see you when you return, Tobin promised. I'll be waiting. Waiting how? The way you like. How do I like? Tobin flashed a smile. Naked on my back, exposed for you. Now you should go before you convince yourself you no longer need supplies. Could get them delivered tomorrow. No. I also have inventory. Tobin shooed Raven from the establishment. Fine. Lock this behind you. Dalia will be around in a bit, and if you have any issues before she gets here, call me. You are worrying. Tobin kissed Raven's stubbled jawline. I will be fine. He returned to the building, watching Raven climb inside his vehicle and leave. Once Raven had turned the corner and was out of sight, Tobin closed the door and locked it as instructed and started his evening. Without Raven hovering, he made quick work of their expenditures and earnings for the last week, but before he started on the inventory, he played with numbers, projecting a sales growth and tallying the possibilities, looking for patterns. Over the weeks they had maintained a steady growth. It wasn't anything impressive, but steady was better than feast or famine. Raven could bet his life on the habits of some of the customers, and in such a small little town, habits were the goal. If their growth pattern stayed the same, they would easily top out with earnings by the end of the year. Nothing impressive, but still in the green. If it increased by double, well, the small little upgrades Raven dreamed about were easily possible, along with hiring a dedicated manager and being able to take the RV vacation they dreamed about. Tobin chewed his bottom lip, drumming his pen on the counter until he heard a knock at the front door. With a sigh, he got out of his seat and moved towards the door, unlocking it. "Hey, Dalia." "I've already finished," he started, but as he flicked his eyes outside, they widened and he gasped. It wasn't Dalia. Not by a long shot. In her place stood a woman the same height as Raven, with the same energy, the same scars, the same pride. Dark waves of silky hair cascaded down her broad muscular shoulders, and hard eyes fixed on Tobin. Her lips curled away from her teeth, and as their eyes connected, a deep and rolling growl came from her. Tobin froze, but she flew into action and gripped his shirt, yanking him out of the establishment and slamming him into the wall. The force stunned him, and the jagged edges of the exterior scraped him through his shirt. "Where's Goggy?" she snarled. Her voice boomed, shaking Tobin to his core. She slammed him into the wall again, lifting him off the ground. "Speak before I separate your head from your body, and scatter the rest of you all around the country." At her threat, adrenaline flooded through Tobin's body. His eye teeth tore through his gums, and he hissed back at her. "Let me and I will," he snapped. She growled back. "Or I'll just kill you and be done with it." Tobin arched, feeling the rough terrain of the wall. "Unwise," Tobin murmured. "You think so?" Her voice was sing-song. "You think Goggy's going to be angry at me for doing what is in our nature to do? Getting rid of one extra leech? I think you are walking into a situation you do not understand." She ripped him from against the wall and threw him to the ground. He hit it with a sickening thud, and the pain spiraled through him. He had never been a fighter, and even now, he fought with his new built-in set of instincts. His past slowly came back to him as the warrior woman hovered above him. She rammed the steel toe of her boot into Tobin's body, and Tobin cried out in pain, curling away from the woman. His beast chomped at the invisible bars of its cage, clawing its way to the surface. His eyes narrowed to pinpoints, and he let his beast take over. Tobin traded places with the angry beast inside him, and he watched through hollow eyes as he leapt up and lunged towards the woman. She was stronger, though, and more skilled as a fighter, and she deflected his attack, sending him stumbling backwards into the ground. His beast responded with more pumping adrenaline, and his nails scraped the ground as he hissed up at her, calculating his next attack. She drew a blade from behind her, and it glistened in the moonlight. At first she held it point up, then she twisted it in her arms and directed the point down at Tobin. "I'm going to enjoy this," she promised, dark eyes obscured by shadows. The stranger woman lunged at Tobin, and he recoiled, bracing himself for her attack, but it never came. In its place, he felt a rush of air, and a wave of a familiar scent past his nose. "Raven!" The blade clattered on the ground, the woman cried out in a grunt, and Raven roared. His anger radiated from him, as he stood between his female family member and Tobin's hunched body. "Mine." It was one word, but so deliberate, and there was no secret as to who it applied to. "You do not walk into my domain and host an attack. You know what he is." "Why is he not dead already?" the woman spat back. Raven didn't answer her. Instead, he turned to Tobin and lifted him off the ground, turning him around for observation. Tobin sucked in a breath and flinched. His gaze flicked from Raven to the woman and then back to his lover again, and he rubbed his wrists. His beast had dissolved, retiring somewhere deep in the caverns of his body, snuggled between his organs, and it let Tobin front again. "You okay?" Raven rumbled. "She wants to kill me," Tobin replied, eyes still downcast as he used Raven's body as a shield. "I know, but she won't. She's on my territory, and on my territory, you're safe." "I wasn't." Tobin's features distorted. His lips stretched taut, and his eyebrows wrinkled, and the corners of his eyes bloomed with tears. "I wasn't safe." Raven pulled him closer, wrapping his arms around Tobin's body and nuzzling into him. I'm 1,000 times sorry about it too. Tobin let his tears slide down his cheeks, and he buried his face into Raven, tucking himself in the crook of the other man's shoulder as the flow of tears increased, as his body trembled. The other man pet his spine. It was comforting, but the woman's discerning glare crawled along Tobin's skin. He sensed her disapproval deep in the marrow of his bones. "My love," Raven whispered after a few moments, "why don't you go inside and get cleaned up?" He dislodged Tobin from his body, rubbing his hands down his shoulders and peering into his eyes. "I'll be inside in a few minutes." He wiped his face and nodded. "Okay." He hated how his voice trembled, but he couldn't escape it. With another glance towards the woman, Tobin broke away from Raven and walked inside. Chapter 23. Raven. He was imbued with anger as he watched Tobin disappear inside his bar, dirt and blood gluing his shirt to his back. A growl filtered through him, and then he turned to the woman. "Jona. Kill him, or I'll do it for you." "You won't." She sucked her teeth. "Say I won't." Raven rolled his shoulders back. "I guess 10 years of losing in practice has been forgotten. What do you want?" "I have news, and I think you should hear it." "Get on with it, because I need to check on Tobin." "You've named it too." Jona's teeth curled back. "He's not a pet, Joe." "He smells terrible," she grumbled, grabbing her blade and tucking it away again. "I figured you'd run off to be human, but I didn't realize you would denounce everything we stand for. Fraternizing with leeches." "Don't call him that." "Why not? It's what he is, isn't it? Or do you like parasite better?" "You're lucky I don't visit. You've broken our laws twice now, and I have a mind to hold you for it." "Our laws don't extend to vampires." "In my domain, Jona, they do. Maybe things aren't always black and white." "Ever thought about it?" "No. The only good vampire is one without a head." Raven growled. "Leave then." "I said I have news." "I don't care. You accept him, you are nice to him, you treat him with respect, or you leave. There are no other options, so pick one." The woman could have been his twin, and as his eyes trailed over her sable-colored locks, he ached for his own hair. It was growing. He was healing, but especially in front of his kind, he was naked without it. She noticed too, and her stony features softened. "You cut it." "Yeah. He always loved your hair, you know. He said it gave you your strength." "He would." Raven looked past Jona, closing his eyes. "Make a decision." The silence lingered between them. He knew what he was asking. He was asking her to lay down arms, to sit with a known enemy, but he was stuck between his old life and his new. In his home, at least, she was going to adjust. She ground her teeth before exhaling a long sigh and pulling out her blade again. "I'll put it in my car. Along with all your other weapons. Including the knife in your boot." Jona gave a slow chuckle. "You expect me to completely disarm?" "Yeah. I do. How important is this news to you?" "Fine." She deposited all of her weapons in her vehicle, then regarded Raven again. "The bloodsucker is important to you." "Tobin." "Tobin is important to me, and it's his name, so you call him by it." "Fine. Lead the way." Raven stared at her for a moment before shaking off the stress and moving inside, holding the door open for Jona, and then leading her to the bar. "Nice place." "Yeah. It is. Closed today, but it fills up pretty good when we're open." "Huh. Never pegged you for some fancy-ass business owner." "It's not fancy. It's hard work, and you never pictured me as anything because we don't get choices." She smirked gently. "True. What's your news?" Her gaze floated back to him, and she pressed thin lips into a tight line. Then she wet them. "Your father." "What about him?" "He's dying." Raven froze. "How?" "I don't know. Cancer or something. He went to the hospital, and they told him he had maybe 2 weeks to a month." "How long's it been?" Took me a week to find you, so it's been a fucking week. Raven shrugged, moving behind the bar and grabbing a beer for himself. You want something? Beer's fine. Raven passed her one too. I know you never really got along with him, but he's asked about you since you've been gone here. Bet he has. I'm not lying. Maybe, given he doesn't have much longer in a physical body, you could. I have this place. I can't just pack up and leave. He took a gulp of his beer as Tobin emerged at the bottom of the staircase, with beads of water still riding on his auburn hair. It had grown longer too, and it curled at the ends, licking his collarbone as he tucked it behind his ear. Can't no one watch this place for you? Jona narrowed her eyes but turned in her seat when Raven's attention drifted. Tobin hugged the banister. I do not mean to interrupt. My apologies. You're not interrupting. Come join us. Tobin hesitated, but he unraveled his arms from the stair railing and crossed the room on his toes, steps light and fearful. He put the bar between him and Jona, and even when regarding her, he kept his eyes down. Raven shook his head, kissing Tobin's cheek. Don't be afraid. She won't touch you again. Jona glanced between them. Sorry, she grunted. Should have been more careful. You okay? Yes, Tobin whispered, tucking himself behind Raven. Raven sighed. Anyway. I can't leave here. You're going to just let your father die then? If it's his time, then it's his time. Forgive me, Tobin cut in, lifting his chin as he peered up at Raven. Question marks filled his lagoon blue eyes. Your father is dying? Apparently so. Raven took a swig from his beer bottle, holding the slender neck between his first and second fingers. And he won't go see him, even though he's asking about him. There's a bit more to the story than you're telling, Joe. No, there's not. It's pretty cut and dry. Your father's dying, and you don't want to see him. Tobin ran his hand down Raven's arm, politely drawing his attention from the woman. I think you should go. He's dying, Goggy. This isn't the time to hold on to prior disagreements. Raven rumbled. Listen to your friend. Jona tipped her beer towards Tobin. What did you say your name was, again? Tobin. Listen to Tobin. She eyed him. Huh. What is it? Tobin asked. Nothing. You look like a missing person. There's a bad picture, could really look like anyone, but it's the description you match. Tobin looked at Raven, and Raven pet him, combing his fingers through his hair and planting another kiss on his cheek. How do I match it? The eyes. Forgot how they were described, but it was unusual. The hair too, and height and weight and everything, but mostly the eyes. What else? Raven prompted. She shrugged. Said if found, contact the police, and he was last seen in a car accident on a highway a ways from here. It wasn't familiar to me, but, she rumbled, someone's definitely looking for your pretty ass. The name sorta matches too. I can't remember it right now, but it was something. Raven didn't assist. Bad or good, you think? He looked at the vampire. I don't know. I imagine no one of our kind would rely on the human authorities for assistance, but I also imagine I had a family before I disappeared. People like yours here who cared for me. Raven's jaw tightened. A father, Tobin's eyes leveled with Raven's. A father who may be wishing to see me. Don't. It is true. You should see your family, and you lie about this place. Dalia, Cameron and I can take care of things without you. Sure. A week is one thing, but what if he lives for longer than a week? Then you can decide what you want to do based on your mood. If you want to come back here, you can, or you can stay there longer. This is your family we're discussing. Raven shook his head again. Don't know. I believe you should go. What could your father have done to deserve for you to ignore him on his deathbed? Raven finished his beer and slammed the bottle down on the table, cracking it, and he watched the fissure spiral up the amber bottle. Tobias, Jona snapped her fingers. BB Berenik? Baranov, Tobin corrected, but then his knees buckled and he stumbled into Raven. Oh. Russian? Sounds like, but whoever it is, they've got all kinds of people looking for him. It's not a small operation at all. It wouldn't be. His shy voice was threadbare, unraveled with a flood of realization. His usually bright and innocent eyes had hardened in calculated increments. My father Izim, Tobin stammered before he clamped his mouth shut. Go on. It's okay. Nothing you say will change anything about how I feel about you, Raven promised. He's bad. Really bad. Why? Jona asked. Orahivskaya Bratva. Bratva means gang, don't it? Raven rumbled. Yes. It was swallowed by the Solentsevskaya Bratva, Tobin sneered, but my father, he wouldn't let it rest. Great. Fantastic. Raven rubbed his hands down his face. You want me to go see my family when your Russian gang family is looking for you? Do you want to get found? Tobin's eyes lidded. No. I don't. I want to be a good person, and I want to do good things. Jona sucked her teeth and finished off the last of her beer before standing up. Well, I need some air. My best friend's in love with a blood vampire who's a Russian gang member. Man, she lifted her eyebrows, you really know how to pick men, don't you? She turned and strolled for the door, not waiting for his answer. With Jona gone, Raven gave his full attention to Tobin. You remember everything now. Mostly. Some parts after the accident are still hazy. I imagine it was when I was changed. Goggy, Tobin rubbed his wrists again, thumb stroking over the palm of his hand. Yeah. I was running away. Before the accident, I was running away. My father is cruel, and he makes everyone around him just as cruel too. If you are in the Baranov family, then you are in the Orahivskaya Bratva. There are no other options. I was cruel. You did what you had to do. Raven slid a hand down Tobin's side, resting it on his hip and guiding him in between his legs. I've killed people, Goggy. Tobin's nostrils flared. I've listened to them beg for their lives at my feet. Had their blood on my shoes. I hoped I was dead. The accident. I wished for it. It's okay. You're safe with me, and you're not that person anymore. The person I know is abundantly kind and sweet, and would never hurt anyone. His hands traveled up, cupping Tobin's face in them and dragging him into a kiss, sweeping his lips across Tobin's before backtracking and meshing them together. He poured himself into it, shrugged his body into it, and the blunt tips of his fingers dented Tobin's cheeks. His nails scraped the back of his head through his thick hair. Tobin responded with a soft moan, parting his lips for Raven and accepting his exploration. Raven drew more moans as he continued until their bodies had woken up, and there was more between them than simmering passion and a few layers of clothes. The vampire pulled away first, lifting his chin and jerking away from Raven, rubbing his flushed lips and opening his glittering eyes. Goggy, Tobin sighed. I'm glad you're safe. Me too. I meant to ask. Why did you come back? Raven shook his head. I had a bad feeling. Intuition, you call it? I didn't get far before I was full on panicking, so I had to come and check on you. Glad I did. Yes, Tobin sucked his full bottom lip. Thank you. No problem. What are you going to do about your family? What do you mean? I still believe you should see your father at his sickbed. If you will not do it for him, then if I beg you, will you see him? Will you come with me? I don't think it's wise. I imagine your friend isn't the only one who feels strongly about my kind, and I would not want to upset your people with my presence. I can stay here and await your return. Tobin touched the velvety backs of his fingers to Raven's cheek. Raven kissed his fingers with a nod. All right. I will go, but you have to promise to call me every night. Twice. When you wake and when you lie down for sleep. Goggy, Tobin relaxed into a little laugh. I am not going to call you twice every night. I will be fine. You know, every time someone assumes they'll be fine, it's when they're not, right? I have a better idea. I can get someone to stay here while I'm gone. Someone like me to protect the bar and you. Just in case. He gave another laugh. You know what? If it's what you need, then I will allow it. I think it is unnecessary, but I will allow it. Tobin kissed Raven on the mouth. Of course, before you go, lover, I must be sated. Sated? Raven lifted both of his eyebrows. How so? I have plenty of blood stored away for you. Tobin smiled. I need more than blood to be sated. Don't you need more than food and water? He drew himself away from Raven, wetting his lips. I imagine you have more to schedule with your friend. I will be upstairs. His fingers slipped away from Raven, and he extended the distance between them slowly. Raven's heart ached as a few inches grew into a chasm, and as Tobin disappeared up the stairs. Chapter 24. Raven. After the chat with Jona, the woman lent a hand with the rest of the night's work. They caught up. He hadn't been settled in the little town for very long, but in the last year or so, he'd only spent a little bit of time at home. He'd always liked the solitude of travel, but he had missed unions and marriages and the births of babies. He'd missed the children he used to teach growing into young warriors in their own right, and he'd missed chances to take authority within the council. Those types of things, however, were never for him, so even though he missed them in person, he didn't miss them in spirit. Dalia joined them too, and they made quick work of the inventory. Then they broke apart. Dalia went home early, and Jona retired to the guest bedroom with a case of beer and a few of Tobin's already read books. Raven and Tobin retired to Raven's room together. They settled in the bed with Tobin's slender body behind Raven's bulky form, spooning the larger man as they relaxed. Tobin kissed his shoulder, and Raven glanced back at him. Are you really okay? Raven asked. I heal. I am as good as new, so to speak. Tobin smiled. No, I mean about everything else. You've had a rough night with Jona and with your memories. So, are you okay? His smile flashed a little wider. Yes. I am. I do not like the things I have done, but before this, I don't believe I knew there were other ways to live. This life, hosting your bar and making drinks for patrons, it is satisfying, comforting. Yeah. Tobin nodded. I am used to quite a bit more funds, but money isn't happiness. I have never been happier than these last few months with you. Me too. Good. Tobin leaned forward and kissed Raven, urging the man from his side to his back and then climbing on top of him. A few steamy kisses turned into Tobin grinding against Raven. He slid his palms down Raven's arms, laced their fingers, and pinned the man's arms overhead. Tobin took what he wanted, and his moans bellowed from him. His Adam's apple danced in his throat, and his hips rolled skillfully. He may have been inexperienced from the start, but Tobin was a quick study, and he adjusted his movements based on Raven's reactions. Back and forth turned into an around-the-world movement as perked brown nipples brushed over Raven's chest, and the tips of his hair tickled his sweaty skin. Raven moved his hips too, meeting Tobin's languid movements with eager ones of his own, moaning into his mouth, squeezing his hands. What they did together was intimate, always, and it unlocked something deep inside Raven. Even with his first lover, it hadn't been like this. This was different. Pure and sweet, and even as he approached his climax, he didn't want it to end. Sweat pooled in the hollow of his belly, and his heart pounded in his chest. Tobin panted. Close, he murmured, running his nose along Raven's jawline. Raven turned his head, capturing Tobin's lips in a kiss and letting his orgasm take over. It was rolling, and he cried out against Tobin's lips with guttural moans, spilling hot cum between their bodies, mostly on his own chest. Tobin's cum joined his, and the vampire leaned back on his heels, stroking his cock as he came on top of Raven. Then, with a soft little growl, Tobin bent forward and ran the flat of his tongue across Raven's cum-covered skin, tasting both of their mingled juices and groaning in his mouth. Tobin purred. Cat-like. Fluid. Again. Raven laughed. In the shower. Okay. Tobin slithered off of him and stood, showing off his lean muscled form as he combed his hair all to one side. The juxtaposition of Tobin's innocence with the knowledge of his gang life past had Raven's head spinning and his cock steadily at attention. He slyly exposed his neck to the other predator, and then with a rush of datura he turned and drifted into the bathroom, laying the stage for Raven's hunt. And he did. He hunted, and he ravaged, and he enjoyed Tobin, until neither of them could stand any more. Then they collapsed in the bed, cradling each other and continuing their light conversation. The topics were endless, but the sunlight didn't wait for them, and Tobin drifted to sleep right as the sun crept over the horizon line. Raven fell asleep soon after, curled protectively around the other man, but unlike Tobin, he didn't sleep all day. He stole 6 hours of sleep, then yawned awake in the early afternoon, knuckling his eyes and entangling himself from the sheets in Tobin's grip. The bar didn't open for another couple hours, so the front room was quiet, but the light was on in the kitchen. He followed it, opening the door to see Jona putting the final touches on a sandwich made from the oldest refrigerated items. "Hey," Raven grunted, standing in the kitchen doorway as she took her first bite of the slapped-together sandwich. He comes up for air. Raven grunted again and rubbed the back of his neck. "Sorry?" "Oh no. Don't be. He sounded like a hell of a lot of fun, and it's always the quiet ones, isn't it? He's fun. It's good. Being with him. It has been from the start. No real awkwardness. We clicked." Jona chuckled. "Lucky you." "Yeah. So anyway, enough about my love life. I gave your idea some thought, and I do think it's probably easiest, given the circumstances, to get someone to watch the bar while I'm gone. I don't feel comfortable leaving Tobin completely unprotected here." Jona took another bite of her sandwich. "You think about who you want." Raven shrugged. "I can't make the call. You know everyone much better than I do. Find someone who's going to be accepting of him, or at least someone who's willing to try. I don't need any extra animosity." Jona nodded. "I'll make a call. They should be here by tonight. Then you can make your choice and we can head out." "Immediately." "Yeah, why not?" Raven shook his head. "Next day." "Immediately is too soon. It sounds like you don't trust my judgment on who would be a good fit." "I trust you, but this is my lover we're talking about. I've already lost one, and I'm not interested in losing another." "Lover?" "Yeah. Lover. Make the call. I'm going to get started on setup for tonight." "Sure thing. I'll help you when I get back." "Cool." They parted ways, and Raven worked in the kitchen alone. Jona had taken her sandwich, so he made himself a similar type of meal and picked at it as he prepped stations, refilling condiments and supplies. The work was pleasant, and before he noticed, she had joined him again and followed suit. There were 4 prep stations, and while he and Cameron primarily made the food, the other 3 did small things in the kitchen. The prep on dry items, such as salads and cold dips, didn't require a master's degree in cooking. Tobin woke as the sun went down, showered, and joined them downstairs, still with Raven's scent lingering on him. The werewolf grinned stupidly but didn't say anything. Dalia and Cameron arrived next, and Bailey sauntered in last, giving Jona a slow once-over and a nod of approval. "She's too old for you," Raven murmured to Bailey as she wiggled her fingers towards Jona, "and I don't even know if she swings your way." "Huh," Bailey rolled her eyes. "Yeah, because you're so good at realizing people are into you." "What are you talking about? Do you know how many people come to this bar just so you'll look and talk to them? You have a certain," Bailey mimicked a chef's kiss, perfection, "a certain appeal. Or, in other words, you're hot." "Right. Stop staring at my best friend and get back to work." "Your best friend?" Bailey's eyes went as wide as saucers. "I didn't know they let old people have friends." "I'm not old, and believe it or not, we get friends just like young people." "Crazy." "I know. It is crazy," Bailey laughed. Yeah, back to work, kid, and remember, keep your eyeballs in your own age range. Whatever. Midway through the evening, Raven snapped his attention to the door, and his skin prickled. He smelled more of his kind before they stepped into the establishment. He was on edge as the door swung open, and a young man stepped over the threshold, rocking in his boots as he surveyed the interior of the place. The youthful smile in his eyes didn't quite match the rest of him. The boy looked grown, and he was decorated to match. His long hair had been pulled back into a fishtail braid, with glistening tendrils framing his hard jawline. The arm openings of his t-shirt cuffed late teenage muscles, and his pants hung so low on his hips, Raven was fairly certain he'd seen a few curls of pubic hair. Jona joined Raven as the boy entered. He begged to come, she informed Raven. You probably don't remember him, but you trained him. When he was young, you worked with him. He's wanted to be you ever since. Great, Raven muttered, rubbing wet hands down his jeans and moving from behind the bar. Name? CK. Sounds familiar. It should, and it would if you hadn't made yourself a lone wolf. Ha. Bailey joined the pair at the bar next, dumping a collection of beer bottles in the recycling bin as she gave CK a once-over. A shy little moan escaped her throat. At least he's the right age. Raven shook his head. I'll take his order. Please, can I? Bailey latticed her fingers and propped her chin up with them. She stretched her mouth as she begged, but Raven shook his head. He's not here for an order, so no, you can't. He's going to stay here and watch the bar for a few days. I have to take care of some family business. Family business? What are you, in the mafia or something? Bailey giggled. Jona and Tobin flicked their eyes up, cutting tense glances towards the young woman. No. My father's ill, and he may not be in his physical body for much longer. Anyway, CK is going to stay here and work and give y'all an extra hand. Oh, is he? Bailey flicked her eyes down to his hands, and a little blush came to her cheeks. Cameron slammed a beer on the table, sliding it over to a customer and drawing Bailey's attention away from the new entrant. We don't need an extra hand. I've been working this bar since it opened. If you're leaving someone in charge, it shouldn't be someone who walked in 5 minutes ago. His tone was sharp as he glared at CK. Not leaving him in charge. You and Dalia run my bar, you know this. He's an extra hand. Nothing more or less. Cameron grumbled. His mood hadn't been lifted, but he was satisfied with Raven's answer. Fine. Yeah. Raven rubbed his temple before he jogged over to CK and extended his hand. Hey. Man, it's an honor to be here. He shook Raven's hand and added a slight bow. Sure. Let's talk outside. Raven beckoned for Jona and Tobin, and they discarded their tasks, crossing the room and stepping outside with Raven and CK. All right, so what's up? Sykes' light baritone voice glanced around. It took him a few seconds, but then his easy expression fell away and he growled. He honed in on Tobin. Is this a test? Do you want me to show you my skills on the bloodsucker? No. Raven grabbed Tobin, yanking him close. He's the one you're tasked to protect. You only have one job here, and your job is to make sure he's protected until I get back. Sykes' lips curved downward in a smirk of disbelief, and he looked at all three of them in turn. You want me to protect a parasite? Do you know what his kind have done? The younger man spat. More than you. What honor or glory do I get for watching your pet vampire? I respected you, you know, and now I find out you're some kind of traitor. Jona frowned. He's not a pet. He's actually quite nice. You're a traitor too, then. Our laws are simple. We kill them. It's our job. We don't make friends with them, and we definitely don't. CK looked Raven up and down, disgust clear in his eyes. Don't what? Care for them. They're not human. They can't love you back. I was human once. Very recently, actually, Tobin piped up from nestled into Raven's side. He inched away, but Raven snapped him close again. It's okay, he whispered, petting Raven's shoulder, soothing his beast. And I heard the change makes you an animal. A dead one. I have a beast inside me, yes, but so do you. Did your change make you an animal? It's not the same. We exist to protect our people from the likes of you. You exist as a disgusting leech. All you want is control and power, and you'll destroy anything that gets in the way of it. Perhaps some of my kind, but we're not all the same. Tobin sucked in a breath, held it in for 5 seconds, and then sighed. Gagi will not leave if there isn't someone here to help keep me safe. If he doesn't leave, then his father may die without seeing his son one last time. I understand these circumstances are difficult for everyone involved, but please. For Gagi, can we attempt a neutral coexistence? Tobin extended his hand, palm facing the sky. CK eyed his pallid pink-tipped fingers, and then flicked his eyes back to Tobin's face. Will you spend the evening with me? Perhaps if we spent some time together. CK took a step backwards. Jona scowled. I was the same way you were when I arrived. In fact, I did worse. Least you can do is hear the man out. It ain't like we all have it right. Pull your head out of your ass for 5 minutes and speak to him. The man looked at Raven. I remember you, Raven said finally. Between all your peers, you were the most curious. You used to question our rules. I was a boy then. Now I'm a man. There's no room for questioning. There's always room for questioning, Cece, Raven teased, offering him a shadow of a smile. Take his offer. You won't be disappointed. CK dragged his attention back to Tobin, eyeing his still outstretched hand. All right. He wet his lips. Fine. I'll spend the evening with you, but I'm not promising anything. Will you take my hand? Tobin tipped his head to the side. No. Lead the way. Tobin's pleasant expression tightened at the corners, but he gave a curt nod and beckoned CK after him. Chapter 25. Tobin. The beginning of their conversation was tense and uncomfortable. CK wasn't open, and Tobin was far too cautious, but the repetitive and tiring action of walking eased their barriers, and by the time they returned to the bar, they had discussed current movies, music, and books. CK, as it turned out, was very similar to Tobin, and he loved non-fiction reference books. He enjoyed learning about money, ways to save it, and ways to make more of it, and they passed around passive income tips. Tobin showed CK the inventory information from the bar, and they sat around a glass of beer, discussing possible improvements. There was always room for improvement. CK took a gulp of beer as he squinted at the numbers, and then offered the beer to Tobin. Want a swallow? Tobin paused, eyeing the beer before looking up at CK. Ah. No thank you, he murmured, turning back to the numbers. Oh shit, right. I almost forgot you weren't human. Tobin wrinkled his nose. You're not human either. Closer than you. Of course. Let's not argue about the degrees in which we are human. It seems rather silly. Tobin flipped through the inventory information, before closing the notebook and sliding it over to CK. I am sure you are exhausted from your traveling. Gagi and I share the master bedroom, but there is another room. Master, CK scoffed. Trying to be offensive now. What? Master, like you don't know the history between my kind and yours. I am sorry. I didn't mean it to be offensive. And yet here we are. Gagi probably sugar-coated it too. What did he tell you? Vampires kept werewolves as guards? No, we were slaves. Tortured, beaten, our women and children raped, our men used. We were pitted against one another, the good slaves and the bad slaves. Tobin put distance between him and the other man, keeping his focus on CK as CK went from reclining casually to fuming with puffed red cheeks and a spoiled milk expression. You want to guess where the good slaves got to sleep? He waited a beat. In the master's bedroom. Bingo. You're a smart one. CK grabbed his beer and stood up, towering over Tobin's form. I did not, Tobin stammered, biting the inside of his bottom lip and dragging his eyes up Sykes' form. Tobin wasn't a fighter. He had his defenses, sure, the natural ones a vampire came with. He had a new set of predatory instincts, but he was no match for a werewolf. CK rolled his head on his shoulders and peered down the length of his nose towards Tobin. His prominent brow shielded deep-set eyes, and his shadowed upper lip played with an ominous smile. "I'll take care of you. Tell Goggy." Tobin eased to his feet, eyebrows knit together as he became at a level height with the other man. The intensity didn't leave Sykes' eyes, but he stepped around Tobin, ending their conversation without another word. Tobin let out a rush of breath he didn't realize he was holding, and went the opposite direction from CK. Weak legs and shaking knees carried him all the way around the building again, before he entered through the back door and escaped up to the second floor, barricading himself inside Raven's bedroom. It had grown late, well past midnight, and with every passing second Tobin's anxiety grew, until he knotted his hands and paced the length of the bedroom, walking around the short list of items Raven had against the walls. He moved around the now full-size bed they shared, the bedside table and the dresser, turned, and started the process again, until the bedroom door swung open and a laughing, smiling Raven moved inside. "Later, Joe." "Aha. Don't keep us up late tonight." "Shut up," Raven teased, closing the door and turning to Tobin. "How was your night with CK? I heard y'all laughing at one point, so I guess things went well." Tobin sucked his bottom lip for a moment, then released it and nodded. "Why, yes. Things went quite well. We have a lot in common." "Cool. I'm glad. So you feel safe around him? You're going to be okay with me gone?" His stomach clenched, but his plastered-on expression didn't falter, and he smiled at Raven. "Yes. I will be fine without you for a week. You act as if you are going away forever. I have lived the majority of my life without you by my side, you know." "I know, but this is way different." "Way different? How so?" "Your family's in a gang, and there are other vampires out there looking for you." Tobin chuckled. "I don't worry about them. I was born into a gang. For that I can surely take care of myself, and did you not teach me how to shoot guns and also drive?" "Well, you need quite a bit more driving lessons." "Just saying." "And you will give them to me when you return. Count on it. However, for now, shouldn't we rest? Are you all packed?" "Mostly packed, and we can rest once I finish up." "Yes, of course. Then I will shower." "You didn't shower beforehand?" "No, not hardly. I was waiting for you." Raven knit his eyebrows, shrinking his gaze. "Why?" Tobin shrugged, tipping his head to the side with an impish smile. He peeled his shirt over his head and dropped his pants to the ground, giving Raven an uninhibited view of his lean body. Raven had seen him undressed dozens or even hundreds of times at this point, but at the initial reveal, the werewolf always froze, like a youthful teenager, and he responded in kind too. Tobin's naked body hadn't gotten old to Raven, and Raven's reaction to it hadn't gotten old to Tobin. He hoped it never would. Raven groaned under his breath as Tobin stood there, halfway between Raven and the bathroom. His eyes devoured Tobin's form, spoonful by spoonful, starting from his arched toes and traveling up his form, lingering on his cock and faint cut lines before continuing. Raven's cock was tenting his pants by the time their eyes met again, and the werewolf sealed his lips. Tobin smiled. "Do you see something you like?" "Yeah." "This is good. You finish packing. I will return in a minute." Tobin turned his back to Raven and inspired a low, rumbling growl from the other man. His insides tingled, spreading a chill through his body, and he glanced over his shoulder. "Yes. Don't tease. Me undressing myself is teasing now." Raven tilted his head. "In your way, yeah." He dropped his eyes to Raven's cock. Precum now wet the front of his slacks, and the faint, steamy scent touched Tobin's nose. "You are complaining?" "I have to finish packing, and right now I want to do something entirely different." "I see. This seems tough for you. Such an intense and important decision." It is. Raven abandoned his duffel bag and stepped towards Tobin, peeling his own shirt off his hard-muscled body. I am sure you can take a break, can't you? Perhaps pack when I rest for the day. A quick break, Raven confirmed. Fast and hard. Yes, Tobin stepped backwards, now hanging in the bathroom's doorframe. He swallowed as another shiver trailed down his spine and pooled between his legs, burning him from the inside out. Definitely. I would not want to distract you too long from your task. No, Raven agreed and chased Tobin into the bathroom. He showed his strength as he grabbed the smaller man, guiding him back into the little space, trapping him in a kiss as he fumbled with the shower knobs. Raven knew his business, and without much help from Tobin he started the shower, lifted them both inside and trapped him against the wall, one unyielding arm caging his body. He had promised a quick session, and after a few hungry kisses, his steady hand gripped Tobin's cock, squeezing his length. Tobin praised him with moans, and he dropped his head back against the shower tiles as casual teasing turned into purposeful strokes. Raven knew how to touch, when to apply pressure, and when to relax. He knew how to make Tobin's body hot with pleasure, and how to make Tobin sing his name like a prayer over and over until he was breathless. He lost track of their orgasms and the time, and when his pleasure released him, he stumbled into Raven. Raven chuckled and wrapped him in his arms. How was it? Perfect, Tobin whispered. Thank you. With another chuckle, he scooped Tobin into his arms and carried him out of the shower, taking him to the bed and tossing him into it. Tobin hit the firm comforter with a soft thud, and he spread his flushed, naked body out for Raven. Little red welts and bruises had already begun to form on his skin, and he sucked in his breath, reveling in the deep-rooted feeling of Raven's hands on him. Good. With a smile, Raven resumed packing and Tobin watched, propped on the pillows, letting the afterglow of more than a couple orgasms spread through him. When Raven finished folding his shirts, he looked up at Tobin. I'm about to run down and get something to eat from the kitchen. Do you want anything? Ah, Tobin blinked, snapping his eyes open. Still shirtless, Raven was an Adonis. Gorgeous and striking as he was kind, but Sykes' comments tickled the back of his brain, tainting the comfortable atmosphere they had. And no. I'm fine, actually. You do not have to get anything for me. Now or ever. I know I don't have to, but I asked. You sure? You look a little pale, and I know it's been a long night with Jona and CK here and all the changes. Raven propped his hands on his hips, pushing them forward, presenting himself, delighting in his dominance. I am fine. Thank you for asking. I will rest here while you get your snack. Raven scratched the back of his head but then nodded. All right then. I'll be back. He promised, bending over the bed and kissing Tobin's cheek. Tobin smiled into the kiss and kept his eyes on Raven until he left the room. Then he closed them again, letting his exhaustion and the pending sunrise drag him into sleep. He woke off and on through the day, cracking his eyes open enough to catch Raven moving around their shared space, but he wasn't coherent until the start of the sunset, and a few minutes after the sun was gone, Raven came upstairs with a glass of room-temperature cow's blood and a light pink liquid meal of his own. Mornin', beautiful. Hi, Tobin yawned, sitting up and curling the sheets around his body. He brushed wild hair from his face and reached for the glass, taking an unsatisfying sip. The cow's blood was nothing more than a vampire's version of a protein shake. It offered nutrients, sustenance, but no flavor or enjoyment, and the commitment to cow's blood was a struggle amidst humans every night with rich, warm, sweet-smelling blood gushing through their veins. But he made his sacrifices. Days of cow's blood was worth even one drop of Raven's blood, especially when it happened during intercourse, when Tobin dug his nails so deep into Raven's thick skin that beads of blood mingled with the sweat and tormenting his nose, eventually meeting his tongue. He hadn't woken up excited, but eyeing his lover as he gulped down cow's blood inspired him. You were shy at first, and now you're insatiable. Raven grinned, nodding to Tobin's harden. I was thinking of you. Oh yeah. What about me? Many things. Raven smirked, kissed the corner of Tobin's lips, then downed the last gulp of his drink. Joe wants to hit the road pretty early, so we're all packed up and everything, but I told her I wasn't leaving without seeing you tonight." Tobin returned the kiss and nodded. "Thank you." Tobin finished his meal as well and set the glass aside, cleaning the corners of his lips with his fingers. "How much time until you go again?" "Why, hungry still." "Yes, but not for blood." With an amused laugh, Raven obliged, and they shared another mind-blowing orgasm before Tobin stumbled into a pair of sweatpants and tugged a shirt over his chest. Raven led him downstairs, hand in hand, fingers laced, and as they emerged, Jona shook her head, and CK rolled his eyes. "Teenagers," Jona snorted. "I'm going to bring him back. It's okay to take a breather sometimes, you know." "True, but I don't have to breathe, so it's not mandatory," Tobin quipped back, flushing and squeezing Raven's hand. Yeah. Anyway, I'm ready now, I think." Raven looked back at Tobin. "You sure you're going to be okay?" Sykes' eyes bore into the side of Tobin's face, and his insides twisted in knots, but he nodded. "Yes. I will be okay. Take care of your family." Tobin gave him a reassuring kiss before the four of them walked to the door. Raven reluctantly released Tobin's hand, waved, and turned away. He didn't look back as he jumped into his truck and slammed the driver's side door behind him. Jona climbed into her own vehicle and left right behind Raven, and once they had turned the corner out of sight, Sykes' hand squeezed Tobin's shoulder, claws piercing his skin. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you're well taken care of." Chapter 26. Raven. Some things were hard to forget, and the route home was one of them. Perhaps it had been a gift, or perhaps his ancestors and his familial connections had embedded the route in his heart. Either way, he drove, listening to soft country music as he went through small town after small town, until the brick buildings fell away and greenery surrounded him. His heart swelled in his chest, and his beast, which had grown comfortable in the city, relaxed in the wilderness. The air was sharper, and the lush greens were brighter. He was home. The paved path eventually dissolved into a dirt way, winding through overgrown trees and over weak wooden bridges before it paved again and opened to their tucked-away oasis. Raven parked his truck in front of his old childhood home. Jona parked behind him, blocking him in, preventing him from running away. He removed the key from the ignition and sat back in his seat. He remembered the day he left both times. The first time he was barely a day older than 18, and it had been by accident. Every young man served as a warrior. It was a requirement, and Raven hadn't been exempt, but he came back changed after his training. He knew things about himself he hadn't understood until he'd spent late nights tussling around with another hard-bodied warrior. Neil. He had his first kiss in the grass under a pointed two-person tent, and he had his first fuck there too. His whole tightened with the memory of it, and a spike of excitement went through him. He still remembered Neil's hands ravaging him, hungry for him, desperate after every fight. When they returned from their training, Neil planted a kiss on his lips on the split wooden stoop of his parents' house, and his father didn't agree. He had 5 minutes to pack his things and kiss his younger sister and his mother goodbye before he became nomadic. A lone wolf, as his lover affectionately called it. Neil was one too, and they threw themselves into what they knew would bring them honor and glory. They fought and they hunted. They amassed stories. They became known. When they stopped on other territories, their stories of battle preceded them, and the story keepers told of their travels, of their accomplishments. Fathers begged them to take their sons as charges. Those who exalted them didn't care if Neil grabbed fistfuls of Raven's hair and yanked him into deep, passionate, loving kisses. They didn't care if they heard the joint sounds of lovemaking from their sleeping area, but Raven's father did. The second time he left was because he came home carrying what was left of his lover, and he gave it to Neil's mother, who broke down at his feet. She wailed and cried, chopped her hair and slashed her face, and he knew her pain. He'd bottled it up, locked it behind dim, heavy-lidded eyes, and she grieved for them both. There was a warrior's funeral, and there were whispers. Neil had picked a same-sex fling over creating strong baby warriors. His greatness was forever gone with his death, and it made grieving his death an impossible task. When he closed his eyes, he replayed the death over and over again. When silence surrounded him, he heard the screams. His father, naturally, hoped his stage was over. He had set Raven up with a nice young woman with wide hips and a homely smile, but he wasn't interested. She wasn't either. Warriors were expected to move on, but Raven wasn't ready, and he was done being a warrior too. The second time, he had no plans for a return visit, but Tobin was right. Family was family, and some people didn't have the luxury Raven had. He got out of his truck and strolled up the broken path to the front door and knocked. "Who is it?" A female voice called. Raven recognized it, but only vaguely, and he knit his eyebrows. "Doggy," he responded, projecting his voice. "Stop lying," the woman replied before the door jerked open. The voice belonged to his sister, and since the last time he'd seen her, she'd gone from a gangly child to a strong young woman. Defiant eyes met Raven's, and she pressed her little mouth into a thin line. Alone, it was easy to forget how much time had passed. It was easy to forget how long he had wandered from place to place, directionless and pretending to deal with Neil's death, but back home it was painfully obvious. Years? It had been years since he'd stepped away from everything he'd ever known, and he had only started putting the broken pieces of himself back together a few months ago. "Hey," Raven said. "What are you doing here?" She blocked his path inside the house, and she lifted her chin. "I heard Dad's sick." "Dying." "He's dying." "Yeah, well, it's why I'm here." Her nostrils flared. "You should have called." "About Dad?" "No. At all." Her hard features broke, and she ground her teeth together, working back tears as dark eyebrows knit in the center of her forehead. "You didn't just leave Dad. You left everyone. I needed time. You could have had it here." "It's too late for this conversation." Raven's eyes darted around the area before they came back to his sister. "How is he?" "Dying," she repeated, now scowling. He remembered her with big innocent eyes and a round little face, but her face had lengthened and she had grown to match her eyes. Her innocence had died, and truthfully, Raven couldn't remember when. "Mom's destroyed. She won't leave his side." "How much longer does he have, you think?" "It'll be any day now." Finally she stepped aside and allowed Raven into the house, and let the sick sweet smell of illness greet him. He ducked his head as he entered. "How've you been otherwise, Sakio?" "Fine." She shrugged and closed the door behind him. "He's in the back room." Her chin jutted towards the hallway. "Thanks," Raven murmured. He went there first, knocked again, and pushed the door open. His parents' bedroom was far smaller than he remembered it, and both his mother and his father rested on the full-size mattress. His father had lost a considerable amount of weight, and seeing a man who had always been larger than life, pale and fragile, with gaunt features and hollowed eyes, shook Raven. His mother didn't look much better, but she wasn't sick, just broken-hearted. Her hair fell in waves around them, but Raven knew the second his father took his last breath, her beautiful dark curls would be cut. "Doggy," his mother whispered, lifting her head from the bed. His father groaned, eyes cracking open. The recognition was there, but the words weren't. "Hey, Ma, Pa." Raven forced a smile as he eased into the room, pulling the door closed behind him and walking up to his father's side of the bed. A hand gripped the headboard as he peered down at them. His father grunted again, and a frail hand lifted from the bed, shaking with a weak delicacy. Raven slipped his hand under his father's, supporting it and rubbing his fingers over white knuckles. "Doggy, my little Raven," his mother cooed. "Not so little anymore. You will always be little in my eyes." Raven offered a slight smile. "Thanks. Can I have some time with Dad?" She sat up and slipped out of the bed. "Yes, of course. I will fix you something." "It's late, Ma. You don't have to make me anything." She cupped Raven's cheek in one wrinkled hand. "I know, but I haven't made anything for you in so long. Let me comfort my child. How about a cheese sandwich?" "Sure, Ma. I could eat. Most warriors stay hungry." Her smile grew, and she kissed Raven's cheek. "It is so good to see you, but your hair," she teased the ends with a little sigh. My sandwich, Ma? He reminded her, and with another smile, she patted his cheek and left the room. The door opened and closed with a click, and then Raven sucked in his breath, grabbing an old wooden chair shoved in the corner of the room and placing it beside the bed before sitting in it. He laced his fingers together, resting his elbows on his knees, and regarded his father. The man lifted his hand from the bed again, stiff fingers motioning towards Raven. Coherent but weak. I wasn't going to come, but I'm in love with someone, and he's amazing and kind and exactly what I need. Raven wet his lips. If the ancestors would have made a person for me, he would be it. When I am with him, I am filled with a different kind of joy, and I want you to know the only reason I am here is because the man I want to spend the rest of my life with told me to come. His father was silent as expected, and Raven rubbed his hands together, studying the ground. He squinted up at the man again, memorizing his old and grayed features. Time and illness had done a number on his father's body. Those two things combined had taken down a man who had once been a fiercer warrior than Raven. As he sat in front of his father, he was a child again. Even with the positions flipped, the things he wanted to say to this man died in his throat. Raven rubbed his hands down his face, rocking in his seat. If you met him, you would like him. He's no warrior, but he's everything else. His father made a noise and he leaned forward, kissing the older man's forehead as his mother entered the room again. Your sandwich is in the kitchen, and I made up the couch for you, she explained, touching Raven's shoulder. What happened to my room? Supplies for your father, she trailed. Right. He chewed the inside of his cheek, glancing between the pair. Thanks, Ma. I'll see y'all in the morning then. He placed the chair back in the corner, administered his father another kiss, and then approached his mother. Aha. She nodded. It is so good to see you. It's good to see you too. He puffed out his cheeks. I'm in love with someone. Like you were with Niel. Yeah. He's a vampire, but he is everything to me. She gave another nod. Okay. That's it. Yes. You are my son, and I want you to be happy, so if you love him, I love him. Oh. Her words were simple and pure, just like her warm brown eyes and her light smile, and they dissolved every last bit of worry inside him. I'll see you in the morning, he whispered, kissing his mother's temple before exiting the room and wandering back through the house. Childhood memories flooded him as he sat down at the kitchen table, eating the triangle-sliced sandwich one bite at a time. The gesture was silly, but Raven appreciated it all the same. He drank water with the sandwich, and then kicked off his shoes, his shirt, and his jeans, and stretched out on the couch, covering the middle part of his body with a woven blanket. He woke the next morning to the scent of scrambled eggs, sausage, and corn mash. His belly rumbled, and for all the time he spent fretting over being with his family again, they fell into the same old pattern. He got out of bed, visited the bathroom, and by the time he reached the kitchen, his plate was fixed for him, piled high with food. He ate across from his sister, who stole shocked glances at him the entire time. As they ate, he asked questions about her friends and her education. She deflected them. He came around to questions about her personal life. She deflected those too. After breakfast he showered, dressed, shifted from 2 legs to 4, and went for a run. He had all but given up his wolf to live in the city, but feeling the earth beneath his paws and the wind rustling his thick coat grounded him, but also solidified him in his decisions at the same time. His home wasn't here anymore. His home was beside Tobin, even if he couldn't escape and feel the wind through his fur, or turn off his human brain and allow his instincts to control him. For Tobin, the sacrifice was worth it. After his run, he shed his fur and stood on 2 legs again, but he wore his beast on his shoulder as he explored the area with fresh eyes. By nightfall, a fire had been started, and warriors gathered around it, old and young, cracking open beers and tipping them to their lips. Raven joined them, grabbing a beer and taking a seat between Jona and Atsa, another old friend of his. Atsa looked up and fixed coal-black eyes on the other man. Huh. I heard some whispers, but I didn't believe any of it. Guess I'm the fool. A cat-like smirk highlighted his face. Nothing new there. Atsa laughed. Okay. What brings you back around these parts? I thought after Neil you were gone for good. My father, Raven shrugged, tipping his beer to his lips and guzzling a quarter of it. He studied the crackling fire afterwards, watching the waves lick at the air and the smoke curl from the center, distorting the images behind it. Right. How's he doing? Good, I guess. He's responsive but seems like he can't speak, or he doesn't want to speak. I really don't know. Jona focused on her beer, sitting on the ground and leaning back against the split log bench the other two sat on. When she finished her beer, a young warrior brought her a second, uncapping it for her before handing it over. She thanked him, and with a blush he scurried away. An admirer? Raven winked as the boy rushed off. Many since you left, and everyone came to their senses. She combed her hair all to one side, loosely braiding the end, and put her fresh drink to her lips. It's 'cause she ranked up, Atsa teased. But seriously, you've got good timing. I heard something you might be a little interested in. What? Raven tilted his head. We've been keeping tabs on the vampire family who took Neil, and they're back around. Real close, so if you wanted some revenge, Atsa trailed off. Revenge is always trouble. Jona frowned. Hey. It's our job to hunt vampires. Their existence is wrong, and especially ones who've killed our own, there's no forgiving it. Neil was the love of your life. The ancestors will smile on you avenging his death. Revenge, she started again but clamped her mouth shut as two new warriors joined their trio. Doggy. Long time no see, and here we thought you were completely done with your fuzzy side. He lifted a glass of something much stronger than beer towards Raven. The woman beside him wiggled her fingers at Raven, but her cheeks shined with color in her silence. Claw. It's good to see you're well. Raven looked at the woman. Nasha. Doggy. Her tongue rolled over his name. You've been missed. She bit the tip of her tongue as hooded eyes trailed over his body, crawling over his broad muscles, lingering at the crotch of his pants, and then working back up to his face. Well, I'm here for a bit now. Lucky us. Nasha smirked, pushing tightly coiled hair from her face. Did Atsa tell you? We're going hunting soon, when the time is right. Are you coming with us? Yeah, he told me. Going after the vamps who took out Neil. She nodded. Their family is bigger, too. We've been tracking them with the information you gave us. It's grown by 5, and the woman you mentioned, she's hanging on the arm of a new man. I wonder where she found him from. Raven shrugged. Not sure I'm a go with you guys. A warrior who won't hunt. Have you grown soft? Joe told us you run a bar up in town. Pouring drinks for folks is a far cry from being one of the best warriors in our world. Pouring drinks is quiet and rewarding, and most importantly, not life-threatening. You say life-threatening like it's bad. What's life without a little adrenaline? Besides, I thought you loved the hunt. What did they used to call y'all? Claw finished his drink and took Nash's half-empty beer. The wind and the raven who flies at dawn. The raven and the wind who carries it, Jona corrected with a scowl. Yeah, Claw grunted. Anyway, if you're rolling with us, let us know. We'd like the extra power, and some of these babies really don't know what they're getting into. We can share a tent, Nasha offered Raven a smoldering look. Let us know. We're leaving in a few days, and it'd be nice to hunt with you again. She stepped around them, passing behind Raven and swiping her fingers along his shoulders. Chapter 27. Tobin. 4 days without Raven passed quicker than he'd ever expected, but with the bulk of the workload falling on him and Dalia, he spent most nights from sundown to nearly sunup working. When the bar closed for the night, he prepared the stations for the next morning, refrigerating the sliced fruits and vegetables for Dalia. He also brushed up on his cooking skills, and turned many of their staple dips into slow cooker recipes, letting them fester during the day until Dalia arrived in the evenings. CK was of no help, and he spent most of his time holed up in the guest bedroom reading or sleeping. Tobin caught a glimpse of him every so often, but he was a figurative presence more than a reality, and the vampire accepted it. They were not going to be friends, but at least CK was holding his end of the bargain. On the morning of the 5th day after Raven's departure, Tobin prepared a new batch of queso blanco and sliced the ingredients for salsa verde, dipping his pinky in the mixture and tipping it to his tongue. He could taste, but only faintly, and the thought of human food churned his stomach, but he knew the nuances of the recipes. He separated the ingredients in his mind, even from the smallest of tastes. As the sky brightened, he tucked the items in the freezer and retired to his bedroom, washing the smell of burnt grease and alcohol off of him and collapsing into the bed. He burrowed his face in the sheets, taking a deep breath of what was left of Raven's scent. After 5 days, Raven's spicy smell had faded from the pillows, and Tobin had already worn many of the man's leftover clothes, but as he curled into the mass of blankets, he propped his cell phone against the headboard and checked his messages. Raven had naturally reverted back to a daytime schedule, so Tobin woke to a slew of messages and then received more of them as the evening wore on. He put his cell phone aside while he worked the bar, checking a fresh collection of messages at the end of his shift. He gave Tobin small updates, photos of the land and the people he was around, and Tobin's favorite, he included a video message right before he fell asleep. Tobin checked them all, smiling lightly as he scrolled through pictures of Raven alongside people he had never seen before. He listened to the video message while knuckling his eyes, and then he returned one, showing off hints of his bare chest and unloading his day to his lover. His video message ended with several I love yous, and a handful of I miss yous, and 3 blown kisses. After a pause, he added 2 more kisses, bringing the total to 5 and ending the message. He sent it and returned to Rave's latest video, playing it on a loop until his eyes drooped closed. Sometime during the day his cell phone battery died, but Tobin didn't need an alarm clock. He woke at sunset, and his gaze floated around the room as he gathered himself. Sparks of anxiety pinged through him, but as his body shook off exhaustion, his mind relaxed, and he climbed out of bed dressed in clean lounge clothes and exited the bedroom. At the top of the stairs, CK popped up, holding a glass of red liquid and wearing an unreadable expression. "Hey," he grunted. Tobin eyed the glass as his eye teeth descended on top of his canines. His lips twitched. "Hi. So, I've had all day to think, and really you're not a bad guy, you know." Tobin eyed the liquid. It was cow's blood. He could smell it. Bland and room temperature. "Is this so?" "Yeah, well, I'm trying to apologize for the other day." "There is nothing to apologize for. Gagi has told me of our delicate history, and I cannot fault any one of you for hating me or my kind." "Sure, but I still have to watch you." "So," CK presented the glass to him, "I went ahead and made you breakfast so we can get a head start on the work for the bar." Tobin tore his eyes away from the drink and looked at CK. His beast stirred inside of him, coiling around his insides and making his presence known. With blood dangled in front of him, his mind fogged and his mouth watered. "I see. So take it and drink it so we can get the night started. If last night was any sort of foreshadowing or whatever, tonight's going to be a doozy." He delicately took the drink from CK. "Thank you." "Ah yes. I expect tonight to be very busy. Because of this, last night, I spent a little extra time preparing things for this evening. Did you see the prepped items in the kitchen refrigerator? I labeled them." "Nah man, to be honest, I haven't really checked yet. I did a lot of cleaning. You know this place looks totally different during the day than it does at night." "Oh wait, you wouldn't know, huh?" Tobin pressed a smile to his lips. "I can wake during the day, but it is difficult. It's similar to you being woken in the middle of the night if you were on a normal sleep schedule." "Yup." CK rocked on his heels. "Anyway, drink up. I'll be downstairs waiting for you." "Thank you again," Tobin murmured as CK backed away, descending the stairs. He tapped his fingers on the sides of the glass, peering back down at it before returning to the bedroom and setting it on the counter. He undressed again as the liquid taunted him, steadily drawing his hunger to the surface. His mind conjured worries, negative possibilities, but his beast didn't, and after he showered, he surrendered to his hunger and approached the glass again, trailing his fingers along the rim. The liquid had congealed a little and lost the majority of its warmth, but neither of these facts dampened his hunger. On the contrary, the slow-burning taunt of having a meal so close by exacerbated it. His foggy mind fired its own warnings, but he ignored them as he lifted the drink to his lips. As soon as the liquid hit his tongue, his pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his beast took over. The tease had him ravenous, and he downed the cow's blood like a tall shot, wiping his lips with the back of his hand and slamming the glass on the counter when he was done. Sated, his beast recoiled again, settling in the background as Tobin dried himself and dressed for the night. He combed through his damp hair, adjusting his natural part so more of his hair fell to the right side. He slipped his feet into his work shoes, cuffed one of Raven's long-sleeved shirts at his elbow, and tucked his cell phone into his pocket as he left his bedroom a second time. He struggled through the task of cuffing both sleeves, adjusting and readjusting them until they were perfect, and when he looked up again, the short hallway had stretched, and the staircase was miles away, barely a speck in the distance. As he moved towards it, he side-swiped the wall, and the support in his legs dissolved, starting at his ankles and working up to his thighs. Tobin took another step forward before his legs gave out, and the ground rushed towards him. He crashed into the sharp points of the stairs as he tumbled down them in a heap, as the weakness from his legs traveled through the rest of his body. When he hit the bottom, he heard voices. One he recognized as CK. As for the other two, a female voice and a deep, husky male voice, they set his heart racing. He didn't recognize the male voice, but the female's buttery laughter triggered all the alarm bells in his brain. Instincts fought against the new type of fog settling inside him, but his vision narrowed. Darkness crept into the corners of his eyes, across his vision, but before it closed in on him, a familiar pair of almond-shaped brown eyes fixed on him. A sultry little giggle accompanied those eyes. "Thank you for returning what's mine," the female voice said. Chapter 28. Tobin. He remembered bits and pieces of his night. The pain from his fall throbbed through his bones, trees rushed past him, concrete chilled already cool skin. Time was relative. It could have been hours or days, but when the darkness receded and he cracked his eyes open again, he took note of his location. He definitely wasn't at the bar anymore. He was on the floor of a holding cell, trapped in place by crosshatched steel bars, stripped bare of his belongings. He had his clothes, but the weight of his cell phone was no longer in his pocket. "He's awake again." "Have you bonded him yet?" the female voice spoke. Pleasant, musical. "Not yet. He was too weak to drink before," the male voice replied. Tobin remembered nothing significant since he tumbled down the stairs, but he remembered their voices. The inflection in them, the tones. The woman oozed with authority, and the man was happy to be in her presence. Tobin had been around enough powerful people to recognize the sheer pride the man had in being beside her. He arched, lifting his torso from the ground, and gasped as shooting pain ripped through him. His body had metabolized whatever had been in his system, but it had left him famished and still with wounds from the fall. "Krina, I think he's waking," the man spoke again, cradling his words with little hints of affection. "Yes. He should be hungry at least. This young. I am sure you need only to suggest he eat, and he'll be desperate for a taste." She didn't lie. Her suggestion stirred something in him, but there was more. Her voice terrified him, but he craved it too, and her attention. He studied the unfinished ceiling before he turned his head and searched for Krina. He wanted to lay his eyes on her. No, he needed to. It was a subtle, almost forgettable feeling, but it drew him upright and to the bars, and as he looked upon her, he silently begged for her favor. She moved around with an otherworldly grace, her dark curls sliding from slim shoulders and bouncing down her back. She ignored both men for several beats longer than necessary, before she flicked her eyes towards Tobin. Dark, a few shades darker than her mahogany skin and rich obsidian. Her gaze bore through him, touching the deepest parts of his soul, and his nostrils flared. With another musical chuckle, she sauntered towards him. Her body moved like a snake under her floor-length dress, hips brushing her forearms with each forward step. When she reached Tobin, she crouched in front of him, and her presence drew him, moth to flame, and he pressed his body against the bars of his cage. "You sweet thing," she cooed, slipping her wrist through the bars and cradling Tobin's chin. "I wept when I lost you. You showed such promise, such strength, and with a leader's blood coursing through your veins, yes." Her thumbs swept along his lips and his heart fluttered. "My sweet nephew, drink from Oleg." "And nephew?" Tobin stammered, flicking his eyes downward before dragging them up to the woman's face again. "Oleg?" The name stirred memories in his brain, but they were locked away, and he hadn't yet discovered the winning combination. Do you want to be with me forever?" Her voice was a song, the purest of love ballads. "Yes." The word tumbled from Tobin's lips. "Then you must drink." Tobin shook his head. "I don't understand." She withdrew her hand, taking a piece of his soul with her, and stood up again. "I see." The inflection in her tone hadn't changed, but she regarded Tobin no longer. Now her precious attention was all for Oleg. "He shows promise, and if what you say is true, he is our missing key to the Orahivskaya Bratva." "He is. He's close to the Pakhan." "So he is. How close? Tell me if his insolence is worth my time." "Close. He is the Derzhatal Abachaka." "Which is?" Tobin glanced towards Oleg when he named him, honing in on him. "Bookkeeper. Keeps track of money and debts owed. He knows everyone the Pakhan works with." Krina smirked. "Ah, so he is worth my time. Your predecessor was smart, Oleg, and innovative, and I hope you can become just as worthy of a place by my side." Her fingers crawled over the burly man's shoulder as she moved past him towards the exit. Oleg followed her with his eyes, hooding them as her energy floated away. "Get the information we need from him, and don't make me wait forever." She slipped out of the room, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Oleg's gaze lingered on the door before he tore them away and focused on Tobin, moving over to him and crouching in front of his steel cage. He propped his thick arms on his knees and sucked his teeth. "Oh, Tobias Sergovich Baranov, or should I say Tobin, since it's the name all your little friends call you." "Ah, but they don't know anything about you, do they, Malish?" Tobin straightened up, regarding Oleg. The other man sprinkled Russian throughout his speech, and Tobin recognized it. His mind translated it, and he was more comfortable hearing it than he was speaking English. The realization shocked him, but rather than show his surprise, he clenched his jaws and turned his cheek to Oleg. "What should they know about me?" "Oh, perhaps nothing, or perhaps the many times you've left a pile of bodies behind your visits. Perhaps they should know the Pakhan is powerful, true, but even the utterance of his son's name strikes fear in even the fiercest of brigadier and boyevik. Or still, how his pretty eyes and soft face are only masks for the darkness he has inside." Oleg fit his fat hand through the bars of the cage and touched one of his sausage fingers to Tobin's chin. Tobin moved his face away. "Don't. Your little werewolf boyfriend, the one so tied to taking care of you, he should know the son of the Pakhan stood over his first dead body when he was barely 10 years old. The son of the Pakhan shows no mercy and takes no excuses. I am not him anymore. Changing your name doesn't change who you are. My heart has changed who I am." Oleg chuckled. "I'm sure we can darken your heart again," he whispered. At the last syllable of Oleg's words, a searing pain shot through Tobin, and he doubled over, crossing his arms over his torso and squeezing his sides. Oleg gave a little laugh, and the pain rushing through Tobin's body heightened. He was dizzy with it, but after a shocked cry he swallowed the rest of his noises. The needly pain compounded with his growing hunger had him writhing. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes, and his muscles tightened. His mind left his body, stepping out of the agony and guarding over him. The unyielding pain unlocked memories, visions of his past he'd locked away for survival. He wasn't a stranger to beatings or blacking out or unique tortures drummed up by his father, the Pakhan. His father didn't have weak sons. Weak sons didn't last long, and despite Tobin's size he wasn't weak. He looked over his trembling body, lips curling away from his teeth, disgusted with his own reactions. When the pain stopped, his whole body went limp. "Ah, Malish, I'm going to have some fun with you. I want to hear your screams, and I'll get them, I promise you it." Tobin's eyes rolled back in his head, and he curled away from Oleg, showing the other man his back. There was movement around him, voices and shuffling, but he didn't move. With every passing moment, his energy left him. He deflated. His body stopped wasting energy, and his breathing slowed to a stop. He felt the chill of death in his bones, but he hung on, tethered to the curse that had been bestowed upon him. "Malish?" Oleg called for him, but he didn't move. "Ah, Malish, I have something you want." As Oleg got closer, the scent of blood filtered through Tobin's nose, but it wasn't the cow's blood he had grown accustomed to. It was human blood, and it was mouth-watering, virginal, pure, rich blood, and after however long of no meal, Tobin's beast took over. He rolled over, regarding Oleg. The other man had a small glass filled to the brim with the crimson liquid, and he placed it just out of Tobin's reach. "I thought this would stir you." He tipped his chin down, and his prominent brow shadowed his inset eyes. "Let us negotiate. We have waited a long time to get you back, Malish, and we need your expertise. We are going to take this city from your father, and we are going to use you to do it." "Udashi," Tobin rumbled, studying the glass. His beast clawed at him. "Ni ito ne panadobitsya." Fools have more confidence than intelligence. Luckily for me, I'm not a fool. Where is your father? I don't know. The answer was honest, but at the question his brain wasn't completely empty. In his mind's eye he saw a sprawling mansion with a wrought iron fence surrounding it, keeping enemies out and keeping his treasures inside. He grew up in the house, and he marked the rooms by what he had seen in them. A dead man with blood leaking from a shattered skull occupied the lobby. A family of the noncompliant had lost their lives on the living room couch, and his father had never replaced the furniture. He had it cleaned, but it was his souvenir. It was his pride. Many men had kissed the floor of his father's office in their death, and even more had found their peace in Tobin's office. It was there he learned silencers weren't quiet. They weren't nearly as loud as a gunshot, but the whistle of the silencer was distinct. Chilling. "Wrong answer," Oleg teased, and Tobin braced himself for more pain, but it didn't come, and after a few dragging moments he popped his eyes open and saw his replica standing beside Oleg. He blinked. "What is this?" "It is you." "What does it look like?" Tobin glanced from his twin to Oleg, eyes wide and questioning. Oleg merely grinned, and looked down at the creature beside him. "It's nifty, isn't it? We all get gifts when we change. You have been gifted charm and looks and intelligence. Your big eyes and your frail form, but I have gifts of my own." He swiped his hand over the man beside him, and Tobin's face peeled away, revealing fearful brown eyes and trembling lips. With another swipe his individuality was gone, and Tobin's lagoon blue eyes stared back at him. "Let's try this again. Where is your father? What are you going to do to him?" Oleg didn't respond. The man shuddered, fighting all his instincts as he shrank next to Oleg. Tobin's jaw set. He clenched them and his nostrils flared. "I do not know." "I see." From thin air, Oleg drew a blade, and in one smooth movement, he separated the smaller man's head from his shoulders. It slapped the ground like wet meat and it rolled, stopping in front of Tobin's cage. Dead eyes stared at him, and blood trickled from the severed head onto the concrete, taking a jagged path under the steel bars. It didn't inspire the same hunger in him as the blood in the glass. It wasn't meant for drinking. It was a thick sludge, and Tobin let it pass by him, then he looked at Oleg again. "I've dreamt of cutting your head off for years, dear boy. I don't know you. It's funny how a monster can be so forgetful, isn't it?" Oleg spat. "You took everything from me, and now I'm going to do the same to you. I am going to destroy you, Svolok." He spat at Tobin's feet, then straightened up, rolling his shoulders. "You can try," Tobin murmured, eyeing the rapidly deteriorating head next to the bars of his holding cell. He made a beckoning motion with his fingers, and the door opened. Another replica of Tobin strolled inside the room. Despite his fear, his legs carried him over to Oleg, and Oleg's fingers curled around his arm. This is your choice, boy. Let's go for a different question. Tell me the names of all your father's brigadier. For a second time, Tobin's mind was hazy with the details. He saw shark-like faces with dead eyes, men who had been in far too many bar fights and who wore their accomplishments as jagged scars over their bodies. The names, however, didn't come to him. Tobin wet his lips as the nature of this torture dawned on him. He wasn't sure if it was about seeing the brutalizations to his own body, or if it was sentencing another person to a certain death, but his stomach nodded, sinking to the ground. Even if he had wanted to answer Oleg in earnest, he didn't have an answer for him. The person next to Oleg, the person wearing Tobin's face, shivering at every one of Oleg's words, silently pleading with Tobin for his life, was going to die. This person had a family, loved ones, a future, but not anymore. I can't, Tobin confessed, fluttering his eyelids as he lifted his chin to Oleg's face. Their eyes met, and Oleg held the gaze as he beheaded a second person. The head joined the first one, and Oleg kicked the limp body out of the way. Chapter 29. Raven. He stared at his cell phone, swiping through past messages, videos, and pictures as he stepped inside his parents' house and kicked off his shoes, holding the door open for Jona, who moved inside after him. You look like someone kicked you in the nuts, Jona muttered. The door swung closed behind her, and she kicked off her shoes as well. They had been friends since childhood, and she was just as at home in his place as he was. Not lately. I just didn't get anything from Tobin today. No messages? Jona shrugged. Maybe he got busy. He is trying to run the bar, and he seems like the type to get overwhelmed easily. No, actually he's shockingly good at keeping his cool unless something triggers him. Triggers him? Yeah, like a panic attack or something. Raven frowned. Fuck, what if he's having a panic attack? Then, he's going to have to deal with it. You're here, and even if you set out now by the time you got to him, he'll either have gotten over it or well not. Raven stared at Jona. You're not helping. Well, okay. My point is, you're here. He's there. I know it's hard for you to not be with him, but CK gave us his word he would take care of Tobin. He'd be a fool to break it. He's kind of a fool, though. Can't argue there. Anyway, what you got around here to snack on? Not much, really. I bought a case of beer, but it's for later when everyone comes over so we can plan our attack. Yeah, but you got a case. If I had one now, I doubt it'll make a big difference later. No, Raven grunted. They're for later. You can have water now. You know you're not in charge here, right? Jona arched her eyebrow. I'm not. It's my domain, ain't it? Technically, another feminine voice joined them in the living room. It's my domain. Jona, it's so good to see you well. I heard you moved up in rank at the last meeting. Yes, ma'am. Jona nodded. You are truly one of our fiercest warriors, and it's an honor to have you as a guest in our house. Raven's mother bowed slightly. Then she clucked her tongue at her son. If she wants a beer, you give her a beer. Do you hear me? Mom. The beer is for later, The older woman snapped her fingers and muttered a few cross words under her breath before Raven groaned and rolled his eyes. You really want a damn beer? I really do. Jona chuckled. Fine. Oh, Jona. I know you're quite busy right now, but when you get a chance, I have a gift for you. I was unable to come to the last meeting because of my husband's illness, as you know. It's okay, ma'am. Jona smiled. And thank you for getting me something. You didn't have to. I know I didn't, but you and Goggy grew up side by side, and you are more like a third child to me. It only felt right for me to get you something. And you know, your mother smiles down upon you too. I know. She is proud of me. Her joy filled my bones when my new rank was announced. The woman nodded. Her excited smile faltered at the corners. Well, I'll leave you to your planning then. Thank you. Jona nodded as Raven returned with a beer. She cracked it open as she sank into the living room couch. You want to make a plan before everyone else gets here? We could, but it's probably best to wait until we have all the information laid out. We should be strategic about this. We're stronger, but Lily Sylvia Krina, whatever she goes by now, she's stronger too. You're stronger? I guess you've been practicing while you were building up a bar. Cut it out, Raven scowled. Don't show your ass because you finally outranked me. Ah, but it's fun. Annoying is what it is. You could have gotten more if you talked about Neil's death. You know how much they love bragging for recognition. Jona gulped her drink. You'd be well above me if you had. Yeah, there's something uncomfortable about jumping ranks when your lover dies. Anyway, we just need to be strategic is all. We need to get a handle on her movements and her habits and go from there. And to be honest, I think we should go for her servants first. She's only as good as the people she has protecting her. I agree. How long has she been around? Not long. I'd guess a month maybe. We got wind pretty late, but we noticed more of them early, so I'd guess she was laying low for a while, or she may have even come later. I guess, but why around here? Dunno. I imagine vampires have their own little projects or so. Maybe she had special vampire business. Which would be? Raven tilted his head, narrowing his eyes as puzzle pieces slotted together in his brain. There were only a few solid possibilities, ones they knew of anyway, and the right answer was usually the obvious one. We need to find her. Soon. Why? 5 minutes ago, you were willing to add another week or so on a spy mission. I think she's here for Tobin. Why do you think so? A hunch. Plus, Tobin's already attracted some other vamps. A big burly dude came looking for him. I threatened him, but he may not have even wanted Tobin right then. It could have been scoping us out. If they were smart, Jona trailed. I hadn't, it doesn't matter. We need to talk to everyone, and consider heading out tonight. Don't turn this into a suicide mission just because your lover boy may be in danger. It's not a suicide mission. I know how to handle things. Jona sipped her beer again, nodding and falling quiet for a minute. Then she licked her lips. You know. If you pull this off, you'd probably rise in ranks too. I don't know what your grand plan with Tobin is, but you're definitely going to have to earn your status around here to get away with claiming a vampire as your mate. Gimme a sip of that, Raven grunted. Jona passed the drink over. What? You haven't thought about it? I have. It's just, Raven squinted down at the can before lifting it to his lips. He took a mouthful before passing it back to his best friend. Haven't really thought about mating since I lost Neil. Understandable. Well, for what it's worth, from what I've seen of y'all, I think the vampire is good for you. If he's the one you want to be with, then we'll have to deal with our family as it comes. Yeah, Raven sighed. You're right. As Jona finished her beer, the rest of the crew filtered in. 5 warriors, in addition to Jona and Raven, filled his living room, and at all the commotion, his sister wandered down the stairs before squeaking and scampering away again. Raven arched a questioning eyebrow to Jona, and Jona snickered. She's got a crush on Bidzeal, Jona jutted her chin to the youngest warrior present. His round baby face housed a pair of big brown eyes, a straight prominent nose, and a small heart-shaped mouth. Define crush. Crush. Like she thinks he's cute but isn't sure he ever notices her. Well, I mean, he likes her too, but you know we don't let the newest warriors take mates. We don't, Raven rumbled, but we weren't innocent either. Not hardly. He fucking my sister? I believe it's their business if he is or isn't. Raven quirked an eyebrow, giving Jona a droll expression. Aha. After this meeting, I'm talking to him. Why? Because someone has to tell him what's up. He needs to understand if he's lying down with a woman, it could end in pregnancy, and he could end up as a father. If he ain't ready for being a father, then he shouldn't be sticking his dick in anyone. Jona rolled her eyes. You know your sister can handle herself. Maybe she can, but I'm still her big brother, and I'm still going to tell him to keep his dick in his pants. You're going to embarrass her. Good, Raven growled as the last person settled in the now crowded space. Jona called the meeting to order, and the collection of warriors formulated a plan. Each warrior brought a different point of view to the group. Everyone had useful information to add, even the young boy, Bidziel. Their scouts had plenty of information about the vampire's habits, and their tacticians planned various strategies for an attack. They concluded a few things. First, it was best to move during the day when the vampires would be at their weakest. Second, they split themselves into smaller groups, covering the entrances and exits around the vampire's haven, while Jona, Raven, and Claw planned their invasion. The trio worked well together. Raven had his strength along with his drive and sharp reflexes, Jona had earned her rank and every title behind her name, and Claw was both a warrior and a healer, an indispensable part of their team. With their plan of attack settled, Jona called the meeting to an end, and Raven flicked his attention to Bidziel. Good job, kid, he grunted. Thanks. Video games. The younger man scratched the back of his head, flashing Raven a nervous smile. They've taught me a lot about strategy and combining the right set of men. Yeah. Can I speak to you outside? Sure, of course. Raven nodded and slipped away from the group, leading Bidziel outside and folding his arms across his chest. My sister, huh? What? She's got a thing for you, and I hear you've got a thing for her, too? Bidziel's face went from a light tan to a tomato red, and he scratched the back of his head again. We've known each other for a long time. She was excited when I changed and became a warrior. She helped me corral my beast. Said she remembered what your mom did for you when you changed. Raven rumbled. I'm the first in my family, you know, since for a while. So my mom didn't really know what to do, but Sakio's awesome. Is she? Why, yeah. Look, I know the rules. New warriors can't take mates or anything, and the den parent doesn't really even like us jacking off or having sex. It's something about the beast. It can take over. I don't really know. I wasn't paying much attention. Your beast can take over, and you can really hurt her. Kill her even if you're not careful. No. I'd never. Good, because if I ever catch wind of you putting unwanted marks on her or you hurting her, I'm coming after you. Bidziel nodded. Yes, sir. He straightened his back up. It won't happen. I promise. Good. Good talk then. Why, yeah. Good talk. Can't wait for tomorrow. Should be interesting. Yeah, Raven muttered, should be. Go on and get some rest tonight. You're going to need your mind clear and your body strong. You too. Bidziel stepped away from Raven but then paused again. Oh hey, Goggy? Yeah. Sorry about your pops. He's a good guy. He's always treated me as one of his own. Thanks. Raven set his jaws, giving Bidziel a sharp nod before moving back inside his house. Chapter 30. Raven. The balmy late summer heat warmed his back, as he and Jona stayed crouched in between high-rise city buildings. They had scoped the unsuspecting commercial building more than a few times, watched a few creatures come and go in the dead of night, but right now, with the sun baking everything in its path, the building was quiet. With a sigh, Jona glanced at him. It's now or never. Yeah, Raven muttered, easing from his crouched position and following the spare shadows towards the back entrance of the place. His fingers swept over the door handle, and he whispered under his breath. When he pulled his hand away, the lock disengaged, and the heavy industrial door creaked open an inch. Raven nudged it open more with a flat palm against the heat-warmed metal, and Jona slipped inside first. She took her steps carefully, sharp eyes tallying the room. He closed the door behind him when he entered and sealed it shut again. The door had opened to a lounge room with an open floor plan and a set of stairs leading up and another set leading down. From the outside, the building looked small, but with smart design and good interior, the inside stretched for miles. Floor-to-ceiling windows allowed the sun to light the room, and the natural warm glow of the sun complemented the dusty gray walls, taking them to an eggshell color and adding a comforting ambiance to the entire space. Jona's buoyant steps led them around the room, using the walls as a guide, and while she was fixed on her mission, the design of the room intrigued Raven. His fingers danced along the armrests of wingback chairs and swiped over the surface of various tabletops, checking the tips for dirt afterwards. There was none. The place was impeccably clean, and after his inspection, he joined Jona at the staircases. "Up or down?" she whispered. "Legend says the more pure the vampire blood, the less they need to rest during the day. Krina's old. She could have decided to do her grocery shopping today, for all the fuck we know." Jona stifled a chuckle. Wasn't an answer. "Fine. Downstairs, because the chances of a vampire being upstairs are slim to none." "Why?" "Just is. In all my years of hunting, most vamps don't want to be any closer to the sun than they have to be. They're creatures of the night, and a lot of them really embrace the of the night part." "How many vamps have you actually killed?" "Vamps were Niel's favorite thing to hunt," Raven murmured, avoiding her direct question and tipping his head to the staircase instead. "You?" "Not many." Raven nodded, then dug into his pockets, handing her a lighter. "I've got two. Pretty much gotta carry one of these when you're fighting them. All of them have different weaknesses, but none of them like fire very much." Jona caught the lighter, turning it over in her hands with a nod. "Thanks. Anyway, lead the way. I'm right behind you." "Planning to let me die first?" "Nope. Covering my ass because we know who's the quicker shot." Raven flashed her a smile at his tease. She grunted but led the way downstairs. He followed close behind her, taking one calculated step after another. The hallway became progressively unfinished as they moved. The first few stairs were finished, coated with an expensive wood laminate. Then they were polished stone, and eventually unfinished stone. The temperature dropped as they descended underground, and the balmy exterior heat became a clammy interior chill. The carved-out walls sweat with condensation, but the stairs finally ended and swelled into a hallway that swelled into a room. Datura hung in the air, seeping from every opening and burning Raven's nose. "We're getting close," he whispered, leaning into Jona as he spoke. "It reeks of them down here. It's so strong. I can barely breathe," she confessed. "Yeah." He fell silent again as they entered the dimly lit basement room, sidestepping and following along the wall. The room was a far cry from the ground-level floor. Where the entrance had glistening hardwood floors, the basement had concrete. The upper level had been littered with seating areas and other assorted creature comforts the basement lacked. This space was nothing more than an interrogation room, if one could even call it that. One stretch table sat on one wall, and the metallic scent of blood had fused with the general atmosphere in the room. The blood and the spiritual unrest was impossible to wash away from the room. They reached the stretched table, and their gaze landed on an assortment of aged implements. Most were clean, but dried flesh clung to some, and others rested in a bed of congealed blood. A Judas cradle sat beside the table of implements, dark and menacing with a point that sparkled in the dim light. Raven paused as Jona continued around the room, tracing his fingers along one of the most used implements, a knout. The hooks at the end sported leathered skin. He rumbled. "Disgusting." "Is it?" A voice vibrated from the shadows, and then a man stepped out of them. "If it isn't my favorite puppy dog, and stupid enough to come alone too." Raven flicked his eyes up, locking eyes with Jona for only a second before she ducked away, and then he snapped his head around, lips curling. "You." "Me indeed. I should introduce myself proper. My name is Oleg. Have you come to make good on your promise you were so overjoyed to make?" His anger ramped up to a growl, and it vibrated his whole body. His beast clawed at him, begging for a release. You, Oleg wagged a finger at Raven, forgot the first thing about a war. Never leave your most prized possessions alone. With an easy chuckle, his wagging finger turned to an open palm, and he beckoned to the shadows. They receded, and Raven's eyes landed on another creature. Messy-haired, hollow-eyed, and dressed in rags. Lagoon blue eyes fixed on him, but they lacked the color and vibrance Raven remembered. Tobin. The larger man snatched Tobin by the arm and yanked his weak body to him. Raven jumped forward, but as he moved, a knife came to Tobin's slender neck, and the man trapped him in place, nestling his grinning face against his shoulder. He drew the knife against Tobin's skin, and blood bloomed where the skin broke. Tobin winced. You think you can get to me before I get to him? The man pulled the knife away and turned it over in his hand, eyeing the thick blood coating the sharp edge of the blade. Raven glanced around the room, surveying the smooth walls and the shadowed corners before looking back at the other man. What did you want him for so badly, anyway? Whatever you think he is. He's not. The man jerked his head back and laughed. Oh, he clucked his tongue, I am not the one who is confused here. It was cute. Seeing him playing house with his little pets, pretending to be a good person. This man? Your sweet little Tobin is a murderer. How do you know? Who has he murdered? Who hasn't he? The man drew the knife along Tobin's skin again, brushing his lips over him too, as a sly smile touched his face. He doesn't know you, Dirgital Abachaka. He doesn't know how often you've soaked the rug of your office with your own family's blood. Tobin's eyelids fluttered. Raven clenched his fists. His beast rumbled inside of him, and blunt nails turned sharp, piercing his tight palms. He forced back the change, but everything inside him was ready. His eyes narrowed, and his eyesight grew keen as he studied the stranger. With wolf eyes, his attention honed in on every little movement. The slightest things drew his attention, such as the way the air-conditioned breeze rustled the dust along the floor, and Tobin's clothes slowly twisting as the other man tightened his grip. The man you love. Your precious Tobin. His name is Tobias Sergovich Baranov, and he's the heir to the Orahevskaya Bratva, or in English for you. He and his father run one of the most powerful organizations you have never heard of. I guess. So what, you talk this much all the time, or am I just special? Funny guy you are. Do you tell all the boys you'll kill them, or am I just special? Raven tipped his head downwards as he half chuckled. You're just special. When he tipped his head back up, Jona peeked at Raven from deep in the shadows behind Oleg, and Raven gave a slight nod. A signal. Jona made her move. She grabbed Oleg from behind, and Tobin slipped from his arms. Raven grabbed Tobin. Stay out of the way, okay? We'll take care of this. He rumbled, then shoved him out of the way as he shifted from a man to a beast. He grew 3 feet in height, his face and hands distorted, and a wash of dark fur spread over his body. Oleg threw Jona off of him, and the shadows swirled around them, going from inanimate to shadowy replicas of their enemy. 2, then those split into a pair. Jona focused on the shadows while Raven went after Oleg, throwing his bulky body after him with a roar. They ping-ponged around the room. Raven was fast, but Oleg had tricks, and whenever the werewolf caught him, he melted into the shadows and appeared somewhere else. As Jona swiped at the shadows, they multiplied. First there were 4. Then 8. 16. 32. They engulfed her as fast as she could swipe them. Doggy. There's too many. Raven tackled Oleg again, catching his meaty arm in sharp canines and twisting his head. He separated the man's arm from his body as he faded into the shadows again. Everything but his arm. Raven discarded the limb and glanced around the room for Jona. The shadows had all but taken over the space. Between the rapidly multiplying enemies and Oleg's tricks, there were few spots left bathed in light. Make fire, Goggy called. What? Jona panted. With the lighter I gave you. Make fire. Scrambling, Jona dug in her pocket and pulled out the device, swiping it, until a brilliant flame licked at the end. The shadows receded, giving her personal space, but nothing more. "Bigger," he growled as his wolf eyes searched the room. He spied Oleg near the stairs, and he darted towards him, tackling him and sending them both sailing into the nearest wall. It shattered. Jona ripped off her shirt and set it ablaze. The cotton burned quick, adding a yellow glow to the room. The shadow warriors hissed, shrinking into themselves as their space diminished. "Need more." She unbuttoned her jeans, but then her eyes landed on Tobin, and she paused. "Hurry," Raven snarled. Oleg fought against him, strengthened by his proximity to shadows. His fangs filled his mouth, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints as he hissed at Raven. They spoke like men, but they were both animals. Teeth and claws dominated the fight. No weapons. Oleg striped him, painting fresh scars over old ones. Raven slammed him into the wall. Oleg grunted. "Ah, so gentle," he ground out as he began dissolving into the shadows. A healing touch roamed over him too, and despite the damage Raven had done, the wounds sewed themselves shut. "Jona, the Phi," Raven started before a brilliant blaze lit the whole room. It danced over the walls, dissolving all the shadow warriors and leaving Oleg with no defense. Raven made quick work of him, ripping his throat out. Oleg decayed rapidly. He didn't dissolve into dust, but his flesh fell away, and a pile of bones hit the floor. "Gagi," Jona called. You should see this." "What?" Panting, Raven turned away from Oleg's bones and surveyed the room again. It had changed. What had been a nondescript room bloomed into something else. 3 walls were splashed with blood. The 4th wall wasn't a wall at all. It was a cell, and Tobin was inside of it. When Raven's eyes locked with Tobin's, his heart exploded in his chest, but then he scrunched his eyebrows. How did you?" He looked around again, gaze bouncing around the room, until he landed on Jona and the stranger standing beside her. The stranger's huge brown eyes fixed on Raven, and a river of dark curly hair covered the creature's shoulders and licked at the swell of their hips, touching the band of their underwear. Raven cleared his throat. "Thanks." He ripped his shirt over his head and offered it to the stranger. They accepted it, but didn't give Raven a verbal response. "I'll take care of this," Jona promised, squeezing Raven's shoulder. "Take care of Tobin. We need to get them out of here first, and then we'll deal with the rest." "Yeah," Raven nodded. With Jona's permission, he dashed over to Tobin's cell, swiping his hand over the conventional lock. He threw the door open and pulled Tobin into his arms, squeezing him into his chest. "Are you okay?" Tobin collapsed into him, burying his face into Raven's neck. "Why, yes." "Did he hurt you?" "I killed him." Tobin trembled. Hey shush. You're safe now. I promise." Raven pet over Tobin's unruly hair and pressed a kiss into his temple. "You're safe." "Gagi. I have to tell you something," Tobin's voice quaked. Raven kissed him again. "Can it wait until we're out of this place? This isn't a good time." He bit his bottom lip. You may want to leave me when I tell you." "Impossible. I love you with everything inside of me, and nothing would make me leave you." Jona moved around the room, talking to the stranger before approaching Tobin and Raven. "We gotta get going while we're clear." Then she ducked away. Tobin pulled away from Raven. "I've killed people." "Me too," Raven rumbled. "Let's go." He lifted Tobin's weak body, and they followed Jona out of the basement. They were met by more of their own in the main room. "We ran into more while we were scouting. Took out a good handful of them," Claw admitted. "Who's this?" He lifted his eyebrows at the curly-haired stranger. "Someone were talking with us." Jona's voice was firm. "What about the leader?" "Krina?" "Haven't found her, but we haven't cleared the whole place yet." Raven nodded. He kissed Tobin's forehead, combed his hair, and then regarded the other werewolves. "Jona, you stay here with them. Claw, Bidzil, Nasha, come with me." Nasha shook her head. "So you can go after Krina? How long will you hold this grudge, and how many people will you put in danger for it?" You almost lost a second lover, and I'm not interested in a fool's mission. Let her go. Raven studied Nasha. You can stay behind then. He looked at Claw and Bidzeal. We're with her. We already lost Toba. Let's just go home. Claw shrugged. Raven looked at Jona, and Jona gave a slight head shake. They're right. These two look about half dead. Half really dead, I guess, and we have some other things to deal with. Tobin gripped Raven's arm. Please don't, he whispered. Raven snarled, gritting his teeth before nodding. Fine. Let's go home then. Chapter 31. Tobin. Gnawing hunger woke him, and when he cracked his eyes open, he saw a chilled jar of blood at his bedside, and he smelled Raven through the room. He wasn't at the room back at the bar. This place was different. It was homely, small, youthful. There were rows of comic books stacked on a small study table, and posters with taped corners covered every inch of the walls. Tobin drank the blood without question. It increased his hunger, but his strength was slow to return, and his body processing the meal exhausted him. He closed his eyes and drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep, and this process continued. He had no idea how often a meal was left for him, but each time his eyes opened, blood was there, and he downed it, and he felt himself growing stronger with each passing meal. It was work, even, to open his eyes. His body had ceased using energy to breathe, and he could no longer feel the heat or chill of air against his skin. The blankets against his flesh were unnecessary, except to envelope him in Raven's scent. He appreciated them, for the closeness to his lover. The man who had saved his life twice now, but as he curled deeper into the sheets, a heaviness filled him. Raven had dismissed his confession, but they had been in a danger zone, and he was a warrior. Now time had passed. Raven had surely come to his senses. Oleg had told the other man things Tobin had forgotten, but the words triggered his memory, and the partition his mind had created had been destroyed. He remembered everything from the first time his father pulled him into his office to the incident that broke the camel's back, so to speak. He remembered why he had been in the car on the night of his accident, and why he had prayed for death. Tobin pushed himself up, leaning against the headboard and curling the blankets around his body. He sensed the world settling around him, and he knew it was night. Witching hour, perhaps. He smelled it in the air. Tobin closed his eyes as tears welled at the corners, streaking down his face, but a hasty hand wiped them away. His shaky breath trembled over a sob, and the bedroom door opened right after it passed his lips. You're awake, Raven grunted. His bulky body blocked the yellow hallway light, and Tobin looked on Raven, drinking him in. His gaze started at Raven's bare toes, and traveled up the corded muscles of his calves to his pinched hips, and then over the swell of his abdominals and pectorals. He remembered Raven with short, wild hair, but it was longer now. Still wild around his face, but enough for the smallest of ponytails. I am, Tobin replied. How are you feeling? Satiated. Thank you. Raven nodded. Good. Was getting worried. The first few nights you didn't drink anything. This is probably obvious, but we don't have any vampire healers around here. How long has it been? You've been down a week now. When you started drinking, I started leaving more for you. I mean, same size servings but more frequent. Didn't want you to overeat either. You weren't gone for long, but whatever he did to you. I deserved it. No, you didn't. How do you know this? You do not know me, and you do not know the things I have done. People can change. The person I know is a good person. The person you know does not exist. He doesn't. You sure? Because he's the person I gave myself to and the person I'm in love with, so I'm pretty sure he exists somewhere in there. Tobin looked at the ground, fisting the bedsheets. Oleg was right. About me. I am the son of, you would call it, a gang leader. I have killed many people. My hands are permanently stained red. If your hands are red, my hands are red. I have killed innocents, Goggy. And I have enjoyed it. There was a time, Tobin's gaze shot back up. There was a time where the sight of someone shivering at my feet filled me with an otherworldly type of joy. My heart sang when they pleaded with me for their mercy, and it cried praises when I denied it. It's why I left, why I was in the car the night of the accident. I was a monster, and I did not want to be one, but I fear I am still a monster. Raven crossed the room, stopping at the side of the bed and stroking Tobin's cheek. His warm touch melted Tobin's defense, and tears sprang to his eyes again. He nuzzled into him, needing the comfort and the steadiness. I don't care. You deserve someone better, someone who does not have more negative marks than positive ones. Maybe I do, but I've picked you, and you're the person I want to spend my life with. Raven brushed the tears away and leaned forward. His lips approached Tobin's, but he stopped before they connected. Steamy breath spread gooseflesh along Tobin's skin, and his heartbeat restarted. Doggy, Tobin whispered. Tobin. Raven murmured. His hot breath puffed against Tobin's lips. Make love to me. Raven closed the last bit of distance between their mouths, and he kissed Tobin hard and desperate, macing their lips together and devouring him. When he ended the kiss, he panted and rumbled. I always do. He ripped at his clothes, discarding them in a pile beside the bed as he climbed on top of Tobin, sliding him down and hooking his legs under the other man's thighs. Tobin arched, pressing their chests together before he settled under him. His heart pounded against his ribcage as other memories flooded him. He'd had sex before, too. He'd been under dozens of men, had them inside of him, but he felt nothing from the interaction. Most of those men had been looking for status, not for Tobin. He'd known it, and it had severed any potential relationship. Those men had seen advantages in their eyes. For some, their gaze was as green as money. For others, it was protection and merit. Raven looked on Tobin with nothing but love and adoration, and Tobin had never been looked at with such a pure gaze. His nostrils flared as Raven kissed along his jawline before finding his lips again, and he surrendered to the other man's touch, letting him explore ravaged claim. Raven's fingers dented his skin as they trailed from his shoulders down his chest, over hardened nipples, and across his smooth belly, tickling dormant nerve endings. His moist lips dotted kisses along his collarbone, biting the ball of his shoulder playfully and then traveling down. He trapped one of Tobin's nipples in his mouth, and Tobin bit his lip over a groan, shivering as Raven teased him. His cock hardened against his thighs, curving up until it brushed his belly instead, dripping precum on his smooth stomach. When Raven moved onto the other one, Tobin writhed, arching his hips. The werewolf gave a heady chuckle and traveled down Tobin's body, lapping the precum from his belly and swallowing his cock into his mouth, cheeks hollowing as he sucked him. Tobin looked on, wide-eyed, as the powerful warrior devoured his cock. The pleasure was already amazing, but seeing the man between his legs, watching his cock disappear between Raven's pillowy lips. The sight was mind-blowing. His orgasm rushed on him. His body needed the release, and he teared up again as Raven drew it from him. Raven's mouth worked around him, swallowing his cum and riding out his erratic movements. Tobin groaned as his pleasure crept back down, and he covered his eyes with his arm, squeezing them shut as tears rolled again. His emotion embarrassed him, but Raven simply kissed his thigh and moved up his body, kissing his forehead next and lying on his side next to Tobin. I am sorry, Tobin whimpered. Don't be. Raven caressed his side, holding him as more tears fell. He tried sucking them back, but his orgasm had released them, and they were determined to run their course. I am an embarrassment. See crying during intimacy. What other time would you cry? Raven smirked, thumb stroking over Tobin's shuddering belly. I do not know. Perhaps when your face isn't between my legs. Sometimes it happens. He chuckled again. There's no rush though. I'm happy to relax here with you. I'm just glad you're feeling better. If you're awake enough to cry during sex, it's better than before. I guess. Tobin uncovered his eyes and turned his attention to Raven, wetting his lips. You really do not care about what I have done? Raven kissed his cheek. Not any more than you care about what I've done. You killed for the greater good. No, I didn't. I killed because it was fun, and I was able to claim it was for the greater good, but I don't miss it any more than you miss your old life." Tobin nodded. "Do you know what I do miss, however?" "The bar?" He nodded again. "I miss Cameron and Dalia and Bailey, and all of our regulars. I miss how quiet our life was." Tobin smoothed Raven's fine baby hairs. "If you will have me, I would like to continue working alongside you." Raven laughed. "If I would have you, huh?" "Yes. I know I am not the most efficient worker. You were being kind before." "I was. You're not, but you're good at inventory, and Dalia really likes you. And she's happy as hell someone cares about numbers as much as she does." "You care for numbers. You simply do not love them." Raven rumbled. "How are you feeling now?" "Better. I love you." "I love you too." Raven turned his head, kissing Tobin's exploring fingers. "I want to try again." "Try again?" He quirked a dark eyebrow. "You mean from the beginning? Like you want me to suck you off again, or what?" Tobin cleared his throat. "And no. Well, yes. Yes, eventually I want you to suck me off again, yes. I meant I want to continue our session." "Where was our session headed?" "There's lube in the side drawer. You tell me where you want to go with this." "You know very well where I want to go with this. I want you inside me, filling me. I want to feel your warmth inside me, feel you pulse with your orgasm when you reach it." Tobin trailed his fingers along Raven's shoulders, drawing a shiver from the other man. A shadowy smile touched Tobin's face. "Do you like this? The way you touch me?" "Yeah," Raven's voice roughened and Tobin smiled more. There was more to what they had between them than surface-level chemistry. There was a connection, electricity sprouting when their bodies connected. It sent shivers up and down Tobin's form, scrambling his brain and unsettling his insides in the best possible way. Feeling Raven's shuddering muscles under his fingers, knowing his touch soothed the powerful man next to him, those thoughts excited Tobin, and despite his raw emotions his cock stirred again. "Yes." Tobin purred. Raven peered into Tobin's eyes, locking gazes with him. "Yeah." His lips barely moved. "Lower," he urged. Tobin obliged, slender fingers finding his nipples, teasing them to peaks before he continued down Raven's body, clawing over his tight abdominals and fingers walking along the veiny ridge of his cock. His ass clenched with excitement. He knew this dance, and he wanted to perform the moves with Raven. "Lubricant." He curled his fingers around Raven's cock, stroking his length and drawing out a soft moan. "Yeah," Raven breathed. "Side table. Drawer. Your hands are occupied?" Tobin squeezed him. Raven groaned. "Nope." He stretched over Tobin, fumbling with the drawer and the lubricant as Tobin taunted him. He dropped it on the bed. "Here." "Thank you." Tobin was in control. Despite Raven's size and power, his ability to shift from a man to something bigger and much more powerful, he was still at the mercy of Tobin's touch, and the thought of it set off fireworks in the pit of his stomach. "Take me." "You're sure?" Raven panted. "Yes. Please." Raven grabbed the lubricant again and opened the cap, spreading it on his fingers before slathering half of it over his cock and the other half between Tobin's ass cheeks. He had done this dance before, too, and he massaged Tobin's hole, slipping the tip of his finger inside the other man. Tobin gripped his shoulder, lidded eyes dragging up to Raven's face. "Ah. You are about to give you what you want," Raven finished. "Are you ready?" "Yes. Please." "Fuck," Raven whispered, replacing his exploring fingers with the rounded head of his cock. He found his goal fluidly, and Tobin dropped his head back on his shoulders when Raven penetrated him. Tobin rewarded Raven with a low, throaty moan, and Raven rewarded him with a frustrated grunt and a little more of his cock. He was patient, easing into Tobin's ass gradually, letting Tobin adjust around him until he was completely rooted inside him, until his hips hit the back of Tobin's thighs. Then he lowered the rest of himself on top of Tobin. It wasn't just the connection. It was also his comforting weight, his racing pulse, the arousal in his blood, and even the way his scent changed, the subtle differences. Raven kissed him as he moved his hips, and Tobin responded to both, kissing Raven back and lifting his own hips to meet the other man's. Raven led. He followed, and he surrendered. He shut off his mind, clearing it of everything and focusing on the moment. He allowed his body to feel even more so than he had when he was alive. Tobin's eyes fluttered closed, and an endless loop of pleasure trapped him. Raven bridged in and out of him. Steady. His hips rocked as he moved. Sweat collected between their bodies, gluing their torsos together, and Tobin's galloping heartbeat fell in line with Raven's. When he opened his eyes again, his sight was sharp, and they tracked the sweat rolling over Raven's broad shoulders, disappearing where their bodies met. Sweat glazed his skin and dripped from him, and Tobin's eye teeth pricked his gums as his pleasure mounted. Raven moved faster, tucking his face into Tobin's neck. His grunts tickled Tobin's skin, and he traced the shell of Tobin's ear. "You're gorgeous." "So sexy, fuck," he whispered. With each word, a little spike of pleasure went through him. Tobin giggled and nuzzled into him, brushing his lips along the length of Raven's neck. He felt Raven's racing pulse against his lips, and he kissed his throbbing vein. His cock kicked. "Do it," Raven murmured. "W what?" Tobin groaned, sliding an arm along Raven's shoulders. His nails bit the tough skin on the warrior's back. "Taste me, my love." "Ah." Tobin groaned. He pulled Raven closer, licking over his skin before doing as requested. He sank his teeth into Raven, and Raven grunted before groaning with pleasure. Raven's entire body went rigid against Tobin, and his cock pulsed inside him. The werewolf groaned and panted through every wave of his orgasm, and his aroused blood inspired Tobin's orgasm. Pulsing, begging him to taste. Tobin drank voraciously as his cock exploded between their bodies, coating Raven's belly with cum. "Fuck," Raven drawled. His body was spent, but Tobin's venom kept pleasure rolling through them both. When Tobin finally pulled away, they both panted. A smooth curl of his tongue along Raven's neck sealed the wound shut, and Raven collapsed on top of him. He rubbed his flushed face against Tobin, muscles jumping, and he groaned again. Tobin sank into the bed, cradling Raven and licking his lips. For the first time since he'd been rescued, he was sated, and he pet through Raven's hair as they rested together, drifting in and out of sleep until dawn. Tobin slept for the day, but just as dusk hit, Raven entered the bedroom with a meal and set it on the bedside table. His eyes popped open, and he rolled over, exposing himself to his lover. Hey there," Raven rumbled. "Good evening. Thank you for doing this, but I believe, at least here, I should be doing this on my own." "You could, but we go out hunting during the day, and it's nothing to drain the blood of the kill." Raven shrugged. "People are asking questions?" "Nah, everyone knows what you are. Anyway, listen. I have a favor to ask you. It's a big one." He took in a deep breath. "Do you mind keeping an eye on my father for a few hours? My mother and sister want to go into town for something, and it's a bit of a drive, so they'd prefer it if I went with them." Tobin took the glass and put it to his lips, eye-teeth tearing open his gums as he drank. "If you don't want to, I can get someone over here." Tobin shook his head. "No. I would be honored to watch over your father. Your family has welcomed me into their home with no question. It is the least I can do." Raven nodded. Yeah, thanks. We'll be heading out in about an hour. If anything major happens, you can call Jona. She can be over immediately." Tobin nodded. "Can you introduce me to him? I would prefer a formal introduction before." "Oh yeah, absolutely. Finish your breakfast and I'll introduce y'all." Chapter 32. Tobin. Raven exited the room as Tobin finished his meal, tonguing as much as he could from the edges of the glass. Tonight the blood had been fresh and gamey, nothing like the cow's blood Tobin had grown accustomed to, and he welcomed the change. By the time the werewolf returned, Tobin had dressed in Raven's old childhood clothes and met him at the door, arching on his toes for a kiss. Raven placed a hand at the small of Tobin's back, pulling him a little closer before releasing him. "You ready to meet my pops?" Tobin nodded. "Yes. If he is anything like you, it is simply an honor to sit in front of him." "Yeah," Raven grunted. "We'll see." "What is his name?" "Yiska. My mother is Mosey, and my sister is Sakio." "Ah. Beautiful names just like yours." "Thanks." Raven ducked his head and led Tobin down the hall, lacing his fingers with the other man's as they closed the distance between them and Raven's parents' bedroom. Raven knocked and pushed the door open, revealing an ordinary bedroom with a stretched king-size bed in the center and 2 tables flanking the sides. The room smelled of illness, and the scent churned Tobin's stomach, but he kept his expression neutral as he stepped into the room. "Pa," Raven called, crossing the room and approaching the side of the bed. He smoothed the man's sheets. The family resemblance was abundantly obvious, even with the age gap and the illness. Yiska's muscles had atrophied, and his illness had taken all the best qualities of him, but he had Raven's watchful eyes, and when he heard his son's voice he looked up. His eyes watered at the corners, and his chest barely rose and fell with each labored breath. The man grunted. "It's your son, Gagi." Raven brushed the backs of his fingers against his father's. Collagen-filled young skin contrasted with wrinkled old skin. The man nodded, sighing out a heavy breath. "I brought someone for you to meet." He cleared his throat. "Mama, Sakio and I are going to do some errands, and he's going to take care of you while we're gone." He motioned to Tobin, and Tobin moved a few inches closer. Raven took Tobin's hand and slotted it into his father's. Tobin was pale in comparison, and at first he flinched away from the older man, but when the man didn't let go of him, he stayed. He was exposed. Yiska knew his truth. Tobin saw it in the man's eyes, but he didn't voice it. Instead, he gave another nod and heavy sigh, chewing over his words. "This is Tobin. He's my partner, and I love him, and it's important for me to have you two meet." "Hello, Mr. Yiska." The man squeezed Tobin's hand. Raven glanced from his father to Tobin. "Thank you for this," he whispered, stealing a kiss to Tobin's cheek before exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Yiska squeezed Tobin's hand more as they both listened to the sounds throughout the house. Light conversation surrounded them, but eventually the trio left the house. The door slammed behind them, and Tobin and Yiska were alone. Completely alone. Tobin wet his lips. "I would like to say your son is an amazing person, and he saved my life. Twice. It is an honor to know him, and to meet the man who raised him." The old man's body was exhausted, and Tobin sat on the side of the bed, holding Yiska's hand still. He had a fear of letting go, and it was equal to his fear of staying there, but he didn't want to be alone any more than Yiska did. He mulled over other thoughts, but they were trivial in the face of a dying man. Tobin knit his eyebrows together, tracing his cool fingers over Yiska's equally cool hand. The silence stretched on for hours with only Yiska's raspy breaths piercing it. "He runs a bar in the city," Tobin finally continued. "When I met him, he was calloused and hurting, but he accepted me and cared for me, and eventually more grew between us. I did not believe I could love another person as much as I care for him." Tobin traced the fibers of the sheets, still cradling the older man's hand. Yiska shakily stroked Tobin's hand in return, but what had been a strong grip weakened. Tobin counted the seconds between strokes. It started with 2, then 5, then 10. Then another stroke never came, and Yiska took in a deep breath, held it and relaxed. He didn't inhale again. His heart stopped and he sank into the bed as his soul left him through his eyes. Tobin knew death. Years of working with his father had made him well acquainted with the process. He had stepped over dead bodies, left them for the help to dispose of, but Yiska was different. This man moved something inside him, perhaps because of his striking resemblance to Raven, perhaps because one day, Raven would have the same tired eyes and comma-shaped eyebrows grayed from age. Tobin eyed Yiska's body for dragging moments before he stood up, fixed the sheets over the man's body, and politely closed his glassy eyes. He stayed in the room, tethered to the older man's spirit crowding the space. A warmth crawled over him like a hug as he stood straight back beside the bed. A chill prickled his neck, but he stayed close until the front door opened and closed. Laughter and cheeriness filled the house, and Tobin sucked in an unnecessary breath. "I am glad you are at peace," he whispered before leaving the room. Light footfalls carried him through the house until he joined the trio in the main room. He hung in the doorway as Raven shuffled through the living room with grocery-filled plastic bags lining his arms and a smile lighting up his face. Tobin had never seen Raven so happy, and when he deposited the bags in the kitchen, he came back to the living room and approached Tobin, cupping his cheek and kissing him square on the mouth. My family and my love," Raven rumbled softly. "My heart all in one place." "You." Sakio groaned. "Get a room." "You and Bidsiel get a room," Raven shot back. "I'm grown. I'll do what I want, and what I want is to kiss my lover when I get back from an evening of errands." Tobin lifted his lips in a light smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. He placed one hand over Raven's, sliding his fingers between Raven's thicker ones. "Welcome home." Was everything okay here?" Tobin flicked his eyes into Raven's, then looked down at the ground. "Your father," he whispered. Raven's bright smile fell away and his features turned stony. "Is he okay?" "I suppose technically, yes. He is, how you say, no longer with us." Tobin tensed. Raven's mother and sister chattered behind them, voices still light and happy, oblivious to the new reality. Sakio fussed about the grumpy man they had encountered in the grocery store, and Mosey teased her impatient daughter. Raven kept his attention focused on Tobin. "Shit. I shit. Are you okay?" What?" Tobin blinked. "Why, yes. I'm fine. I had a feeling. When I left, I knew. Sometimes you feel it." Raven rubbed his hands over his face and then propped his hands on his hips. "Thank you for being here for him." "Of course. You should tell them." "I know. I wanted to give them a few more minutes." Raven's eyelids fluttered. As the initial shock wore off, tears brimmed his eyes, but he beat them back and clenched his jaws, building an invisible wall around his emotions. "Always a warrior." Tobin kissed the corner of Raven's lips. At the kiss, Raven dissolved into tears. It came in a rush, and his broad shoulders curled into each other. The silent sobs shook his body, and a cascade of tears striped his cheeks, sinking into the cotton fibers of his t-shirt. "Sorry," he muttered. "It is okay." Tobin pulled Raven into him, rubbing his shoulders and kissing his cheek. Tobias had never been the comforting sort, but Tobin's heart ached for his lover. He was profoundly moved by such an expression of grief. Tobin's father hadn't been like this. Tobin's father had presented stone-faced lack of emotion as proper masculinity, but watching Raven grieve, feeling his loss, Tobin changed his opinions. Strength was wholeness. "I love you," Tobin whispered, squeezing him tighter before pulling back and running his hands down Raven's shoulders. "I can tell them for you if you wish." "No." Raven's nostrils flared. "I will do it. Thank you, though." He took in a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. After a second breath, he turned to his mother and sister. "Ma, Sakio," he started, and when they looked up, the realization dawned on their faces without Raven speaking again. It was obvious, and as if practiced, they went into action. Mosey shuffled past Tobin on the way to her bedroom, and Sakio made calls. Raven, on the other hand, moved listlessly around the room. He was of no help, but no one expected him to be. Tobin offered his assistance when Mosey left the bedroom again, and the three of them worked together, dividing the tasks and dancing around Raven for the majority of the night. Immediately after Sakio's calls were completed, people dropped by, bringing condolences and food. The front door was revolving until well past the middle of the night when the house finally settled again. Tobin and Raven retreated to Raven's bedroom and crawled into bed together. Raven curled into him, and Tobin combed his thick dark hair. "How are you feeling?" Raven shrugged. Knew he would die eventually. Everyone dies, but kinda wished, I don't know, I'd get more time. I understand. I am sorry for this too. Raven offered a shadowy smile. Don't be. I don't think I could handle this without you. Chapter 33. Raven. The days and nights before the funeral were a blur. Everyone had been beyond accommodating, and they had food spilling out of their refrigerator. Jona had even made time to stock up on animal blood for Tobin, without either of them requesting. They also had a brief conversation about the other vampire, the curly-haired one she named Avery for the time being, NCK. In the midst of the commotion, Raven had jumped ranks and received blessings from the leaders. They had begged him to stay on their sacred lands, but his heart missed his bar, his friends, and the life he'd cultivated away from death and constant war. To keep himself busy, he spent his days training the young warriors and making primitive though effective weapons. His hair, wild and awkward, licked at his ears and rustled in the wind, and he heard his father's voice, praising him for once. He sat a spear aside as the sun dropped behind the clouds, and Bidziel approached him. We've gotten wind of Sykes' location. Good, Raven grunted. Find him and bring him back here. Take who you need with you. Sir. Call me Goggy. Raven picked up another piece of raw wood, a branch straight enough to turn into another spear. All right. Goggy. Bidziel puffed out his chest as Raven scraped at the wood, taking off the rough outer layer and exposing its soft tanned interior. What is it? I wanted to talk to you about your sister, Sakio. What about her? Raven didn't look up, but his features distorted, hardening even more. Well, I want to honor our old ways, and I want to ask you properly for your blessing in pursuing her. Bidziel cleared his throat. This probably ain't the best time, but I imagine you're going to go back to your old life, and I wanted to make my intentions clear before you left. Really now? He nodded. I've known Sakio all my life, and I know it's probably crazy sounding to you, but I've never pictured myself with anyone besides her. I wanted to speak to your father about this, but I also wanted to earn my rank first. You ain't earned it yet. No, but I'm close. After this mission, I should have it. You sure about it? Bidziel nodded. Pretty sure, yeah. Okay then. We'll talk after. Yeah. Bidziel watched Raven for a few long moments before nodding again. All right. Sorry about your father, too. If there's anything I can help with, let me know, all right? Fine, CK. You've got your mission. Bidziel left, and Jona and Avery approached him next. He smelled the datura and he flicked his eyes up. Joe, Raven grunted. Goggy. We need to talk about. We do. I was thinking. I mean, is this place really the right place for a vampire? It's not safe here. There are people like CK around who will never accept a vampire, no matter what. What do you want to do instead? Jona looked at Avery, and then looked back at Raven. Could they go to your bar? Is there space in the town? There's plenty of space there, yeah. It's not tiny, but we can't let some fledgling vampire live on their own. Avery lifted their chin. Do I not have a say? Jona's cheeks flushed. You have a say. Definitely. What would you prefer to do? I would like to stay with you. I can be a warrior. Guess we're square then. Vampires going to join the werewolf army and fight bad guys. Raven shrugged. To be fair, it's actually not a bad deal. Having a vampire strategist with you, well, just saying, could be a real boon. Jona studied Avery. It's an uphill battle if you stay here, and you could get killed. I was going to be killed anyway. Did he not tell you what Oleg was doing? Why I looked like him? No. We haven't discussed it. Raven set his task aside and turned his attention to Avery. His stare was hard. Firm. What was happening? I am perhaps the wrong person to. What was happening? Raven rumbled. I'm not in the mood for games or for bait. Speak. Avery thumbed the ends of their hair. He was issuing an interrogation for information on his family. He was ordered to leave him unharmed, so instead he hurt others after changing them to look like him. I was next. Huh. Did he give any information up? No, but I do not think he remembered anything at first. Perhaps later, yes. How long was he there? I am not so sure. Time blended together. How long were you? Time blended together, Avery repeated. Right. Raven nodded. Well, this is settled too. Thanks for letting me know what was going on. You are welcome, Avery whispered. Jona scowled but picked up a raw material and began carving it, spending quality time with Raven, and he welcomed it. Avery stood for a while before sitting down and regarding them as they worked. The creature's capacity for silence stretched for as long as the pair worked. Avery assimilated into their ways as well as Tobin had, but the rest of their people had a harder time with the vampire's presence. They steered children away from both Avery and Tobin, and while Tobin's solution was to spend most of his time indoors, Avery worked for acceptance. The funeral for Raven's father was respectful but brief, just like his father had been. Everyone offered their blessings in a ceremony, and then the werewolves lifted their muzzles in a joint howl. The wind carried the noise, weaving it through the trees until it faded. After the funeral, the family and close friends had a reception at Raven's place. The friends brought food for them to share, and Raven relaxed on the couch with Tobin at his side. Jona sat on the arm of the couch, giving Avery the third spot next to Tobin, and Sakio curled up in an old, lumpy recliner. It had been their father's favorite spot, and Raven knew she was soaking up the last of his scent. Raven's mother chatted with her own collection of friends in the kitchen, and the sound of laughter traveled through the house. The company of her friends buoyed her up, but the younger generation sat in silence. Unspoken words hung in the air. Bidziel poked his head in, rapping his knuckles against the propped-open front door. He glanced at Sakio, looking her up and down, and then he quickly snapped his attention to Raven instead. I have news. I bet you do. Let's step. Bidziel cut him off. We found CK, caught him, and brought him back. Tobin snapped his head around. What? What did he say? He looked at Raven. Raven lifted his eyebrows. Huh. Bidziel glanced between them. Oh, you're Tobin. He extended a hand. I've heard a lot about you. Sakio says you're pretty cool for someone new to our society. For a vampire. You can say it. Tobin shook his hand. However, I am most interested in your prior discussion. You said you found CK. Bidziel peered down at Raven before clearing his throat. Yeah. We found CK. He's going to have to speak with our leaders about what he did. He not only caused harm to Raven's domain, but he also broke his word. Warrior to warrior, your word is all you have. I see. Yeah, so CK is responsible for atoning for his wrongdoings. Interesting. Tobin regarded Raven again. You did not tell me you were doing this. Wasn't something worth discussing? No. What are you going to do with him? Me. The pack will decide what to do about him. It'll be a collective decision, weighing the pros and cons. Interesting. Well, can he truly be brought to justice if none of this is his fault? What do you mean? Raven frowned. He single-handedly found the people who wanted to harm you. And they succeeded too. I understand this, but he was simply doing what is in his nature. He has been born and bred to hunt my kind. You cannot fault him for following what he's been taught. I told him you were safe and he didn't listen. Right. Bidziel rolled his eyes. He's here. Should I bring him in? Yes, Tobin replied. No. Raven glowered at Tobin. A funeral isn't the time. I will speak with him outside then. Tobin uncurled himself from Raven's side and stood up. Raven grabbed his forearm, but he snaked his arm away and lifted his chin. Bone-straight dark hair tickled his shoulders, and his lagoon blue eyes were defiant. Determined. "I'm coming with you," Raven rumbled. "Fine," Tobin conceded and weeded around people and furniture, following Bidziel outside. The vampire's steps were proud and confident, but Raven was on edge. Perhaps CK had done what was in his nature, but he was disobedient to his superiors. He couldn't be trusted. When they stepped outside, CK pushed himself away from the side of the house and hooked his thumbs in the pockets of his jeans, fixing his gaze on Tobin first before dragging his attention to Raven. "Huh," he muttered. Tobin wrung his hands before rolling his shoulders back and puffing out his chest. He was small in stature and fine-boned, but he held his space when he adjusted his position, and an odd confidence rolled off of him. It was something Raven hadn't witnessed before, but he appreciated it. Seeing Tobin this way, it was easier to accept Oleg's truth about him, easier to spot the peaks of a powerful Russian man, son of a gang leader or not, and it excited him. "I suppose you didn't expect to see me ever again." Tobin lifted an inquiring eyebrow. "I have more reasons to thank you than to curse you, however. Because of you, I remember who I am. I remember the things I have done." Bidziel clasped his hands behind his back and moved over to Raven. "I guess you're welcome then," CK replied with a smug expression still painted on his face. "Oh, indeed. You see, the old me, the one you helped recover, would be happy to condemn you to death and watch the proceedings. Or hire many a man to stalk you through the night, to find you as you lie comfortably in your bed with your girlfriend or wife or partner, and to drag you from it." Tobin's tongue rolled over each word, and it sent a chill down Raven's spine. Sykes' prideful expression faltered as he studied Tobin. "Lucky me, the old you is in the past." Tobin didn't speak for a few tense minutes. The crickets spoke for him, rubbing their legs together, making their presence known. Owls hooted ominously, sending chills down everyone's spine. Finally, Tobin's lips stretched into a little smile. "Yes. Lucky you." He looked at Raven. "I forgive him for his actions. If it is in your rules to punish him, do not let it be because of me." "You sure?" Raven asked. "Yes." Tobin touched Raven's shoulder. "Excuse me. I will meet you all back inside." When he released his grip and stepped around the three werewolves, the prickly scent of datura burned Raven's nose. Chapter 34. Tobin. For another week, Raven's family accepted Tobin as one of them. Though he couldn't eat, and despite his opposite schedule, they were accommodating, and evenings were spent catching up in the living room. Tobin spent his nights curled up with Raven, talking about the future until they drowned in each other. Sakio reminded Tobin of Bailey, and Tobin coached her through first date expectations and jitters when Bidziel finally asked her out. They spent hours holed up in her bedroom as she unloaded her worries and asked Tobin about his own experiences. Tobin had few, but he offered as much advice as he could. Mosey enjoyed the extra help around the house, and the extra company when Raven dipped out to train and Sakio snuck off with her friends. Tobin enjoyed the normalcy, and he enjoyed kneading bread and hearing stories of Raven as a child. By the time the week passed, they laughed and joked like old friends, and Mosey's eyes wrinkling at the corners with her glee. On the 8th night, Raven packed his truck with weeks' worth of prepared food and cases upon cases of stored blood. They had procured different flavors for Tobin, from deer blood to rabbit and even more exotic meats, like alligator and opossum. Tobin was apprehensive, but appreciative all the same. The food sat in the back seat while they strapped the ice chests full of blood to the bed of the truck. Mosey kissed and hugged them both, holding on to Tobin a few seconds longer. "Take care of my boy, okay?" she whispered. "I will do my best." "He can be a handful," Tobin replied, lips tugging into a playful smile as she released him. "You take care of yourself too. Perhaps you can come to the bar. You have nothing tethering you here, and there is space for you. We can make it." She released Tobin, rubbing her hands up and down his arms. "I will think on it. These old bones have never left our sacred lands." There is a first for everything then, isn't there? He smiled. Raven walked around the vehicle, checking the tire pressure and picking off caked-on mud. We should get going if we want to make it back before midnight, he prompted, folding his arms across his chest. Sakio wrinkled her nose, pushing herself from leaning against Raven's truck. Don't stay gone so long this time. I don't want Mama to be dying before I see you again. Tobin smiled and regarded Raven's sister. I will do my best to make sure he visits much more often. You better. I assure you. I will enjoy nothing more than keeping your brother in line. Raven grunted. We'll see. Tobin chuckled. Get in the car, warrior. Watch it. Raven eyed him. He kissed Mosey's cheek and gave Sakio a half-hug. See y'all. Be seeing you. Tobin wiggled his fingers to the two women and climbed into the passenger seat of Raven's truck. The two women got smaller as Raven drove away until they disappeared into the darkness. Tobin settled comfortably in his seat, crossing his legs. We stayed a lot longer than planned, Raven spoke after an hour of silence, and he flicked his eyes towards Tobin before looking back at the road. Yes. Well, you stayed longer than planned. I was never supposed to be here, though I am glad I had the opportunity to meet your family. Yeah. Yes. Your mother is quite a lovely woman. Very funny. She told me many stories of you as a child. Did she? Oh yes. Tobin laughed. What stories? You will never know, my love. Raven glanced at Tobin again, eyes narrowing. Aha. Fine then. I am glad I was able to be with you and your family at the passing of your father. Yeah. I don't really want to talk about it. Raven frowned. I understand. At any rate, I am also excited to be returning to our lives. I have missed the bar and our friends, though living with your family is a nice reprieve. I feel the opposite. Being at the bar is the reprieve for me. I understand this. Tell me about your ranks. You moved up one, didn't you, when you saved my life? Yeah. I was close anyway. Will you tell me about your ranks? Raven shrugged. It's nothing special. It's basically, beginner, intermediate, professional, expert, but obviously with cooler names. Ranks are real serious in our society too. Everyone knows your rank, and they treat you accordingly. I see. It gets tiring. We earn ranks in different ways. Like Jona, if she had a baby, would get closer to the next rank more than I would. CK, on the other hand, only has to be good at fighting, and he'll move up. And you? I can do anything to earn rank, including fighting and helping out in our society, but it takes more for me to rise up in ranks. Why is this? Sun and moon signs. It's complicated to explain, but basically, each sun sign's going to have at least a full moon cycle. When you have that full moon cycle, each different phase earns you a different place in our society, and it means you progress differently through it. What do you mean? Well, like those born under a half moon are our judges. Full moon born are warriors. Cannon fodder, if you want to say it, but it's not the kind way. CK is full moon. What are you? New moon. Which means I move in the shadows. Some would call it like a trickster, but it just means I'm faster to question the old ways. I see. Tobin nodded. Is this true? I mean, Raven chuckled, yeah, I suppose it is. The best part about being the new moon is you're progressive, and there are few expectations placed on you. But it's also the downside too. Few expectations means few chances to really make your family proud. Family pride is important. Yeah. It's very important. It is for my family too. The family business is the family business. It leaves few other options. Pretty much. Raven bristled but sighed. It's okay though. Our society is the way it is for reasons, and it has kept us safe for centuries. May I ask a question? Sure. What of the crescent moon? Raven smirked. There are always gray areas. Crescents and gibbous have their choice, but only of the moons surrounding them. So a crescent can be a new or a half, and no one picks new. New moon-born are a rare breed, is this it? I guess you could say it like that. Is there another way to put it? Not any cooler way, I guess. Raven smirked, a dimple piercing one cheek. No one wants to be new because it takes us longer to rise through the ranks. Most people, given a choice, want to be a full moon. Being a warrior, comparatively, and only needing glory and kills to be impressive is just easier. You have done well, haven't you? Are you not the same rank as Jona? I am, but only because I was with a full moon born before. We traveled together. I hunted with him. We've talked about this, but basically he taught me a lot, and it helped me fly through ranks. Tobin nodded. Your world is very interesting. I'm sure yours is interesting too, in a different way. Ah. There is nothing interesting about the Orahivskaya Bratva. I don't believe you. Tell me about it. Tobin chewed his bottom lip before nodding. If you insist. He fixed his attention out of the window as he began his explanation. He spoke on the pecan, his father, the spies, the brigadier, the braddock, and the shestyorka. As his memories came up, he breathed them past his lips, turning them into a reality again. He confessed to his first killings, to his fears, and even to all the ways his reality changed him. Sounds hard, Raven said when Tobin's explanation ended. Sucks you didn't have anyone. Tobin murmured, then tilted his head. I did have someone. His nostrils flared. Many someones, actually. I suppose being the son of the leader made me very appealing. Does this bother you? Does the idea of you being with others bother me? No. You did what you had to do, and I'm glad for it, or you and I would have never met. Plus, what you did in the past is the past. I was with many people on the same night on occasion. You enjoyed it? I am not sure. I believe the thrill was exciting, but I don't miss it. I enjoy what you and I have so much more. Good. Raven smiled as he veered off the highway. We're about 15 from the bar. Tobin's heart galloped in his chest. He had been too weak for nerves the first time he met everyone in the bar, but now, with all his memories, with all he'd experienced, he worried. What if CK had told them about him? The truth? Or at least the truth according to whatever bastardized version Oleg had offered, if he offered one at all. What if they knew he was evil? Tobin rubbed his hands down his thighs, shrugging his shoulders up to his ears. You're nervous? I can smell it. When your emotions spike, you smell. Lovely. Yes. Yes, I am nervous. Why? What if they know about the things I have done? Then they know the things you have done. We all have a past. And what if they want nothing to do with me? Then it says more about them than it says about you, and I can fire them. Tobin chewed his bottom lip, sitting in a tense silence for the last 10 minutes of the trip. His hands trembled against his thighs and his breath rattled in his throat. Raven jumped out of the truck, piling the food in his arms before opening Tobin's door and extending his hand. Come on out. Everyone'll be thrilled to see you. Shivering still, Tobin gave a weak nod and placed his hand in Raven's, squeezing it as he slid out of the vehicle. He hung close to Raven as they approached the door, as his heart pounded in his chest. It was towards the end of the night, and the bar was quiet. The empty parking lot comforted Tobin as they took calculated steps towards the door. Tobin took a deep breath, squeezed Raven's hand, and stepped inside the building after the other man. Hey guys, Raven rumbled. How's everyone? Raven, Bailey squealed. Where's Tobin? Oh. Yay. She leaped over the bar counter and dashed across the room, grabbing Raven in a hug. Oh, welcome back you two, Dalia spoke next, a smile in her voice. Welcome home, Cameron said. Now one of y'all get over here and help me close up this bar. Let me at least get in the damn room first. Raven laughed. I brought food. Plenty of it. He continued inside the building, leading Tobin and carrying the food. He placed the spoils on the bar counter and then held Tobin in his arms, soothing his still tight nerves with his warmth. How things been here? Oh, you know. Busy with 2 people down, Dalia smiled. Got pretty tempted to go on and hire some extra help, but we made it work almost by the skin of our teeth. It's good to have you 2 back. Yeah. It really is. I wasn't too fond of CK. I never thought I'd meet someone who likes working less than Bailey, but sure enough I did. Cameron ran a damp towel along the bar counter. Hey, Bailey scowled. I've been working hard lately. It's been tough. Well, it wouldn't be so tough if you'd been working this whole time. Okay. The young woman pouted again, before she looked at Tobin and Raven. Don't listen to him. I've been working super hard. Anyway, tell us about your vacation now. It wasn't a vacation, Raven rumbled. How's your father? Dalia asked. He didn't make it. Raven propped his hands on his hips and motioned to the food again. Food's for everyone. I'll put it in the back. My mom made it. Sorry about your father. Cameron leaned against the bar. It's no problem. People die or whatever. I'm just glad I could be there, and I'm glad Tobin got a chance to meet him too. Kinda better than I ever asked for. Cameron nodded. Cool. It's good to have you all back. Thanks. Raven smiled. If you would excuse me, I would like to go freshen up from the trip, Tobin announced, entangling himself from Raven and stepping away from the group. Raven bent one eyebrow and then lifted both. Freshen up, he mouthed silently. Ah. Well, it is late for you both. Why don't you 2 go ahead, and let us finish closing up and get settled in upstairs? I need to get something else out of the truck. Raven hiked his thumb to the front door. Cameron can get it for you, Dalia suggested, tipping her head towards the slightly younger man. Nah. Y'all focus on the bar. I'll get it. It's no problem. Tobin looked between them, smiling easily before regarding Raven again. I will be upstairs then. He took another step backwards. Have a good rest of the night, you all. After murmured goodnights and several waves, Tobin turned away and ascended the stairs, gripping the metal railing as he moved from the first floor to the second. Raven's place had been nice, but the bar was home. He stepped into their shared room and peeled off his clothes and left them in a pile, dipping into the bathroom for a quick shower before emerging with a towel wrapped around his hips and his wet hair clinging to his neck. Raven had already shed his clothes and stretched over the bed with one arm behind his head and the other resting on his chest. He was model-esque even despite the healed scars latticing his copper skin, and his pectorals and abdominals stood out in sharp relief. Shadows highlighted the muscle definition as the soft yellow light bathed him. Tobin's gaze continued down his form, lingering on his spread legs and his flaccid cock resting on a bed of dark curls where his hips met his thighs. He sighed, and Raven cracked his eyes open. You like what you see? His lips quirked in a smile. Oh yes. Tobin's cheeks warmed, and he fumbled with the knot of the towel at his torso before letting it fall to the ground, exposing himself to his lover. Raven's nostrils flared. Do you? Hell yeah. Tobin crossed the room, sliding into the bed next to Raven and curling around him. He stretched a slender thigh over Raven's muscular ones, nestling his own cock against the man's hips. His lips brushed over Raven's torso as he rested his head on the man's shoulder, and Raven wrapped his arm around Tobin, hand settling at the curve of Tobin's hips. This is good to hear. Hey. Yes. Tobin whispered, exhaustion weighing down his words. I'm serious. About? You and me. I'm serious about everything we've talked about. Growing old together, expanding the bar into an inn, and even taking that vacation to the mountains you wanted. Tobin pressed his lips together as Raven spoke. His heart fluttered, squeezing its way into his throat and blocking any words he came up with. I know you come from some rich Russian mafia gang leader or whatever, and I'll probably never be rich. You'll probably never have 6 cars you can't drive sitting in the garage, but I love you, and I promise to honor you with everything I do and keep you safe. Raven combed Tobin's hair. I just wanted you to know. Tobin's throat constricted too, and tears wet the corners of his eyes. He burrowed himself deeper in Raven's side, drowning in him. He squeezed his eyes shut, fighting back the tears, but they fell anyway, striping his cheeks. He swiped them away. Tobin. I love you, Raven forged on. And I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Tobin's breathing hitched, and he slowly uncovered his face, glancing up at Raven with soft bedroom eyes. He'd waited all his short years for those words, and he never expected to hear them from a werewolf, but life itself was funny. He chewed his bottom lip as a smile formed on his face. It was soft at first, but it grew more as Raven's declarations became truths inside his brain. I love you too, Goggy, and I would like that, yes. Raven mirrored him, casting a smile back, and he lifted Tobin's chin, pressing their lips together in a passionate kiss. Epilogue. 1 year later. Raven. Your mother is going to be here in less than 15 minutes, Goggy, and this room isn't ready for her. Tobin tugged luxury cotton bedsheets tight over a new memory foam mattress. She can make up her own bed, you know. She can, but she is our guest and I would rather her not. Raven groaned as he moved around the room, catching the other side of the sheets and tucking them under the mattress. It had been a year since everything, a year of expansion and growth both physically and emotionally. He loved Tobin 100 times more now than he had a year ago, and he hadn't thought loving Tobin more was possible. In the past year, many of their pipe dreams and bucket list items had come true. They had made them come true anyway. Together, they had expanded the bar into an inn, cleaning rooms and renovating the space. They had made the front end slightly smaller and expanded the back end into rooms. It had been a lot of work and even more money, but they had raised the extra cash together. Tobin had become a financial advisor in addition to becoming co-owner of the business, and the majority of his funds went into the expansion. Tobin had also written a book. Nothing fancy, but it was all about what he'd learned as the son of a gang leader, and it had taken off. It had also resulted in legal actions taken against his father and the disbanding of the entire Bratva. Tobin had been pleased. When they finished with the room, the smaller man stepped back and regarded their work with a satisfied smile on his face. I think she's going to be happy with this. I am excited for her to see all of your hard work. My. Raven arched an eyebrow. Our hard work, love. He crossed the room and kissed Tobin's high cheekbones, curling locks of his shoulder-length hair behind his ears. Yes, Tobin cupped Raven's face in cool hands. My mistake. Our hard work. She should be here any moment. Perhaps you should find your cell phone and make sure she doesn't get lost. Sure. Raven gave Tobin another quick kiss before he jogged out of the room and down the main staircase into the dining area. It bustled with the usual regulars. Elise sat at the bar, laptop open and drink in front of her. Bailey had matured and resigned to her work. Over the summer, she had blossomed into an excellent server while saving for college. She had also had a few dates with Cameron, who now beamed with an internal sense of pride. Elise's fingers danced over the keys, and she leaned forward in her seat for a few seconds before leaping out of it. I am done, she cried, throwing her hands in the air. Done. Done, done. Stick a fork in it. The whole bar cheered. Shots for everyone on me, she continued, slamming her laptop closed. Nah. They're on me. You've been working hard on that novel. Raven smiled, high-fiving Elise as Cameron poured the drinks, and Bailey delivered them to their customers. As everyone relaxed again, the front door burst open, and 6 familiar faces flooded inside. His mother filed inside first with Atsa behind her, toting her bags. Behind them, Jona entered with Avery at her side, and finally, Bidziel and Sakio entered, fingers latticed together and smiles bright on their youthful faces. Oh, my son, his mother called across the room and shuffled over to him, grabbing him in a tight hug. "Mom." Raven groaned, returning the hug. "You found the place all right?" "Well, of course. With Jona leading, it was no problem." "Good, good." The other 5 approached the bar, but only one of them had bags. "Hey man. Can I do something with these bags? Your mother insisted we go ahead and unload." "Oh yeah, sure. Tobin's still upstairs, so you can go ahead up there, and he'll show you the room." Raven pointed to the main staircase. "Thanks." Atsa tipped his head and wheeled the bags to the staircase, carrying them up. "What did you bring Atsa for, Ma?" "Oh, honey." Color touched the apples of her cheeks. "He's been very helpful since your father. I was in a bad way when you first left, and he made it his mission to make sure both Sakio and I were well taken care of. Him and Bidziel." "All right, so why'd you bring him here though?" The color spread more on her cheeks. "Well, we developed a bit of a relationship, and I must say, I had never been one for younger men, but they surely do not make men the same as they used to." "What? Ma, you're I didn't need to The older woman laughed. "Don't be such a prude. I am your mother, but I'm not old." Raven looked at Sakio. "You're allowing her to date someone my age?" She shrugged. "If she has a chance at a second happiness, then why stop her? Besides, it's her business, not mine." "Aha." Raven then looked at Bidziel, and the man raised his hands in surrender. "Not my fault." He smiled though. "Live and let live, man." Raven rumbled, but another round of laughter drowned out his displeasure, and Atsa and Tobin joined them in the main room. Tobin's eyes bugged as he saw everyone. "Oh my. I didn't know all of you were coming. I should go prepare extra rooms." "How many?" "5, Raven snapped. Tobin rolled his eyes and looked between them all. "How many?" "2 more should be fine." Jona nodded. "Thanks, Tobin." Bidziel cleared his throat, releasing Sakio's hand. "I'm going to go unload our stuff from the car before it gets too late." Jona looked at Avery. She brushed her lips along Avery's temple, drawing the other vampire's attention. Avery tilted their head, flashing a gentle smile and nodding. Then Jona straightened up again. "I'ma go unload the car real quick too." "Sure," Raven resigned. Once everyone had gotten unloaded and the bar had closed for the night, they sat around a table in the front room, cracking open beers and catching up on all the goings-on. His mother truly hadn't been so happy in years, and Atsa looked at her like the sun came out of her ass. Bidziel had a similar look reserved for Sakio, and Jona stole gentle touches to Avery as the night progressed. When they finally broke away, Raven collapsed in bed and tugged Tobin into the bed beside him. Tobin relaxed, combing through Raven's nearly shoulder-length curls. "I am glad to have your family here. They make me feel, included. They make me feel like I am a part of your family too." Raven leaned into his touch, closing his eyes with a little purr. "You are part of our family." Tobin was quiet for a few long moments. "The other day, one of my father's, someone from the Bratva stopped in. I am my father's successor. He asked me if I wanted my place as the new Pecan." What did you tell him?" I hesitated. I was unsure how to proceed. I am not Tobias anymore, and I never want to be again, but no one simply leaves the Bratva. Raven cracked his eyes open. His skin prickled as his senses sharpened. And his tone hardened. Tobin combed Raven's hair again. "He gave me an exit. I am sure it is for his own power, but he promised no one would find me here. If they find you, my family, our family will keep you safe. You are part of this family now." "Am I?" Raven nodded. "Yeah. You're my partner, my mate, aren't you?" "Yes." "Then you're part of the family. You've got a mother-in-law, a sister-in-law, and eventually, I guess Bidziel will be your brother-in-law." "Ah. Comforting." "It should be." They care about you as much as I do." Raven smiled before he adjusted their position, tugging Tobin down with him more and curling his body around the smaller man's. He nestled his head in the groove of Tobin's shoulder, showering his pale skin with kisses. "And I am crazy in love with you." Tobin exposed more of his neck to Raven. "Show me how much." Raven rumbled, lips brushing over the exposed skin. Tobin's subtle display excited his beast, and his verbal offering took care of the man inside him. "I will," he promised, and then reached around Tobin's body, sliding one hand down over Tobin's lean belly and gripping his cock.